Chapter 33. Every elite leader has 3 big leaders, each big leader has 3 small leaders, and each small leader is in charge of 10 ordinary bandits. Qin Shujian said calmly. He had thought about this a long time ago. However, the problem of the players had not been solved, so he did not implement it. Now that the problem of the players had been solved, and Cold Mountain Stronghold's strength had greatly increased, it could be considered to be on the right track. Therefore, there were some necessary conditions that needed to be fulfilled. Cold Mountain Stronghold only had 100 or so bandits. However, if he really wanted to expand, this number of bandits was far from enough. Qin Shujian already had plans to expand Cold Mountain Stronghold, but he had not implemented it yet. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fang and the others did not object. Obviously, they were also satisfied with this division. Although the expert village has been destroyed, there may still be other expert villages around Mount Liang. What you need to do now is to carefully search the area within a radius of 50 miles around Mount Liang. Make sure that you don't overlook anything. Finally, Qin Shujian gave another order. Zheng Fang and the others cupped their hands and replied, "We obey, go." Qin Shujian waved his hand. Then, the others immediately stood up and left. In the loyalty hall, only Qin Shujian was left. Phew. Qin Shujian could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was only now that he could truly relax. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? If he did not destroy Novice Village 10021, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Fortunately, everything was developing according to his expectations. Qin Shujian temporarily threw away the thoughts that should not be in his mind. Only then did he seriously count the gains from destroying the Novice Village. First of all, when Cold Mountain Stronghold became a first-class force, all the bandits increased their strength by 2 realms. This also meant that even the most ordinary bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold had the strength of the 3rd stage of the martial realm. Moreover, no matter how many times they died, they would not fall below the 3rd stage of the martial realm after resurrection. One must know that the previous leader, Wu Sheng, without the support of a force, was only at the 3rd stage of the martial realm. From this, one could see how much the Cold Mountain Stronghold's strength had changed. However, what Qin Shujian really cared about was his own attributes. Name: Qin Shujian. Identity: Liangshan Stronghold. Chief affiliation: Liangshan Village. Realm: 10th tier of the basic realm, located within the Cold Mountain Stockade sphere of influence. Realm +2, force level, 1st grade force cultivation technique, body forging scripture 8th level, plus, strength flowing at will, chi and blood flourishing, copper skin, iron bones, mortal tier middle grade, black tiger saber technique, unity of heaven and man, mortal tier middle grade, eternal spring gong. 6th level, plus, eternal vitality, life extension, mortal tier middle grade, 7 leaf piercing flower palm, plus, master, mortal tier low grade, 5 elements 8 trigram steps, plus, great heights, mortal tier low grade, life source. 1203 equipment, tiger head saber, tiger skin suit, tiger skin coat, tiger skin trousers, tiger skin belt, tiger skin thick boots, compared to the attributes at the beginning. Now, Qin Shujian's interface was gorgeous. The 8th level of the body tempering scripture and the 6th level of the eternal spring art. And the black tiger saber technique at the unity of heaven and man level. If the great heights level was the limit of the black tiger saber technique at the mortal tier middle grade, then the unity of heaven and man level had surpassed this limit and reached a point where it could turn something rotten into something magical. Also, it could be said that, in terms of understanding of the black tiger saber technique, Qin Shujian had surpassed the person who created this saber technique, or the NPC. The reason why he could kill Wei Minute was because of the unity of heaven and man level of the black tiger saber technique. After that, Qin Shujian looked at the other attributes. Under the faction, there was an additional faction level attribute. Originally, the Cold Mountain Stockade faction could only get a Realm +1 buff. Now, it had become a Realm +2 buff, increasing their strength by a lot. However, what really made Qin Shujian happy was that his life source had reached an unprecedented 1,200 points. Except for the black tiger saber technique, In front of these more than 1,000 points of life source, the rest of the cultivation techniques had a plus sign behind them, implying that they could be deduced and upgraded. Of these more than 1,000 points of life source, 500 points were contributed to the promotion of a level 1 faction. The other large amount was contributed by Wei Minute, the village chief of the novice village. Combining the two, Qin Shujian estimated that he had 800 to 900 points. As for the rest, it was the life source that he obtained from killing the players. 1,203 points of life source. I wonder what level the body forging scripture can be deduced to. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Subsequently, he directly pressed the plus sign behind the body forging scripture. Buzz. His life source decreased by 900 points. The body forging scripture was directly upgraded to the 9th level. Pain. A heart-wrenching pain suddenly surged in his body. Even with Qin Shujian's tenacious perseverance, his face suddenly became distorted and ugly. This kind of pain was not a simple physical pain. It was a sharp pain that came from the bones and even the bone marrow. Even though he tried his best to control it, his body still trembled slightly. In just a dozen seconds, sweat soaked his clothes. This kind of sharp pain. It only lasted for 5 minutes. But in these 5 minutes, Qin Shujian seemed to have gone through a long time, and his spirit was dispirited. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. However, unlike before, the blood he spat out this time seemed to be mixed with some kind of small residue. Subsequently, a new power surged from every part of his body. Qin Shujian's originally dispirited spirit recovered at an extremely fast speed under the cleansing of this power. The 9th layer of the body tempering scripture, 9th stage of the basic realm. At the same time, he obtained a brand new trait, bone marrow fullness. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Shujian looked at the attributes on the interface and had a new understanding of his own realm. Below the 5th stage of the basic realm, it was equivalent to laying a foundation. Only after reaching the 5th stage of the basic realm would one be able to complete the initial tempering. Further back, it was a step to dig out the human body's potential on a deeper level. 6th stage of the basic martial realm, 7th stage of the basic martial realm copper skin, 8th stage of the basic martial realm iron bones, and 9th stage of the basic martial realm bone marrow. This was all about tempering one's flesh to perfection step by step. 9th stage of the basic realm, full bone marrow. Qin Shujian's face revealed a carefree smile. Every breakthrough made him feel that he had completed a transformation. Even though the process was painful, it always made him satisfied. Looking at the remaining 300 points of life, body forging scripture and black tiger saber technique had no chance to improve. Only the eternal spring art and other cultivation techniques were left. After thinking again and again, Qin Shujian still thought that the most important thing was to improve his fundamental strength as much as possible. Although the eternal spring art could not help him break through his realm, it could help him accumulate more experience in the same realm. Therefore, Qin Shujian immediately chose to improve the eternal spring art. His mind moved. His life source decreased sharply. A warm power surged from his body, and the eternal spring art was improved to the 7th stage. Eternal spring art 7th stage, eternal vitality, level 2 life extension, level 2 life extension. Looking at the attributes of the eternal spring art, Qin Shujian's eyes changed. Chapter 34. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Liangshan Stockade Head Affiliation, Liangshan Stockade Realm, 10th layer of the basic realm, Liangshan Stockade's territory, realm +2, rank, 1st class stockade cultivation method, 9th layer of body forging scripture, power flowing at will, qi and blood flourishing, copper skin, iron bones, abundant bone marrow, mortal tier high grade, black tiger saber technique, unity of heaven and man, mortal tier middle grade, eternal spring gong, eternal vitality, level 2 of life extension, mortal tier middle grade, 7 leaf piercing flower palm, become advanced, mortal tier low grade, 5 elements 8 trigram steps, greater heights, mortal tier low grade, source of life, 3 equipment, 9th grade sharp weapon tiger head saber, 9th grade armor tiger skin set, tiger skin coat, tiger skin trousers, tiger skin belt, tiger skin thick boots, looking at his own attributes. Qin Shujian's gaze stopped at the realm. 10th layer of the basic realm. The 9th layer of the body forging scripture had already raised his strength to the 9th layer of the basic realm. Now, with the +2 attribute, his realm stopped at the 10th layer of the basic realm. This also made Qin Shujian realize that the 10th layer of the basic realm was a bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, he would need to undergo another transformation. After all, the realm boost from the territory could only allow him to cross a small realm, not a large realm. Also, when the body forging scripture was deduced to the 9th layer, it directly went from mortal middle grade to mortal high grade. In this way, the body tempering scripture had become his highest ranked cultivation technique. Even the black tiger saber technique of the mortal rank could not compare to it. When the eternal spring art was deduced to the 6th layer, it had already been promoted to mortal middle grade. As for the source of life, it was back to its original state. His source of life that had been in the 4 digits was now in the single digits. However, Qin Shujian was not discouraged. My true realm is the 9th layer of the basic realm. With the boost from the territory, it directly reached the 10th layer of the basic realm. There should be no one in Liangshan who can be my opponent. Thinking of this, his eyes seemed to emit a bright light. A radius of 50 li is not small for the original Liangshan stockade, but for the current Liangshan stockade village, it is still too small. How can a dragon be nurtured in shallow water? The next day, at the peak of Mount Liang. This was Qin Shujian's first time standing at the peak of Mount Liang and overlooking the entire Mount Liang. Looking into the distance. Apart from Mount Liang, everything else was lush and green. After coming to this world for so long, this was the first time he looked at everything with a natural attitude. And as his realm increased, every aspect of his physical body had undergone a terrifying transformation. This included eyesight. Within a radius of 50 miles. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. With Qin Shujian's eyesight, he could clearly see a few villages located far away from each other. At this moment, apart from Qin Shujian, Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu were also standing on the summit of Mount Liang. These 2 NPCs were originally bandits of Mount Liang. He had already become Qin Shujian's trusted aide. Do you know what those villages do? Qin Shujian didn't turn his head. His gaze was still looking into the distance. These are the native villages of Mount Liang. Every year, they will provide us with a fixed amount of tribute in exchange for the safety of the villages. Wang Taizhu thought for a moment and said, "We will also occasionally go to those villages to purchase supplies." Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian understood what was going on. According to Wang Taizhu, these villages would pay a fixed amount of protection fees to Liangshan Stockade every year, and Liangshan Stockade would protect these villages to prevent them from being persecuted by other forces. More importantly, Mount Liang was actually very remote. The bandits of Mount Liangshan Stockade needed a certain amount of food every day. As time passed, the amount of food they needed to consume was not small. If they wanted to go out to purchase supplies, they would have to bear a certain amount of risk. As for going to other villages for free, they would also have to bear the same losses. In that case, occasionally trading with these villages would be the safest thing to do. Of course, purchasing was just what Wang Taizhu said. As for whether or not he was forcing people to buy or sell, this was a matter of benevolence. However, according to Qin Shujian's thoughts, the original Mount Liangshan Stockade would not persecute the villages in their own territory too much. It must be known that as long as one wasn't an idiot, not many people would do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After gaining a better understanding of Mount Liang's territory, Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the 2 people. He said in a deep voice, "I will give you 3 days to investigate the situation in the stone forest. I need to know the specific strength of those 3 forces. If conditions permit, I hope that you will investigate all the areas bordering Mount Liang's territory." Could it be that Stockade Master, Wang Taizhu, seemed to have thought of something? He looked at Qin Shujian in disbelief. There was shock in his eyes, but also uncontrollable joy. The increase in power seemed to have raised the intelligence of the original bandits to a new level. In the past, Wang Taizhu would never have thought of so many things. But now, Qin Shujian had only revealed a hint, and he had already figured out most of the key points of the plan. Qin Shujian said calmly, "The territory of 50 li is too small. It can only accommodate Wu Sheng and the weak Mount Liangshan stockade. But now, it can no longer accommodate the current Mount Liangshan stockade, and it can no longer accommodate you and me." Previously, when he sent people to investigate the surrounding situation, he actually had this idea. However, at that time, the hidden danger in the novice village had not been resolved. Although his strength was not weak, it could not be considered very strong. Now, he had swept through the novice village and many players. His own strength had reached the peak of the basic realm in one fell swoop. Qin Shujian believed. He already had the qualifications to extend the hand of Mount Liangshan stockade into the territory of 50 li. The Lion-Tiger Plain, the Stone Forest, the Endless Mountain Range, the Shining Rebel Army, and the Undying Plain. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the Stone Forest was the best place to start. Because just from the word rebel, one could tell that the Shining Rebel Army was involved in many matters. As for the other places, he did not know much about them. On the contrary, Zhong Tianyu had previously investigated the Stone Forest and collected some information about the bandits, which made him finally decide to start from the Stone Forest first. Food must be eaten one bite at a time. The road must be taken one step at a time. All the players within the territory of his power had been wiped out. Whether it was his overall strength or his individual strength, they had all increased to a limit in a short period of time. Qin Shujian believed that he had gotten off to a good start. This was a trump card. As long as he did not deliberately attack randomly, he was confident that he would not end up with a complete loss. As for his initial wish, Qin Shujian had seen it come true step by step with his own eyes. As long as he always walked in front of the players, then he would never have to worry about the players threatening him. And to achieve this, besides the bug-like increase in vitality, he had to rely on the many bandits of Mount Liangshan stockade to harvest a large amount of vitality for him. Chapter 35. Loyalty Hall. This time, only Qin Shujian and Zheng Fang were present. "Advisor, you've been at Cold Mountain Stronghold for a while now. What do you think of Cold Mountain Stronghold?" Qin Shujian asked casually. Zheng Fang's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and replied, "Stronghold Master is extremely powerful. Under Master's leadership, Cold Mountain Stronghold will definitely become even more powerful than before. Speaking of which, I think Advisor's cultivation method seems to be unique. Is it a family technique? To tell you the truth, when I was young, I was an outer sect disciple of a sect. Unfortunately, I was not talented enough. As I grew older, I simply left the sect and settled down in Linchuan village. I thought that this would be the end of my life. Who would have thought that there would be a famine and a military disaster?" At the end, Zheng Fang shook his head helplessly. Sect. Qin Shujian accurately captured a word in the other party's words. As if he could see Qin Shujian's confusion, Zheng Fang organized his thoughts and explained, "Within the borders of the Dazhao nation, there are many powers and sects. As for the sects, they were forces formed by a group of transcendental experts. Any sect would have many terrifying experts. A person like me, who is only at the 4th or 5th layer of the basic martial realm, can only be considered at the bottom of the hierarchy. Then do you know what is the realm after the basic martial realm?" "I don't know." Zheng Fang shook his head and said, "With my experience, I don't have the qualifications to know what is after the basic martial realm. However, it is said that after breaking through the 10th layer of the basic martial realm, there will be a terrifying transformation. However, I don't know the specifics." At this point, Zheng Fang laughed at himself. "Unfortunately, I have only learned the most common eternal spring arts in the sect. The limit of this cultivation method is the 5th layer of the basic martial realm. If there are no accidents, I probably won't have the opportunity to see the mysteries after the basic martial realm. On the other hand, Stronghold Master has already reached such a realm at such a young age. There is hope for him to break through this limit. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not immediately respond. In his short conversation with Zheng Fang, he had obtained a lot of information. At first, he thought, if other NPCs wanted to level up, they only needed to kill players. However, Shifeng later discovered that they needed to kill players who were at least 3 minor realms lower than themselves to level up. However, after hearing Zheng Fang's words, Qin Shujian realized that the other NPCs would have to face another obstacle if they wanted to level up. That was cultivation method. In fact, Qin Shujian had also discovered something about this problem. That was, before he could raise his cultivation level, he had to first raise his main cultivation technique, and then raise his cultivation level. However, other NPCs did not have the ability to deduce life sources. This also meant that, for example, the body tempering scripture and the eternal spring art, the 5th layer was the limit. Those who practiced these techniques would only be able to advance to the corresponding realm. If he wanted to break through this shackle, he would need to obtain a higher level of cultivation technique. Although he didn't really ask Zheng Fang about this, Qin Shujian deduced it from a few words, but he was very sure that his guess wasn't wrong. Just like that, Qin Shujian also realized how powerful his ability to increase his cultivation technique with life sources was. As long as he had enough life sources, he didn't have any shackles. After the 5th layer of the basic martial realm, or even after the basic martial realm, none of them would stop him from moving forward. The prerequisite for all of this was having enough life sources. Military advisor, how much do you know about the current situation of the world? What is the famine that military advisor mentioned before? Sigh, in the past 3 months, there hasn't been a single drop of rain, and there hasn't been a single harvest. It's said that the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao country have all been affected by the famine, and the various feudal lords have risen. The people have no way to make a living. Zheng Fang bitterly smiled, shook his head, and sighed. On one side, there hasn't been a single harvest due to the drought, and on the other side, there hasn't been any reduction in taxes. In addition, when the feudal lords rise, there will be war, and the deserters will kill and steal food. This is how the famine came to be. Luckily, Mount Liang is far away, or else it would have been affected. Hearing this, Qin Shujian asked a few more questions. Zheng Fang also answered them one by one. At this point, Qin Shujian finally had a preliminary understanding of this world. The land under his feet was the territory of the Great Zhao country. The Great Zhao country has 13 prefectures, and it occupies more than hundreds of millions of territories. And the Linchuan market that Zheng Fang was in, as well as the current Mount Liang, strictly speaking, belong to the Baiyun prefecture, one of the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao country. As for the problem of the feudal lords rising, even if he didn't ask Zheng Fang, Qin Shujian would know a thing or two. After all, before coming to this world, in the ancient times of his original world, every time there was a drought or famine, there would always be some restless people who would try to take advantage of the situation to overthrow the system. It seems that no matter which world it is, there is no lack of such people. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a long time before Zheng Fang got up and left. In the next few days, Qin Shujian sorted out the body forging scripture that he had deduced, and finally wrote down all the contents of the body forging scripture before the 8th layer. Immediately after, he imparted the contents of the first 8 layers of the body forging scripture to Zheng Fang. Then, he imparted the contents of the first 6 layers of the body forging scripture to Zhao Shanlin and the other leaders. As for the ordinary bandits, he didn't impart it to them. Because those who can become leaders are at least experts of the 4th layer of the basic martial realm, and the 5th layer of the body forging scripture is basically the end. Therefore, Qin Shujian imparted the body forging scripture level by level according to this standard. In this way, it will also motivate the other bandits to desperately increase their strength in order to obtain a higher level of the body forging scripture. As for Zheng Fang, when he obtained the 8th layer of the body forging scripture, this old man who has been in the sect and has seen the world can't help but be shocked. No one knows better than him. How precious is a cultivation scripture that has surpassed the 5th layer of the basic martial realm? The reason why Qin Shujian did this is to increase the overall strength of the Mount Liang stronghold as much as possible. Through his conversation with Zheng Fang and his understanding of this world, he also knows that it is very difficult to establish a foothold in this world by relying on one person's strength. However, Qin Shujian also has a trick up his sleeve. He has deduced up to the 9th layer of the body forging scripture, but only imparted the first 8 layers. When he has deduced the 10th layer, or even the higher levels, he will then impart the rest of the body forging scripture. In this way, as a result, some unnecessary problems that shouldn't have arisen were avoided. Not long after, Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu also returned with a few bandits to report. Qin Shujian immediately imparted the contents of the first 8 layers of the body forging scripture to the 2 of them. At the same time, he also obtained the information he wanted from the 2 of them. 1. Information about the stone forest. Chapter 36. Within the Hall of Loyalty. Qin Shujian sat at the head of the table. He looked at the 2 people below him and asked, "How is the situation in the stone forest?" "Players are wreaking havoc in the stone forest. The current situation is a mess." "Players wreaking havoc?" Qin Shujian squinted his eyes. Zhong Tianyu nodded, "That's right. There are also player villages in the stone forest. The number of players isn't less than the number of players in the novice village 10021 that we destroyed. Moreover, these players are increasing their strength very quickly. Originally, the 3 bandit groups in the stone forest each occupied one area. Now, under the threat of the players, they are gradually working together to resist the invasion of the players." At the mention of the word inhuman, his expression turned solemn. Luckily, as the Cold Mountain stronghold became a first-class faction, his cultivation also increased to the 4th stage of the martial arts. Or else, this time, entering the stone forest was a perilous situation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian wasn't surprised. The speed at which players increased their strength was definitely not something that these NPCs could compare to. Moreover, with the character of the players, once their strength increased to a certain level, the bandits in the stone forest would definitely be uprooted. Even if the 3 bandit groups were working together, they would already feel the threat of the players. Unfortunately, from Zhong Tianyu's words, these bandits still didn't understand the players at all. Players were like a centipede that didn't fall down even if it died. Moreover, their growth speed was shocking. When the bandits chose to work together to resist, they had already lost. To truly suppress the players, they had to use the power of thunder and completely destroy the players before they rose up. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would be bitten back. If Qin Shujian was still considering making a move on the stone forest before, he would have thought about it. But now, after hearing Zhong Tianyu's words, he didn't hesitate at all. He had to attack, although the players were only wreaking havoc in the stone forest. But the stone forest was only a short distance away from the Liang mountain boundary. With the players' adventurous spirit, it wouldn't be long before they reached their hands into the Liang mountain boundary. Rather than passively taking a beating at that time, it was better to take the initiative to attack now. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Shujian felt that it made sense. Therefore, he immediately asked, "How strong are those 3 groups of bandits? Are there any experts above the 6th stage of the basic realm?" According to my understanding, the strongest of the 3 bandit groups was only at the 5th stage of the basic realm. But now that the mutants are wreaking havoc, we can't rule out the possibility that they have advanced to the next stage. However, according to my estimation, the 6th stage of the basic realm should be the highest. The possibility of going any higher is next to nothing. Killing inhumans to level up, but there was a limit to it. If one wanted to advance to the 6th level of the basic realm, they would need to be at least at the 3rd level of the basic realm. This was undoubtedly an extremely high request. 6th stage of the basic realm? Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Send a letter to the bandits in the stone forest." He did not think of himself as a cruel person, even though they had already made preparations to attack the stone forest. However, Qin Shujian still did not want to make a move on these bandits unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, everyone was a member of the forest. Now that he had become an NPC, everyone could be considered to be of the same race. Qin Shujian felt that he could not easily slaughter his own race. Soon after, Qin Shujian wrote 3 letters, one for each bandit group, and directly handed them to Zhong Tianyu. He believed, when the bandits in the stone forest saw these letters, they would definitely feel his strong sincerity. After finishing this matter, Qin Shujian immediately gathered the bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold. Those bandits only had 1 day. Even though he thought that the probability of them refusing was not high, he still had to prepare in advance. As long as there were any problems, then he would immediately lead people to sweep through the stone forest. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shujian's order, Zhong Tianyu took the 3 letters and headed straight for the stone forest. From the Cold Mountain to the boundary of the stone forest, there was only a distance of 20 li. With the speed of the 4th stage of the basic realm, it would not take too much time. However, the boundary of the stone forest was much larger than the boundary of the Cold Mountain. It was as vast as 2 or 3 times the boundary of the Cold Mountain. Although the forces of the 3 groups of bandits were not spread too far apart, but they were not close to each other. Therefore, Zhong Tianyu used a total of 6 hours to deliver the 3 letters. And when these letters were delivered to the bandits, he immediately turned around and left. He did not stay for even a second. He did not read the contents of the letters. But his premonition made Zhong Tianyu not dare to stay for too long. If there was any bad news in the letters, then with his 4th stage of the basic realm, if he fell into a bandit's lair, he might not have the chance to come out. When Zhong Tianyu did not go far, an angry voice came from one of the strongholds. "You've gone too far." Niu Feng's face turned red. His broad hand directly crushed a white paper. His bell-like eyes were full of anger, as if they would spew out at any time. He had naturally heard of the name of the Cold Mountain stronghold. After all, the 2 territories bordered each other. Even if he had no contact with them, he should still know about them. In Niu Feng's opinion, the boundary of the Cold Mountain and the stone forest did not interfere with each other. Therefore, when a bandit from the Cold Mountain stronghold came to deliver the letter, he was relatively polite and did not have the intention to make things difficult for the other party. But now, Niu Feng only hated himself for not keeping the person who delivered the letter and then cutting him into 8 pieces. "I am the chief of the Cold Mountain stronghold, Qin Shujian. I have heard of the name of the stone forest and could not help but yearn for it." This was the beginning of the letter. It seemed quite normal. But what really made Niu Feng furious was the following content. "I heard that the stone forest is currently being ravaged by mutants. The Cold Mountain stronghold is willing to help wipe out the mutant disaster. However, as a reward, the Ming'ai Mountain must be incorporated into the Cold Mountain stronghold. I will give you 1 day to consider. If you refuse, then the Cold Mountain stronghold will sweep away all obstacles." The meaning behind the words was obvious. Niu Feng could only see a hint of provocation. The Ming'ai Mountain stronghold had dominated the stone forest for more than 10 years. As the chief of the Ming'ai Mountain stronghold, no one had ever dared to be so unscrupulous in front of him, to the point of openly threatening him. The harassment of the mutants during this period of time made Niu Feng unwilling to divert too much of his attention. He would now use all the strength of the mountain to directly declare war on the Cold Mountain stronghold. As for the time mentioned in the letter, Niu Feng did not care at all. This mountain stronghold wants to see what kind of ability a small Cold Mountain stronghold has to dare to talk nonsense about wiping out my Ming'ai Mountain. Niu Feng's expression was ice cold as he spoke word by word. However, after his anger, he also became clear-headed. The Cold Mountain stronghold's actions seemed to be directed at the Ming'ai Mountain, but if exaggerated, it was directed at the entire stone forest. Before he completely understood the other party's background, Niu Feng was not prepared to shoulder everything by himself. The stone forest is not just the Ming'ai Mountain. Chapter 37. Qin Shujian felt a bit melancholy, because after sending out the letter for a whole day, he still hadn't received a reply from the bandits of Stone Forest. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. He thought that the contents of his letter could be considered sincere. Any person or NPC who could see the big picture would agree to it. Bandits will always be bandits. Can't they see the big picture? Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. I originally wanted to work together for a win-win situation, but it seems like there's no chance. Seeing that a day had passed, he immediately left his room. Outside, Zheng Fang and a group of elite leaders had been waiting there for a long time. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "This time, Stone Forest refused to declare their position. Their malice towards our Cold Mountain stronghold is obvious. Instead of passively taking a beating, we should take the initiative to attack. We'll follow Master's orders." Zheng Fang was the first to declare his position. Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu weren't far behind. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was very satisfied. After moistening his throat, he continued, "Currently, there are 3 groups of bandits entrenched in Stone Forest. They are Ming'ai Mountain, Chuanyun Stronghold, and Mountain of Chaos. In addition, there are also mutant villages in Stone Forest's boundary. Therefore, this time, in addition to Ming'ai Mountain and the other bandits, we also need to deal with the mutants." Speaking of this, Qin Shujian paused. "This time, you'll mainly deal with the mutants. As for the other bandits, I'll personally visit them." "Master, isn't this a bit too risky?" Zheng Fang asked hesitantly. Although he didn't know how strong Qin Shujian was, going alone into a group of bandits, there was a lot of risk involved. "I'm confident." Qin Shujian didn't comment. He waved his hand and said, according to his estimation, the bandits of a single group were at most a bit stronger than Wu Sheng's Cold Mountain stronghold. 5th stage of the basic martial realm and 6th stage of the basic martial realm were about the limit. Of course, within their own area of influence. Perhaps the strength of these bandits would increase to a certain extent. However, no matter how much he increased his strength, Qin Shujian did not believe that his opponent could reach the 9th stage of the martial realm. Furthermore, with his current strength, even if he was no match for them, retreating wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Zheng Fang and the others leave, Qin Shujian couldn't help but think of the situation in the Stone Forest. 3 groups of bandits. If there were no surprises, they should all have a core token of a force. For example, the Liangshan Stronghold Master token that Wu Sheng had dropped. Another example would be the core token that was dropped from Novice Village 10021. These tokens directly represented a certain force, and were the true core of the force. A Novice Village's core token was enough for Cold Mountain Stronghold to be promoted to a first-class faction. If we want to be promoted to level 2, level 3, or even higher, we'll need even more tokens. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Cold Mountain Village, a first-class power, was already at the 3rd stage of the basic realm. If it was a second-class faction, perhaps even the weakest bandit would become an expert of the 5th stage of the basic realm. The only thing that Qin Shujian felt regretful was that there were still too few bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold. All in all, there were only about 130 people. Compared to a novice village that had tens of thousands of players, this was still a stretch. Furthermore, who knew how many novice villages there were in this world? Qin Shujian could only judge based on his knowledge of the population in his previous life, as well as the proportion of players in some popular games. He was afraid that the number of players that came here was at least in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. More than 100 bandits. Compared to hundreds of millions of players. Even if Qin Shujian used his butt to think, he knew what the result would be. Even if it was impossible for all the players in the world to only target Cold Mountain Stronghold, he still felt that it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Snatch the source of life. Promote the level of the faction. Recruit more bandits. These were the 3 goals that Qin Shujian sorted out for himself. He ranked them in order of importance. The source of life was definitely the first. Only with enough source of life would he be strong enough. It was also the foundation to complete the last 2 goals. Recently, the bandits have been wreaking havoc in the village. If young hero can help the people get rid of the evil, I will definitely reward you greatly. In Novice Village 23012, Liu Qinghong was talking to the village guard captain. When he saw the system prompt, Liu Qinghong silently chose to accept, then smiled and said, "The bandits are wreaking havoc in the village. As a member of Novice Village 23012, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Then I'll wait for your good news." "Okay." Liu Qinghong nodded, then said goodbye to the guard captain. Then, more than a dozen players suddenly surrounded him. "Brother Liu, how was it? Did you receive the mission?" "Yes, I received it." Liu Qinghong directly shared the mission with the team. A player named Zhongquan smiled and said, "Brother Liu is indeed amazing. The guard captain has players talking to him every day, but in the end, not many of them were able to trigger the mission. The other players couldn't trigger the mission probably because they didn't meet the requirements." Liu Qinghong always had a faint smile on his face. However, when he looked at the mission, his heart was heavy. Eliminate 50 bandits. Every bandit, even the most ordinary one, was at the first stage of the martial arts realm. If they were unlucky, they might encounter even more powerful ones. 50 bandits wasn't a small number. Even a player at the third or fourth stage of the martial arts realm wouldn't have the confidence to complete this mission alone. However, the higher the difficulty of the mission, the more generous the reward would be after completion. Looking at the sky, Liu Qinghong said, "The difficulty of this mission isn't small. I'll give everyone an hour to prepare and resupply. After an hour, we'll meet at the entrance of the village." "Okay." The other players didn't object to Liu Qinghong's words. Then, the dozen or so players dispersed. Only Liu Qinghong and a girl with a bit of baby fat were left. "Brother, what's the reward for this mission?" Liu Qingqing blinked her eyes and tilted her head with a curious expression. Liu Qinghong shook his head and said, "The mission didn't give a specific reward, but I estimate that the value won't be low. With only an hour, what else do you need to prepare? With you here, I don't need to prepare anything." Liu Qingqing giggled and hugged Liu Qinghong's arm. Seeing this, Liu Qinghong helplessly shook his head. His eyes were filled with affection. However, it was just as Liu Qingqing said. With his current fourth stage of the martial arts realm and with the help of the other members of the team, it wasn't a big problem to wipe out 50 bandits. Whether or not Liu Qingqing could be of use didn't matter much. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Qinghong and Zhongquan were already waiting at the entrance of the village. Not long after, the other players in the team arrived one after another. Liu Qinghong looked at the team and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Chapter 38. A group of 10 or so people walked on a small, secluded path. From the mission, "Our target this time is the bandits of Mount Minutgari," Liu Qinghong said as he walked at the front. Zhongquan said, "Mount Minutgari is the lair of the bandits. It's like a dungeon in the game we played before. I'm afraid that we won't just encounter ordinary bandits this time. It's very likely that we'll encounter the boss of Mount Minutgari." Boss. This was a very eye-catching term in any game. Another skinny youth in the group said, "With Brother Liu's strength of the fourth stage of the new martial realm and close to the fifth stage of the new martial realm, as well as our average strength of not lower than the third stage of the new martial realm, Brother Liu's strength is comparable to the fourth stage of the new martial realm. Even if we encounter a boss of the fifth stage of the martial arts, we won't be completely helpless. However," he paused for a moment before continuing, "this game's level division is different from previous games. The difference between each level is quite big. The fifth stage of the martial arts is fine, but if it's a boss of the sixth stage of the martial arts, it'll be a bit troublesome." Zhongquan said with disdain, "Chen Wu, you're underestimating Brother Liu and us. Any team needs to have the ability to fight a boss above their level. It's fine if we don't encounter the boss of Mount Minutgari, but if we do, we'll kill it together." Immediately, the other people in the group also started to discuss as they walked. Only Liu Qinghong didn't participate in the discussion. However, from his calm expression, it seemed that he agreed with Zhongquan's words. After the others finished discussing, Liu Qinghong said, "Mount Minutgari is one of the biggest bandit forces in this area. There are many elite NPCs and high-level bosses. Our mission this time is only to kill 50 bandits, but there's no level requirement. In order to avoid accidents, we'll first complete the mission of killing 50 bandits. If we encounter the boss of Mount Minutgari, we'll clear the dungeon if we can defeat it. If we can't defeat it, we won't be able to defeat it. Liu Qinghong's words. The others agreed with him. After all, the most important thing now was to complete the mission. However, if they had the chance to kill a boss, that would be even better. After all, a boss was a boss not only because of its strength, but also because it could drop precious items. After entering the game for so long, they hadn't heard of any players killing a boss in the novice village. From this, it could be seen. The boss in this game was extremely difficult to kill. However, it could also be deduced that a difficult boss would definitely be accompanied by a rich harvest. This is Minutgari Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Shujian raised his head and looked up. All he could see was lush greenery. The greening of Mount Minutgari is pretty good. It's much better than that godforsaken place of Mount Liang. It seems like I have to supervise those bandits when I go back this time. It would be more comfortable to look at the greening. When he saw Minutgari Shan, he couldn't help but compare it to Liang Shan. No, I don't know. His heart turned cold at the thought of that. Although they hadn't actually set foot on Mount Minutgari, Cold Mountain Stockade had already lost half of the battle on the surface. However, Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze after a short while. Then, he followed a winding path in front of him and headed towards Mount Minutgari. Stop! Who are you? Before Qin Shujian could get far, two bandits wielding large swords blocked his path. Looking at the familiar attire of these bandits, Qin Shujian recalled the time when he was an ordinary bandit. I am the chief of Cold Mountain Stockade. Please go ahead and report. In order to maintain his image, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said politely. The two bandits looked a little confused. One of the skinny bandits shook his head and said, without the boss's orders, you can't go up the mountain. So there's no room for discussion? Without the boss's orders, you can't go up the mountain. The bandits repeated the same sentence. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that he was a little retarded. He knew that these bandits were similar to the Cold Mountain Stockade bandits from before. They were all idiots with no intelligence. Yet, he still wasted his saliva to communicate with them. After figuring out this point, Qin Shujian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly walked up the mountain. When the two bandits saw this, they wanted to cut him down. However, before they could bring their sabers down, their bodies had already been sent flying, knocking down two trees. Before they hit the ground, they were already dead. In front of Qin Shujian, two bandits in the first layer of the basic martial realm were as difficult as swatting two flies. As for whether or not the collapse of the trees would attract the attention of the bandits of Mingai Mountain, it was not within his consideration. Since he had already made his move, there was no possibility of a peaceful ending. After casually killing the two bandits, Qin Shujian continued walking up the mountain. Not long after, two sentry posts appeared in front of him. Similarly, the bandits patrolling the sentry posts also noticed Qin Shujian. Suddenly, more than 10 bandits appeared in front of him. However, this time, Qin Shujian did not waste his breath. He immediately used the 5 elements 8 trigram steps. His body moved like a phantom as he continuously used the 7 leaves flower-piercing palm. The bandits were all sent flying. They left the territory of Cold Mountain. Qin Shujian was a true expert in the 9th layer of the basic martial realm. Moreover, he was not only in the 9th layer of the basic martial realm. After achieving the characteristic of bone marrow abundance, Qin Shujian's strength underwent a terrifying transformation. Every punch and palm contained a terrifying force of several thousand pounds. Not to mention ordinary bandits, even an expert in the 5th layer of the basic martial realm would definitely suffer from broken bones and fall to the ground and die. In just a short 3 seconds, all 13 bandits were killed. The 2 sentry posts were also shaken by the aftershock. They directly collapsed, crushing the surrounding trees. In the meeting room, Niu Feng was lying on his tiger-skinned chair and taking a nap. As the bandit leader of Mingai Mountain, Unless he went out to rob, he was usually very free. At this moment, the loud noise that came from outside startled Nyofeng awake. As a bandit leader, he lived a life of bloodshed all year round. He had a keen intuition for unknown dangers, even if he did not think that anyone would dare to cause trouble in Ming'ai Mountain. However, as soon as he woke up, Nyofeng directly stood up and picked up the 9-ringed broadsword in front of the chair. Then, he walked out of the meeting room with the broadsword. What happened? The 2 bandits who were standing guard in front of the meeting hall were questioned. One of the bandits said with a trembling voice, "Leader, it seems that someone broke into our stronghold." Hearing this, Nyofeng was furious. "Who dares to break into my Ming'ai Mountain? Do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, another series of earth-shattering noises rang out. Under the gaze of Nyofeng and the 2 bandits, a few wooden buildings seemed to have been damaged and directly collapsed. Chapter 39. A bandit was sent flying and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Qin Shujian slowly retracted his hand, but he didn't stop walking. There were already many corpses lying around. Those who had died earlier had already disappeared. Those who were still lying here had died not long ago, and their corpses were still warm. As Qin Shujian approached step by step, the remaining bandits retreated step by step. Their hands holding their swords couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was no other way. Having a low IQ didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. The person in front of them was terrifyingly powerful. None of their brothers were able to withstand a single blow from him. Those who rushed up were now lying on the ground. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Ming'ai Mountain?" A roar startled the birds. A black shadow covered the ground, and then a burly body fell heavily on the ground. In a split second, the ground seemed to shake slightly. "Leader." Seeing the person who came, the other bandits seemed to have seen their backbone. Their originally fearful hearts also calmed down a little. In the eyes of these bandits, Nyofeng was the strongest person. Qi and blood at the peak. Still a little short. Looking at Nyofeng who came over, Qin Shujian squinted his eyes slightly. Even if he couldn't see through Nyofeng's attributes, he could feel Nyofeng's surging qi and blood. However, although Nyofeng's qi and blood were surging, there was still a gap between them and the peak. According to his estimation, the person who came should be at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts realm, but not at the 6th stage of the martial arts realm. But now with the support of the Force. In terms of realm, he should be equivalent to a pseudo-6th stage of the martial arts realm. As for the person's identity, naturally, it was obvious. The master of Ming'ai Mountain. Qin Shujian was sizing up Nyofeng, and Nyofeng also saw Qin Shujian in the field. When he saw the other party for the first time, it was as if the person standing in front of him wasn't a person, but a terrifying beast. That kind of ferocious pressure actually made his hair stand on end involuntarily. This feeling. Only when he encountered a terrifying threat would it be like this. An expert that he absolutely could not contend against. While Nyofeng was shocked, the fierce expression on his face suddenly changed. He tried his best to squeeze out an ugly smile. "I am Nyofeng, the master of Minutgari Mountain. I have yet to ask for your name." As for why he killed his subordinates, Nyofeng didn't even want to talk about it. "I am Qin Shujian, the chief of Cold Mountain Stronghold." Looking at the uneasy Nyofeng, Qin Shujian said with a smile. "Oh, so it's Liang Mountain." Just as Nyofeng was about to salute, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Shujian as if he was looking at a ghost. He had never heard of the name Qin Shujian before. However, the words Cold Mountain Stronghold Master were very familiar to him. Nyofeng's heart sank when he recalled the contents of the letter that Cold Mountain Stockade had delivered to him yesterday, which he had crumpled into a pulp. Qin Shujian noticed Nyofeng's reaction. "I think Leader Nyo already knows why I'm here." Haha, Nyofeng was at a loss for words. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. If he pretended to be confused, he would easily anger the other party. With that terrifying aura, if they really fought, it was still unknown whether Minutgari Mountain's entire strength could be a match for him. However, He wasn't willing to submit to them. Even if Qin Shujian didn't know what was going on in Niu Feng's mind, he could guess a thing or two. However, he didn't have much time to talk nonsense with Niu Feng. Therefore, he went straight to the point. I'll give leader Niu 15 minutes to think about it. If you're willing to merge Minute Gari Mountain into Cold Mountain Stronghold, then we'll be family in the future. If leader Niu is not willing, in that case, I would like to see if Minute Gari Mountain has the ability to refuse. Hearing this, Niu Feng's heart sank. Qin Shujian's words had forced him into a dead end. He could either submit or resist to the end. There was no third choice. Niu Feng was used to being the king of the mountain. He was naturally unwilling to submit to someone else and have another person above him. However, when he looked at Qin Shujian again, he felt the pressure of the aura that made his heart tremble. The courage that Niu Feng had worked hard to summon in his heart also dissipated a lot. Submit or not submit? Niu Feng felt that this was a serious problem. His coarse face kept changing, and there was a strong sense of struggle in his eyes. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, stood calmly to the side. However, under his calm eyes, there was a lingering coldness that couldn't be removed. He was giving Niu Feng one last chance. If Niu Feng still didn't know what was good for him, then after today, there would be no more Minute Gari Mountain bandits in the stone forest. Time passed little by little. 15 minutes have passed. It seems that Minute Gari Mountain is going to resist to the end. Qin Shujian's hand was already on the hilt of the saber on his back. Suddenly, his aura became restless like a gale. A black tiger as tall as several people seemed to be looming above his head. This sudden change made Niu Feng's soul leave his body. Hold on, Fort Master Qin, hold on. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Shujian was expressionless, but the aura on his body was boiling. Niu Feng looked at the saber that was slowly being unsheathed. He seemed to be able to hear the roar of a tiger. His heart suddenly thumped wildly, and he hurriedly said, Minute Gari Mountain is willing to submit. Niu Feng, the Fort Master of Minute Gari Mountain, wants to submit to you. Do you agree? Have you thought it through? Qin Shujian didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked a question in return. Niu Feng lowered his head and said sincerely, I've always heard of Fort Master Qin's fame. I've been fascinated by it for a long time. It's our fortune that Minute Gari Mountain can be incorporated into Cold Mountain Fort. Good. From today onwards, you are the elite leader of my Cold Mountain Fort. The rest of the bandits will be incorporated into my Cold Mountain Fort. The terrifying aura suddenly dissipated. Qin Shujian's indifferent face also revealed a harmonious smile. Minute Gari Mountain has been incorporated into Cold Mountain Fort. Because Niu Feng voluntarily submitted, Minute Gari Mountain has automatically been incorporated into Cold Mountain Fort. Because the promotion requirements are not met, Cold Mountain Fort is still a first-class force. You've received 234 taels of silver. You've received 300 points of life force. 53 bandits have been incorporated into Cold Mountain Fort. Their identities have automatically changed to bandit. The system's information appeared in a timely manner. When Qin Shujian looked at Niu Feng again, his attributes appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Niu Feng. Identity, Elite Leader. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Fort. Realm, 5th tier of the basic realm rank. 1st tier cultivation method, Boulder Art, Perfection, Mountain Cleaving Saber Art, Perfection. There were no surprises. Just as he thought, Niu Feng was an expert of the 5th tier of the basic realm. After seeing that Niu Feng's Boulder Art had reached perfection, Qin Shujian also understood why Niu Feng hadn't broken through to the next stage even though he had clearly reached the peak of the 5th tier of the basic realm. In the end, it was still the limitation of the cultivation method. Obviously, the Boulder Art was the same as the Body Forging Scripture and the Eternal Spring Art. The 5th tier was the perfection. It lacked the 6th tier to temper one's blood and chi and blood to reach its peak. Chapter 40. After looking at Niu Feng's attributes, Qin Shujian then looked at the other bandits. They should be bandits now. Except for the change in identity. These bandits' realms didn't change. They didn't reach the third level of the martial arts realm after joining the Cold Mountain stronghold. Seeing this, Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised. When he subdued the Minute-Gari Mountain, he got the relevant information. Only those who belonged to the same faction before the faction leveled up could get benefits when the faction leveled up. As for those who joined after leveling up, they wouldn't get such benefits. However, because the first-class faction was there, as long as the bandits who joined the Cold Mountain stronghold didn't exceed the third level of the martial arts realm, they wouldn't drop their realms even if they died at the hands of players. After that, Niu Feng arranged for a few of the original leaders of the Minute-Gari Mountain to take care of the follow-up matters and then invited Qin Shujian into the meeting hall. The meeting hall wasn't big. However, compared to Wu Sheng's Hall of Loyalty, it was still a grade better. After entering, Niu Feng tactfully sat down on the seat of honor. As for his original seat of honor, it was left for Qin Shujian. He sat down on the tiger skin seat, and the comfortable touch instantly made him nod his head. In the Cold Mountain stronghold, his seat was also cushioned with something. But that was just an ordinary animal skin. It was a grade lower than this tiger skin. Perhaps I should also improve my living environment. For no reason, Qin Shujian had an idea in his mind. But as soon as it appeared, he suppressed it. Now, it wasn't the time to think about this. Only when he was warm and full could he think about that. Now Qin Shujian felt that he couldn't even eat in peace. How could he have the time to think about other things? After sitting down, Qin Shujian looked at the submissive Niu Feng and asked, "How much do you know about the Chuanyun stronghold and the Mountain of Chaos?" Hearing this, Niu Feng was startled at first, then he immediately replied, replying to Stockade Master, Chuanyun Stockade's strength is about the same as Minute-Gari Mountains. The head of Chuanyun Stockade is called Shu Yuanming. He is also around the 5th stage of the basic realm and specializes in the cloud-piercing sword technique. The strength of the chaotic Gold Mountain is a bit stronger than our two families. Their leader is called Zheng Hong. On the surface, he is an expert of the 5th stage of the basic realm and is skilled in the 100 battle saber technique. However, I have always suspected that Zheng Hong's strength is not that simple. Someone once guessed that he might have already broken through the limits of the 5th stage of the basic realm. Qin Shujian simply asked. Niu Feng immediately sold out the other two clans. Regarding this, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. Although they were all bandits of the Stone Chaos Forest, they had never gotten along well with each other. There would often be friction between the three parties. It was only because they were wary of each other's strength that they did not truly make a move. At this moment, Niu Feng believed that he had joined the Cold Mountain stronghold and had completely left the camp of the Stone Chaos Forest. When he thought of the fact that his Minute-Gari Mountain was gone just like that, he couldn't help but sigh. As for the other two clans, they still wanted to be free and unfettered. His heart was filled with resentment. Niu Feng was very clear. With the unfathomable strength of the Cold Mountain stronghold master in front of him, even Zheng Hong would not be a match for him. As long as the Cold Mountain stronghold intended to make a move against the other two clans, then the Chuan Cloud stronghold and the chaotic Gold Mountain would have absolutely no chance of escaping. Qin Shujian did not bother to guess Niu Feng's thoughts. However, as one of the three bandit clans of the Stone Chaos Forest, it was normal for the Ming'ai Mountain stronghold to have a deep understanding of the other two clans. If we want to make a move, which clan do you think we should start with? As expected. Hearing this, Niu Feng secretly said in his heart. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, it would be better to make a move against the Chuan Cloud stronghold." He quickly adapted to the change in his identity. As he spoke, he consciously took on the identity of a subordinate. Hearing this, Qin Shujian curiously asked, "Why do you say so?" The Chuan Cloud stronghold is the closest to the Ming'ai Mountain stronghold. Moreover, the Chuan Cloud stronghold is relatively weak. It would be easier for us to take down the Chuan Cloud stronghold. Moreover, Shu Yuanming is a meticulous person. If we make a move against the chaotic Gold Mountain first, if he notices something, he may abandon his foundation and retreat in advance. In my opinion, the stronghold master should want to subdue the Chuan Cloud stronghold. If Shu Yuanming leaves, it will not be a good thing for the stronghold master. At this point, Niu Feng said again, on the contrary, Zheng Hong is quite arrogant. Even if we take over the Chuan Cloud stronghold, he may not escape without a fight. Moreover, as long as we are fast enough, the chaotic Gold Mountain stronghold may not be able to get the news. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Niu Feng was indeed the stronghold master of Ming'ai Mountain. His understanding of the other two clans was not comparable to that of the Cold Mountain stronghold. Even if Zheng Fang and the others were to come and investigate, they would not be able to find out such details as the character of a person. Gather the bandits of Ming'ai Mountain and follow me to the Chuan Cloud stronghold. Yes. Niu Feng nodded in response. Then, he immediately passed down the order. This is Ming'ai Mountain. Liu Qinghong looked at the tall mountains and dense forest in front of him. The mission prompt also stopped here. Zhong Quan asked, "Are we going to kill them directly? Be careful. Don't alert too many bandits to avoid being surrounded," Liu Qinghong warned. Then, he took the lead and walked up the mountain along the path. As for the other players, they followed closely behind. Although they did not seem to care about ordinary bandits at first. But when they really arrived at the place, they could not help but feel dignified. There was no other way. This game was too realistic. Looking at the dense forest around them, they were also worried that a few bandits would suddenly jump out from the side. But where are these bandits hiding? After walking for more than 10 minutes, Liu Qingqing was a little impatient. Her baby fat face was puffed up with 2 cheeks. After such a long time, there were only trees and trees. The path in front of them seemed to have no end. Not to mention bandits, there was not even a shadow of a bandit. Silence. Liu Qinghong scolded in a low voice. Liu Qingqing looked at him with grievance but did not complain anymore. Then, Liu Qinghong seemed to feel that something was not right. He whispered to the others, "This place has high mountains and dense forests. We are not familiar with the terrain. It is hard to guarantee that we won't encounter other dangers. This path in front of us has obviously been stepped on for a long time. It should lead directly to the bandit's nest. It won't take too long." After saying that, the team suddenly calmed down. After walking for about 5 minutes, Liu Qinghong and the others stopped. In front of them, a few trees had broken down from the middle. Looking at the traces, it seemed that something had broken them. And beside them, there were scattered and broken sentry buildings. Even if there were no corpses here. But the scene in front of them clearly told them that there had been a battle here. Chapter 41. Could it be that someone was one step ahead of us and killed all the bandits in Mount Minutgari? Chen Wu couldn't believe it. Hearing that, the other people's faces also changed slightly. Thinking about how they hadn't met a single bandit after walking for so long, it didn't make sense. Now that they heard Chen Wu's words, they felt that something was wrong. Liu Qinghong's face darkened as he shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. There shouldn't be such a strong team in the novice village. The team he was in Novice Village 23012, was enough to be ranked in the top 10. Liu Qinghong was at the 4th stage of the martial arts realm and was one of the top players in the novice village. He didn't think that he was the only one who received the mission. But to say that a bandit force was wiped out, Liu Qinghong definitely wouldn't believe it. Something must have happened to the bandits in Mount Minutgari. Let's go forward and take a look. After taking a careful look at the traces around him, Liu Qinghong immediately walked forward. Seeing this, Zhong Quan and the others immediately followed. As for the team, as Chen Wu walked, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the broken tree. The traces that seemed to have been directly broken by violence gave him an illusion of danger. But Liu Qinghong had already made up his mind. The other people in the team didn't say anything. So, he couldn't say too much to avoid making others unhappy. As they went deeper into Mount Minutgari, their faces became more and more serious. If what happened before was just a coincidence. Then along the way, they saw too many traces of fighting. Except for the lack of corpses on the ground, The other buildings and affected trees were severely damaged. As for the reason why there were no corpses, because corpses would be refreshed. Brother Liu, could it be that a player was one step ahead of us and killed all the bandits in Mount Minutgari? Zhongquan couldn't help but have this question in his heart. Or else, it was hard to explain what was happening in front of them. Liu Qinghong's face was ugly and he didn't stop walking. Let's continue. After spending so much time to come to Mount Minutgari, they had to return empty-handed. This was something that he couldn't accept. For the players in the early stages, every minute and second was worth fighting for. Now that they had wasted almost half a day, it was a big loss. Not to mention, in order to deal with the bandits of Mount Mingai, he had paid a heavy price. Zhongquan and the others looked at each other, not daring to say anything. Even Liu Qingqing remained silent at this time. She was also afraid of an angry Liu Qinghong. While walking forward, as Liu Qinghong's expression darkened, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who is it that has the ability to clear the Minutgari Mountain Instance Dungeon? Fu Moyan or Wen Feng? A few names flashed through his mind. These people were the top 10 players in Novice Village 23012. None of them were lower than the 4th stage of the Basic Realm. There were even a few who had stepped into the 5th stage of the Basic Realm. But it didn't make sense. After all, if they wanted to clear the Minutgari Mountain Dungeon, they would need to mobilize a lot of players. If that was really the case, it was impossible for there to be no news at all. With some guesses in mind, Liu Qinghong and the others continued to ascend. The view that was originally blocked by the dense forest suddenly widened. Brother Liu, look. It's the bandits. Zhongquan exclaimed excitedly as he pointed to the front. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to lower his voice. After walking through almost half of Minutgari Mountain, they originally thought that the bandits had all been killed. But now that they suddenly saw the bandits, it was enough to make them excited. It wasn't just Zhongquan. Even Liu Qinghong and the others trembled slightly. Then, they looked in the direction that Zhongquan was pointing to. They couldn't help but smile. But before this smile could fully bloom, it suddenly froze. There were bandits in front of them. But there were too many of them. Liu Qinghong and the others roughly looked over. There were at least 40 to 50 bandits gathered there. 2 of them seemed to be the leaders, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Zhongquan also saw the situation in front of him. The smile on his face gradually froze. These are players. Qin Shujian looked at Liu Qinghong and the others. He was a little confused. He also didn't expect. He had just asked Niu Feng to gather all the bandits in Minutgari Mountain and was preparing to attack Chuanyun village together. But then, a group of players suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Shujian looked at Liu Qinghong and the others. Liu Qinghong and the others were also looking at them. The scene calmed down. Inhumans. An angry voice was heard. Qin Shujian turned his head and saw Niu Feng's angry face. Sensing Qin Shujian's gaze, Niu Feng suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Village master, these inhumans often harass Minutgari Mountain and killed many of our brothers. Since they are here this time, we can't let them go easily." Seeing this, Qin Shujian also came to a realization. Stone Forest was not like Cold Mountain Village. The players didn't have time to show their power before they were wiped out. Now that the players in Stone Forest were developing well, they were a big threat to Niu Feng and the other NPC natives. Or else, Minutgari Mountain, Chuanyun Village, and Mountain of Chaos had the intention to cooperate. But that was before. Now that Minutgari Mountain had merged with Cold Mountain Village, there was no need to cooperate with the other 2 forces. Brother Liu, what should we do now? Chen Wu came to Liu Qinghong and asked in a low voice. If there were fewer bandits in front of them, it would be fine. But there were 40 to 50 bandits and 2 of them looked like bosses. In this way, the difficulty increased by several times. Liu Qinghong secretly took a deep breath and said calmly, "Get ready to retreat." They had to retreat. With so many bandits, they could be wiped out if they were not careful. No one could afford to lose a whole realm. Just as Liu Qinghong and the others were about to find an opportunity to retreat, a series of footsteps came from behind them. Hearing the movement, Liu Qinghong and the others immediately looked back. Fu Moyan. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him with a long sword hanging at his waist, Liu Qinghong's gloomy face eased a little. Then, he looked at the 20 or so players behind Fu Moyan. If it was in the past, Liu Qinghong would definitely not have a good expression when he met Fu Moyan. But in the current situation, the arrival of Fu Moyan and the others gave him a different idea. He noticed others, and others naturally saw him. Fu Moyan smiled and cupped his hands. What a coincidence to meet Brother Liu here. As he spoke, he looked at the bandits of Minute-Gari Mountain, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little serious. Looking at Brother Liu, are you also here for these bandits? Chapter 42. Hearing that, Liu Qinghong nodded and said, Brother Fu's target should also be the bandits of Mingai Mountain. That's right. Although I don't know why these bandits have gathered together, and there are 2 suspected bosses among them, I believe that with Brother Fu's strength, it won't be easy for you to deal with so many monsters. Fu Moyan didn't answer but asked, what is Brother Liu's mission? He asked directly. Fu Moyan didn't believe that Liu Qinghong would bring his team here for no reason. After all, Mingai Mountain wasn't a place to come at any time. If he wanted to level up, there were too many places more suitable than the bandits of Mingai Mountain and the risk was lower. So, the other party must have received some mission to come here. What is your mission? Liu Qinghong asked, tacitly agreeing with Fu Moyan's words. Kill the leader of Mingai Mountain, Niu Feng. My mission is to kill 50 bandits. It seems that our missions don't conflict. Liu Qinghong's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. When it came to the difficulty of the mission, the difficulty of Fu Moyan's mission was undoubtedly higher than his by a level. After all, one only needed to kill 50 bandits and the other needed to kill the bandit boss. And to kill the boss, they had to pass through the ordinary monsters first. Then, Liu Qinghong continued, for some reason, these mountain bandits have gathered together. Moreover, it seems that there are 2 bosses here. Although Brother Fu's team is strong, it should be troublesome for them to face so many mountain bandits. Our missions don't conflict, why don't we work together? You help me kill 50 bandits and I'll help you kill the bandit boss. Okay. The 2 of them reached a consensus in a short time. On the other side, Qin Shujian also saw Fu Moyan's sudden appearance, but it didn't cause too much of a stir in his emotions. More than 10 or 20 players, less than 10 or 20 players. For the current him, these were all unimportant matters. As for Niu Feng, he was about to explode. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan didn't lower their voices at all and Niu Feng heard their words clearly. He was told to kill him in front of his face. This was equivalent to rubbing his face against the ground. Especially with Qin Shujian by his side, Niu Feng felt even more embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't dare to act on his own without orders, he would have ordered the other bandits to capture all of these inhumans. Master, now that Mount Minute-Gari has been incorporated into Cold Mountain Stronghold, these mutants are clearly looking down on you. I am willing to fight and kill all of these mutants. Niu Feng suppressed his anger and lowered his head to Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Go ahead. Yes. After he obtained permission, Niu Feng was instantly overjoyed. Then, he immediately gave the order. Kill all these mutants for me. After saying this, Niu Feng was the first to make his move. His body dashed forward, and the 9-ringed broadsword in his hand slashed down violently. As for the other Mingai Mountain bandits, they all wielded their weapons and charged towards Liu Qinghong and the others. Bang! He unsheathed his sword. Fu Moyan held a green steel longsword in his hand. He swung his sword in a backhand motion and charged forward. Bang! The sword and saber collided, and countless sparks burst out. Fu Moyan only felt a huge force surging from the sword, which made his arm tremble slightly. His body also uncontrollably took a few steps back. As expected of the boss of Mount Minute-Gari, he is indeed powerful. Fu Moyan's expression was solemn. After just one exchange, he roughly knew Niu Feng's strength. However, in the next moment, Niu Feng slashed his broadsword again. The extremely sharp wind made Fu Moyan choose to retreat at the first moment instead of taking it head-on. Fu Moyan retreated. Niu Feng closed in step by step. The 9-ringed broadsword was like a lethal weapon, and the frightening broadsword light made people feel a chill in their hearts. He cultivated the mountain-splitting broadsword technique. It was an extremely strong and ferocious broadsword technique. This broadsword technique was all about momentum. The stronger the momentum, the more terrifying the broadsword would be. Fu Moyan's retreat directly gave Niu Feng the upper hand. Under the full power of the mountain-splitting broadsword technique, Niu Feng didn't have the strength to fight back. He only had the strength to parry. On the other side, the other bandits were also fighting with the players. These players obviously came prepared. Faced with the encirclement of so many bandits, they worked together in an orderly manner. While dealing with the bandits' attacks, they tried their best to kill as many bandits as possible. As for Qin Shujian, he didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. He wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Niu Feng and the others were. Bang! Bang! Broadsword light and sword shadows flew, occasionally accompanied by loud noises. Fu Moyan was forced to retreat, and he was no longer as elegant as before. Liu Qinghong, quickly come and help. At this moment, he didn't care about being polite. After blocking Niu Feng's attack with his sword, he directly shouted, "Coming!" Seeing this, Liu Qinghong directly gave up on killing the bandits and rushed out like an arrow, attacking Niu Feng's back with his palm. Now that there were so many bandits, if Fu Moyan couldn't hold on and the boss who had lost control came over, their originally low chance of winning would become even lower. Therefore, the moment Fu Moyan asked for help, Liu Qinghong directly attacked. Feeling the wind behind him, Niu Feng's body suddenly paused. The broadsword that was attacking Fu Moyan turned around and slashed back. Retreat! Seeing this, Liu Qinghong's body retreated like a willow. The 9-ringed broadsword slashed through the air, and the sharp wind caused his skin to hurt. What a strong boss! Seeing this, Liu Qinghong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why Fu Moyan had to ask for help in such a short time. Just the wind caused by the broadsword was enough to hurt his skin. With such strength, it was definitely not as simple as a normal Stage 5 basic martial realm boss. With Liu Qinghong's help, Fu Moyan finally had the chance to fight. He stabbed forward with his sword, and the sword light was like flowing water, emitting a cold intent. Fu Moyan had paid a hefty price to learn the flowing cloud sword, a mortal grade technique. It was also because of this technique that he was able to secure his position as one of the top players in Novice Village 23012. On the left was Fu Moyan, and on the right was Liu Qinghong. The two of them weren't Niu Feng's match one-on-one, but when they worked together, they were actually on par with Niu Feng. However, whether it was Liu Qinghong or Fu Moyan, they didn't relax at all. Instead, they became more and more serious. A single boss was already this powerful. But there wasn't just one boss here. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but look at Qin Shujian, who was standing there motionlessly. They didn't forget the scene of Niu Feng speaking so humbly just now. That perhaps was the biggest boss of Ming'ai Mountain. Chapter 43. On the field. Both sides were fighting non-stop. Most of the bandits of Mount Ming'ai were only at the first stage of the basic realm. Only their leader was at the third stage of the basic realm. As for the team of players brought by Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan, every player in the team was at least at the third stage of the basic realm. In terms of numbers, when the two teams worked together, the number of players was not much less than the bandits. A sword was pulled out, bringing with it a spray of blood. A bandit fell to the ground. Zhong Quan bent down and searched the bandit's body for a while before finally taking out a wooden token. This was the bandit's identity token. It was also the only proof of completing the mission. Seeing this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to the players, the bandits of Mount Ming'ai were too weak. Only Niu Feng was strong enough to suppress the leaders of the two players. This was only because the other side had surrendered to Mount Liang. They no longer had their original power. Or else, with the support of the forces, Niu Feng's strength would have reached a higher level. Those two players would have been defeated long ago. But because of this, even though Niu Feng had the absolute upper hand in the battle, it was still not easy to kill those two players. As for the other bandits, Qin Shujian sighed and stepped forward. Bang! The ground under his feet cracked. A clear footprint was deeply imprinted in the hard mountain rock. With the imprint as the center, the cracks spread to the surroundings. The next moment, Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly changed. The originally calm aura suddenly exploded. His body broke through layers of air and a series of thunder-like explosions sounded on the ground. Boom! Every player who was swept by this aura had a great change in expression. At this moment, Zhong Quan felt the shadow of death in his heart. Then, a terrifying wind attacked from the side. Then, he was immediately plunged into darkness. What? Seeing this, Chen Wu couldn't help but be horrified. He didn't even see how Qin Shujian attacked. Zhong Quan, who was standing there, turned into white light and disappeared. Dead. A player at the third stage of the basic realm died without even being able to resist. This sudden change. It wasn't just the other players who were shocked. Even Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan were shocked. Originally, they had guessed that Qin Shujian, who was standing there motionlessly, might be the biggest boss of Mount Minute Gari. However, the other party didn't make a move. Although the two of them were worried, they also wanted to take advantage of the other party's carelessness to kill the other boss first. Then, they could focus their firepower on the last boss. But, Niu Feng's strength was too strong, beyond Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan's expectations. Qin Shujian's sudden attack had completely frightened them. He had killed Zhong Quan in one move. This boss's speed and attack power were simply unheard of. It only took a moment. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan looked at each other. Immediately after, Liu Qinghong immediately said, "I'll go and stop that boss." "You stop this one. After the others finish off the remaining bandits, we'll work together to deal with them." "All right." Fu Moyan nodded. After saying this, the two of them retreated at the same time, shouting at the same time, "Retreat." When the other players heard this, they were all startled. As for Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan, they just looked at each other. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. In their hearts, they had the idea of letting the other party buy time and then retreating with them. But what they didn't expect was that, coincidentally, the other party also had the same idea. But before Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan could speak, Niu Feng's fierce attack had already arrived. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to attack again to block Niu Feng's attack. On the other side, Qin Shujian seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The 5 elements 8 trigram steps were like a wonderful brush. The tiger head saber didn't show any signs of being unsheathed. The 7 leaves flower piercing palm directly started a massacre. Those players who were at the 3rd level of the basic martial arts. No matter what kind of cultivation method they practiced or how strong their strength was. In Qin Shujian's eyes, they were just a slightly stronger grasshopper. No matter how strong the grasshopper was. It was just a grasshopper. With just a little bit of strength, it could crush the other party into pieces. In less than 10 seconds, the entire process had been completed. 7 or 8 players had already died. In other words, almost every second, a player turned into white light and disappeared. "Quick! Everyone, let's work together to deal with this boss first. Otherwise, everyone will die." Chen Wuqiang directly left the attack of the bandits beside him and rushed to the side. When the other players heard this, they also came back to their senses. They all gave up fighting with the bandits and gathered together, changing from an offensive to a defensive position. There was no other way. This boss was too strong, and its footwork was too unpredictable. In front of it, they couldn't even fight back and directly went back to revive. "Fu Moyan, if this continues, we will definitely be wiped out. How about you and I work together to leave first?" Liu Qinghong avoided the sharp saber light and shouted as he struck out with his palm. He also saw what happened to the other players. In such a short time, so many players had died. The strength of that boss made Liu Qinghong feel terrified. If this continued, this operation would definitely be a loss. Even their realms would collectively drop by one level. This loss was too great. Liu Qinghong himself couldn't bear it, and he believed that Fu Moyan wouldn't be willing to bear it either. Okay. Fu Moyan also knew that the current situation was critical. He had underestimated the strength of these two bosses, resulting in the current disadvantageous situation. In an instant, the two of them reached a consensus. This time, no one dared to play any tricks. Fu Moyan's body emitted a sharp aura. The green steel sword vaguely emitted a cold light. In an instant, the blade swept past, and there seemed to be a faint sound of waves. Then, Liu Qinghong suddenly struck out with both palms. His palms suddenly turned red, and the whistling wind from his palms swept up a layer of heat waves. Both of them didn't hold back at all. Now, they were all using their trump cards. Facing such a powerful attack, Niu Feng's expression became serious. He held the nine-ringed saber tightly with both hands, and as if it contained the power to cut through mountains, he suddenly slashed forward. Boom! In the midst of the wind, the broken pieces of metal flew everywhere. Niu Feng quickly turned around to defend. As the nine-ringed saber danced, sporadic sparks flew. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan were also hit by the broken pieces. However, they didn't care about their injuries and directly retreated. At the end of the day, Fu Moyan threw the remaining quarter of the green steel sword in his hand toward Qin Shujian on the other side. As for the other players who had joined forces, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. When the broken swords were thrown, they instantly exploded with powerful attacks, scattering the bandits who were surrounding them. Then, they immediately chased after Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan. Everything happened in a flash. From the explosion of Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan, to the throwing of the swords, and finally to the retreat of the other players. The time spent from the beginning to the end was definitely not more than 3 seconds. Chapter 44. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Seeing the broken sword flying towards him, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, roar! An earth-shattering tiger roar resounded through the forest, causing hundreds of birds to fly away in shock. The ferocious aura swept through like a gust of wind and was as cold as winter. Under the impact of this aura, everyone's minds instantly went into a daze. The movements of the players who were fleeing were also forced to stop. Boom! The black tiger roared and the cold blade light exploded. The broken sword was just affected by it and instantly disintegrated into countless pieces. Rumble! At this moment, it was as if the earth was shaking. It was also as if a sleeping tiger had completely awakened and exploded with the aura that belonged to the king of beasts. Shua! Shua! Many players didn't even have time to react before they turned into white light and dissipated. When the blade light disappeared, the cold blade glowed with a strange color under the hot sun. A trench started from the blade and spread into the distance. Gulp! A player's throat moved with difficulty as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The scene in front of them really shocked them. It was just one slash. 2/3 of the players directly went back to revive. The huge gap in strength made even Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan feel despair. They didn't know. This Minghai Mountains bandit boss was so strong. If only they knew. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan definitely wouldn't have led a team to complete a mission so easily. For a boss of this level, they probably needed hundreds and thousands of players to have any hope of defeating it. Ta! Ta! Qin Shujian held the tiger-head blade and slowly walked towards the players who were forced to stop. On the other hand, Niu Feng had already ordered the other bandits to cut off these people's escape route. It could be said that it only took less than 10 seconds. Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, and the others directly fell into a desperate situation. Brother! Qiu Qingqing retreated to Liu Qinghong's side, her face filled with panic. She had no choice. Qin Shujian's aura was too scary. Even if she knew that this was just a game, under this aura, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Liu Qinghong patted the hand holding his shoulder and was about to speak. Wang! The terrifying saber light had already enveloped him. Then, boom! Everyone, including Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan, had completely disappeared, as if they had been completely swallowed by this saber light. Seeing this, Niu Feng gasped in his heart. He had long known how terrifying Qin Shujian was. That was why he had taken the first step to express his allegiance to Qin Shujian before Qin Shujian made his move. He had even handed over Minute Gari Mountain to Qin Shujian. The scene in front of him made him feel that his previous decision was the right one. The strength of the two mutant leaders was not much weaker than him. If it weren't for Qin Shujian's presence, with Minute Gari Shan's previous strength, he might not have been a match for them. However, such a powerful force couldn't even withstand a single blow from their fort master. 2 slashes. Just 2 slashes. Dozens of mutants were annihilated. Even though Niu Feng did not face the terrifying saberlight head-on, he could still feel how terrifying it was. Looking at the scattered items on the ground, Qin Shujian sheathed his saber and withdrew his aura. Clean up the place and collect everything useful. Yes, Fort Master, Niu Feng said respectfully. Then, he immediately ordered the other bandits to pick up the items dropped by the dead players. These players didn't have many items on them. Moreover, it wasn't a 100% drop rate when they died. However, there were always some players who were unlucky. Now that dozens of players had died, there were only a dozen items left on the ground. Most of them were weapons like sabers and swords, which were suitable for the bandits to use. This was because the quality of the sabers in the bandits' hands was extremely poor. However, the quality of the sabers and swords dropped by these players was obviously higher. In this world, who are the players and who are the NPCs? Qin Shujian, who was standing there quietly, had such a question in his heart. When players killed NPCs, NPCs could be revived. When NPCs killed players, players could be revived. Even when killing monsters to level up, it was similar. This made Qin Shujian mistakenly think that his identity was reversed with that of the players. However, this thought had just appeared in his mind when he extinguished it. He was now the fort master of Mount Liang. He was the big boss in the eyes of the players. From the beginning, it was destined that he and the players wouldn't be on the same side. The elite leader of Mount Liang, Wang Taizhu, has advanced to the 5th level of the basic realm due to killing too many players. A system notification attracted Qin Shujian's attention. Ever since he let the bandits of Mount Liang enter the stone forest to kill players, he would occasionally receive system notifications. Either the bandits leveled up or the bandits died. However, Qin Shujian ignored most of these notifications. Only this one. This was the one that attracted his attention. 5th level of the basic realm. Qin Shujian's eyes flashed. The higher the level, the more experience points needed to level up. Even if a normal bandit couldn't see the experience bar, he could still guess from the speed of these people leveling up. However, how long had it been since they entered the stone forest? Half a day. Or 1 day. Wang Taizhu had advanced from the 4th level of the basic realm to the 5th level of the basic realm. This speed was too fast. Could it be kill? Wang Taizhu's body was bathed in blood as he charged forward with a large saber in his hand. He had just broken through to the 5th level of the basic realm, so his aura was like a rainbow. Beside him were a dozen bandits and 20 to 30 players. These bandits from Mount Liang were all at least of the 3rd level of the basic realm. As for the players on the other side, most of them were at the 2nd level of the basic realm, but there were also experts at the 3rd level of the basic realm. However, there were twice as many players as bandits. Therefore, even if there was a gap in strength between the two sides, their numbers made up for it. Damn it, this boss's strength seems to have increased. A player took a hit from Wang Taizhu's saber. His arm hurt from the impact and he coughed up blood as he retreated. Quick, Chen Gong, go and block this boss's attacks. Huang Kuan's face was gloomy, but he still methodically gave out orders. This time, they had only encountered an elite monster in the wilderness. However, when they actually fought it, they discovered that it was actually a mini-boss. Originally, with their team's strength, it would be troublesome to deal with a mini-boss and a dozen normal monsters, but it wasn't completely impossible. However, this boss had suddenly broken through, which put a lot of pressure on them. If they couldn't deal with this boss, if that were the case, they would suffer a huge loss this time. After all, in order to kill Wang Taizhu, Huang Kuan's team had already lost 20 to 30 players. In this game, every time you resurrected, you would lose a level of cultivation. The price of dying once. It was too big. Chapter 45. Huang Kuan commanded the other players to block the boss's attack as he said to a player beside him, "Send a message back immediately and bring people over to kill this boss." "Okay." The player nodded immediately. Bang! The sound of a collision was heard. The player who was blocking the boss's attack had his weapon sent flying from his hand. But when he was about to die, the player beside him immediately came to his rescue. His realm had increased. Wang Taizhu's original injuries had also healed by a lot. In addition, after his realm had increased, his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Although there were many players besieging him, they couldn't do anything to him. However, Wang Taizhu attacked the other players while paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. After a while, 2 of the bandits he brought had been killed. Although they were killed by the Inhumans, bandits wouldn't really die. But the respawn time of 3 days was, in a sense, not a short time. Wang Taizhu always remembered their mission. It was to kill as many Inhumans as possible. If all the bandits were to die here, how many could he kill by himself, no matter how powerful he was with 2 hands and a sword? Suddenly, the power of Wang Taizhu's sword suddenly increased, and there seemed to be a tiger's roar. The sharp sword directly passed through the many players and cut one of them in half. Then, Wang Taizhu took the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Then, he killed a few more players who were fighting with the bandits. Retreat. With the order, the other bandits immediately abandoned their opponents and retreated while fighting. As for Wang Taizhu, he had completely returned to the bandit camp. The sudden change made the other players unable to react in time. But soon, Huang Kuan's exasperated voice directly broke the short silence. "Stop them, don't let them escape. At this moment. If the boss escaped, it would be like using a wicker basket to draw water. As for why a boss would leave for no reason, Huang Kuan didn't have time to think so much. Now, there were already players who went back to call for reinforcements. As long as they could stall for time, the boss would be in the bag. So, no matter what, they couldn't let the duck in their hands escape. Seeing this, Wang Taizhu directly said, "You guys go, I'll cover the rear." The other bandits followed the order and retreated. When some players wanted to chase after them, they were forced back by Da Dao. However, when the players tried to surround him, Wang Taizhu stopped attacking. Instead, he turned around and ran. This was repeated over and over. Not only did they fail to catch up to a single bandit, but they also failed to surround the boss. They even lost a few players. Seeing this, Huang Kuan was about to go crazy. What was this? Was he being kited? Players like them were being kited by a boss. This caught him completely off guard. After all, even if the bosses in the past had some intelligence, they were still much weaker than the players. As long as they used their brains, they would be able to kill them. Huang Kuan wasn't the only one who had never been kited by a boss before. None of the other players had ever encountered such a situation before. For a moment, Huang Kuan was a little uncertain. White light flashed in the resurrection circle. Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, and the others appeared here. Hiss. This is Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan? Who has the ability to kill and resurrect the 2 of them? It can't be. From the looks of it, they were probably wiped out. When the surrounding players saw the 2 of them and the white light that kept appearing, it immediately caused a lot of discussion. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan were considered famous in Novice Village number 23012. After all, there were only a few experts who were above martial arts stage 4. Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan didn't care about the discussion of the surrounding players. At this moment, the 2 of them were shocked by the system's message. You were killed by the Liangshan Stockade Master. Liangshan Stockade Master? Which Liangshan stockade master? The two of them couldn't help but think of the matter that had caused a lot of discussion. On the forum, the news of novice village number 10021 being destroyed by a boss had already spread everywhere. As the first novice village to be destroyed by an NPC, it naturally attracted the attention of all the players. Although Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, and the others didn't look at the forum, the words Liangshan stockade master were very familiar to them. After knowing who killed him, Liu Qinghong's expression became very serious. He looked at Fu Moyan and said, "I didn't expect this boss to go to Ming'ai Mountain. With his terrifying strength, it's no wonder he could reach that step. We can't go to Ming'ai Mountain, but I'm worried that his target this time isn't here, right?" Fu Moyan's expression kept changing. Obviously, the appearance of the Liangshan stockade master shocked him greatly. In particular, that terrifying blade made him tremble. This was the suppression of absolute strength. It had even transformed to another level. Seeing that he had fallen to martial arts stage 4, Fu Moyan also felt a toothache. In order to go from martial arts stage 4 to martial arts stage 5, he had spent 2 full days. But now, 2 days of hard work had been wasted. This had a huge impact on the early stages of the game. Moreover, the players he brought this time had all been revived. This meant that their collective strength had all dropped by 1 level. They had unknowingly pulled apart the gap between them and other players of the same level. It wasn't easy to make up for this gap. After that, Liu Qinghong and Fu Moyan had a simple conversation. Then, they each left with their own thoughts. The matter of the Liangshan stockade master entering Ming'ai Mountain. This wasn't a small matter. If they didn't handle it carefully, they might repeat the mistake of novice village number 10021. Moreover, a big boss that destroyed a novice village. If they could kill it, how many precious items would it drop? Although the two of them knew how terrifying the Liangshan stockade master was, in the depths of their hearts, they still held on to the thought of getting lucky. In a room, Liu Qinghong and more than 10 other players gathered together. However, everyone's complexion didn't look good. Among them, there were even a few people who seemed to be frightened. Liu Qinghong looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "No one is allowed to reveal the matter of the Liangshan stockade master being in Ming'ai Mountain. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The others nodded and said. Then, Zhong Jie asked in confusion, "Brother Liu, do you have any plans?" The Liangshan stockade master was able to destroy novice village number 10021. He is indeed a rare big boss. However, the more powerful a boss is, the more valuable the items it will drop. Speaking up to this point, Liu Qinghong paused for a moment. However, no matter how powerful a boss is, it is only temporary. During this period of time, we will use all our resources to increase our cultivation. Then, we will find an opportunity to kill the Liangshan stockade master. But we are not the only ones who know about the Liangshan stockade master being in Ming'ai Mountain. What if Fu Moyan? Don't worry. Fu Moyan won't say anything. Chapter 46. After waiting for a long time, there was still no news of Wang Tieju's death. Qin Shujian slowly relaxed. It wasn't easy to nurture a 5th stage warrior. For the Cold Mountain village, every new 5th stage of the basic martial realm was indispensable. If a 5th stage of the basic martial realm appeared after much difficulty and was killed by players not long after, falling back to the 4th stage of the basic martial realm, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Then, Qin Shujian glanced at his life source. Originally, he had more than 300 points of life source. Now, he had more than 100 points of life source. But now that most of his techniques had reached an extremely high level, he needed to consume a lot of life source. More than 400 points of life source could only upgrade the 7-leaf piercing flower palm. But upgrading a palm technique wouldn't have much effect on his current strength. As for upgrading the body forging scripture and eternal spring art, this amount of life source wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. And Qin Shujian looked at the Black Tiger Saber technique that had reached the one with the world level. Speaking of which, among so many techniques, he was most interested in the Black Tiger Saber technique right now. The one with the world level of the Black Tiger Saber technique had already allowed him to surpass the original limit of the Black Tiger Saber technique. He could even conjure the shadow of the Black Tiger to fight against the enemy. He had already faintly comprehended something essential. Qin Shujian really wanted to know if there was a whole new level after one with the world. Unfortunately, last time, more than 1,000 points of life source couldn't increase the Black Tiger Saber technique. Now, his life source would jump every 10 seconds. This also meant that the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold were constantly harvesting life source for him. Stronghold Master, everything is done. Niu Feng's words interrupted Qin Shujian's thoughts. When he came back to his senses, all the bandits of Ming'ai Mountain had already gathered. Qin Shujian immediately said, "Leave a few people to guard Ming'ai Mountain. The rest of you, follow me." "Yes." Niu Feng nodded. Finished speaking. He immediately ordered one of the leaders and a dozen bandits to stay. Originally, there were more than 50 bandits in Ming'ai Mountain. But a dozen of them were killed by the players just now. Now, there were less than 40 left. Including the dozen bandits who stayed, there were only about 20 bandits who could really fight. Among them, Niu Feng was at the 5th stage of the basic realm. There was also a 4th stage of the basic realm and 2 3rd stage leaders. The rest were bandits in the 1st stage of the basic martial arts realm and a few in the 2nd stage. Such strength was already very strong. "Go," Qin Shujian ordered. The bandit leader of Mount Minute Gari led the way while Qin Shujian and Niu Feng walked in the middle of the group. There were dozens of people in the group. He walked down Mount Minute Gari. As Niu Feng walked, he said, "Chief, Chuanyun village is about 30 miles away from Ming'ai Mountain. With our speed, we can reach it in less than 2 hours." At this moment, Niu Feng appeared to be very enthusiastic. There was no other way. Seeing that his old rival was about to suffer, it was hard for him not to be happy. Not long ago, when he had witnessed Qin Shujian's strength, Niu Feng already knew. Not to mention Chuanyun village. Even Zheng Hong of the Mountain of Chaos would not be able to escape from this fort master. This kind of strength. It was definitely not as simple as the 6th stage of the basic realm. He might have even reached the 7th or 8th stage of the basic martial realm. The 8th stage of the basic realm. Thinking of this possibility, Niu Feng was really shocked. Looking at the entire Mountain of Chaos, and even the neighboring Immortal Plains and Lion-Tiger Plains, this kind of strength could be called a top existence. There might be a 6th stage expert in the Mountain of Chaos. This was just a matter of probability. But Niu Feng could guarantee that the Mountain of Chaos did not have a 6th stage expert. Or else, with Zheng Hong's means, he would not tolerate Mount Minute Gari and Chuanyun village. Bandits. The reason why they were called bandits was because they were bandits in the forest. Therefore, Chuanyun village was also located on a mountain. Like Mount Minute Gari, Chuanyun village was located on a nameless mountain. It was only because of Chuanyun village's existence that its reputation spread out. You did a good job of greening the area. Looking at the lush forest, Qin Shujian said without any reason. Greening the area? At the side, Niu Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Qin Shujian meant when he suddenly said that. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Nothing. Is this the Chuanyun village's territory? That's right. Niu Feng quickly came back to his senses and nodded. The Chuanyun village is located here. But to enter the village, we need to go up the mountain first. You go up the mountain with me. The rest of you stay at the foot of the mountain. Anyone who goes up or down the mountain without my orders will be killed without mercy. Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly turned cold as he directly ordered. Yes, sir. Niu Feng and the rest heard this and understood. This was clearly to wipe out Chuanyun village in one fell swoop. Immediately after, a few leaders led the other bandits to guard the foot of the mountain, guarding the possible way down the mountain. As for Qin Shujian and Niu Feng, the two of them went up the mountain directly. Chief, if Shu Yuanming refuses to surrender, what should we do? Niu Feng observed Qin Shujian's expression as he walked and asked tentatively. There is no need for Chuanyun village to exist. Qin Shujian paused slightly and turned his head to look at Niu Feng. The indifferent look in his eyes made his heart beat wildly. He did not dare to have any other thoughts. As for Qin Shujian, from the moment he decided to attack the stone forest, he had already decided that this place would be completely under the jurisdiction of Liangshan village. Fortunately, Niu Feng was tactful. Otherwise, Ming'ai Mountain would have ceased to exist. Although, now that it was incorporated into Liangshan village, in a sense, Ming'ai Mountain did not exist anymore. But at least, it was still alive. It was the same for Ming'ai Mountain, Chuanyun village and Mountain of Chaos. Qin Shujian had the same attitude. If Chuanyun village was tactful, then he did not mind absorbing it into Liangshan village and turning it into his own strength. If Chuanyun village refused to surrender, then they could only go down the road of destruction. After knowing that swallowing and absorbing the tokens of other forces could promote their forces, Qin Shujian had made up his mind. Not long after, the sentry post appeared in their sight. A few bandits also noticed the presence of the two of them and immediately intercepted them. This is Chuanyun village. No one is allowed to enter without permission. I am Niu Feng, the leader of Ming'ai Mountain. I want to see Shu Yuanming. After receiving Qin Shujian's signal, Niu Feng took a step forward and his voice was as loud as thunder. In an instant, hundreds of birds flew away. Just as the bandits of Chuanyun village were about to make their next move, a leader of Chuanyun village rushed over from afar. Leader Niu, are you here? Chapter 47. Chuanyun village. In the meeting room, a middle-aged man with an elegant face but a fierce look sat in the main seat. Qin Shujian sat aside with an indifferent expression. Niu Feng, on the other hand, was seated below him. Apart from that, there were two other people sitting in the meeting room. They were both leaders of Chuanyun village. Shu Yuanming in the main seat glanced at Qin Shujian with a slightly dignified expression. Finally, his eyes fell on Niu Feng. Master Niu, what brings you to our Chuanyun village today? After that, his eyes were fixed on Niu Feng. The relationship between Chuanyun village and Ming'ai Mountain was not very good. Now Niu Feng came to Chuanyun village alone with two people. This made Shu Yuanming feel that there was something unusual. After all, if it were him, he would not do such a thing to enter the tiger's den. If he was careless, if they were held back by the other party, they would lose everything. Moreover, Shu Yuanming glanced at Qin Shujian imperceptibly. He did not know this person. But he could come with Niu Feng and it seemed that Niu Feng was respectful to him. This was not simple. Shu Yuanming could not act rashly before he figured out the other party's real intention. Niu Feng smiled faintly and cupped his hands. I dare not call myself master. Now that Ming'ai Mountain has been incorporated into Liangshan village, I am just a pawn. Master Niu, you are serious. Shu Yuanming was shocked and his calm face showed a touch of surprise. His first reaction was, Niu Feng was playing with him. But when he saw the other party's serious and solemn face, Shu Yuanming was not sure. All of a sudden, Liangshan village. Shu Yuanming was shocked in his heart. When Niu Feng mentioned Liangshan village, he vaguely felt that it was familiar. Now was the time to think. He immediately connected it with the letter he received yesterday. The signature of the letter was also Liangshan village. There was no reason. Shu Yuanming was shocked and glanced at Qin Shujian imperceptibly. This is Liangshan village, Qin Shujian, Master Qin. Niu Feng introduced at the right time. Hearing that, Shu Yuanming thought to himself, as expected. Thinking about the contents of the letter, his heart sank. Originally, Shu Yuanming didn't care about the Cold Mountain stronghold at all. However, now that the Ming'ai Mountain stronghold had directly submitted to him, Shu Yuanming felt an immense pressure. I've long heard of Fort Master Qin's great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed impressive. Master Shu, you're too polite. Qin Shujian replied indifferently. Seeing this, Shu Yuanming was even more uncertain. As the saying goes, those who come do not come with good intentions, and those with good intentions do not come. The fact that Minute Gari Mountain had submitted to Cold Mountain Stronghold had already caught him off guard. Now, there was also this inexplicable Cold Mountain Stronghold master, which made him feel even more pressured. Fort Master Qin, Master Shu should know the purpose of my visit this time. As soon as Shu Yuanming spoke, he was interrupted by Qin Shujian. Under the other party's ugly expression, he went straight to the point. Minute Gari Mountain received the letter a day ago, and so did Chuanyun Village. Now that Minute Gari Mountain has chosen to submit, I wonder what Master Shu's choice is? These words directly blocked all the words that Shu Yuanming wanted to say. The atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly became silent. As for the two leaders of Chuanyun Village, they were like invisible people. From the beginning to the end, they didn't say a word. Shu Yuanming secretly clenched his fists, suppressing his anger and saying, Chuanyun Village has never offended Fort Master Qin, nor has it had any interaction with Cold Mountain Stronghold. Today, Fort Master Qin came up the mountain to force us. We are all members of the Lulin Forest. Such a method is unethical. Now that the Inhumans have descended from the sky, the crisis is already in front of us. However, the strength of the stone forest is scattered, so it will definitely not be able to stop the Inhumans' footsteps. It won't be long before the Inhumans rise up. Whether it is Chuanyun Village or Mountain of Chaos, they will all be trampled under their feet. If we want to change this situation, we have to integrate all the strength. In the stone forest, there should only be one voice. Qin Shujian said in a powerful voice. The threat of the players. No one knew it better than him. Undying and indestructible, leveling up quickly. As long as the players were given a bit of time, not to mention Chuanyun Village, even his Cold Mountain Stronghold might not be able to withstand it. There was only one way to resist the players. That was to walk faster than the players. He had to walk at the front and always be ahead above the players. Qin Shujian's words made Shu Yuanming fall silent. He naturally saw the threat of the Inhumans. Or else, he wouldn't have formed an alliance with Mingai Mountain and Mountain of Chaos. However, although he didn't deny the threat of the Inhumans, he still thought that Qin Shujian's words were alarmist. Fort Master Qin's words, I still need to consider it. I wonder if you can give me a few days. Before figuring out Qin Shujian's background, Shu Yuanming wasn't prepared to directly fall out with the other party. However, Shu Yuanming wanted to stall for time, but Qin Shujian didn't have such plans. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately rejected. Chuanyun Village only has 15 minutes. If Master Shu is unwilling after 15 minutes, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Shu Yuanming was so angry that his face turned red. However, when he met Qin Shujian's cold gaze and Niu Feng's covetous gaze, he forcefully suppressed his anger. He wasn't afraid of Niu Feng. Not to mention the difference in strength between him and the other party. This was Chuanyun Village, and the other party couldn't cause any waves. What Shu Yuanming was truly afraid of was this Liang Mountain Fort Master, who he didn't know the depth of. To be able to make someone like Niu Feng submit, the other party's strength couldn't be underestimated. There was a high chance that he was an expert of the 6th stage of the martial arts, or even higher. On the side, Niu Feng also remained silent. However, a strange light flashed across his eyes. He didn't remind Shu Yuanming, and he didn't even say anything extra. If possible, Niu Feng would rather Shu Yuanming reject. This way, Qin Shujian would definitely destroy Chuanyun Village. Then, he would have one less opponent in the future. However, this was just a thought. As for the specifics, it still depended on Shu Yuanming's choice and Qin Shujian's decision. Half a quarter of an hour later, Shu Yuanming's expression changed continuously, and he finally managed to regain his calm. He looked at Qin Shujian and said, I want to know why Fort Master Qin thinks that you can unify the chaotic stone forest. According to what I know, Chaotic Gold Mountain probably has an expert of the 6th stage of the martial arts. In addition, its strength isn't weak. I don't deny Fort Master Qin's strength, but you should know that Chaotic Gold Mountain isn't some soft persimmon. It seems. Master Shu still doesn't have enough confidence in me. Qin Shujian shook his head, as if sighing and helpless. Since Master Shu doesn't have enough confidence, then I'll let Master Shu see where Cold Mountain Fort's confidence comes from. After saying this, boom! A powerful aura suddenly exploded, as if a tiger's roar echoed in the forest. Chapter 48. In an instant, the meeting hall was enveloped by a powerful aura. Niu Feng, who was sitting beside Qin Shujian, was still frightened by the aura even though he wasn't directly facing it. As for the two leaders of Sichuan Cloud Village, their legs and stomachs were shaking. If it weren't for the chair supporting them, they would have already collapsed to the ground. As for Shu Yuanming, at this moment, he felt as if he wasn't facing a person, but a terrifying beast. Under the impact of that terrifying aura, his mind was shaken. Catcher, the chair under him suddenly split open. Shu Yuanming immediately reacted and stood up from his seat. Crash! As soon as he left his seat, the chair fell to the ground. It was also at this moment that the powerful aura disappeared in an instant, causing the rest of the people in the meeting hall to gasp for breath. Shu Yuanming stood there at a loss of what to do. Looking at Qin Shujian, who was sitting steadily on Mount Tai, he didn't know what to say for a moment. At that moment, he even had the illusion that he was facing a great terror. It was as if the other party could easily crush him to death with just a light finger. Master Shu, do you think that the confidence of my Cold Mountain Village is enough? Qin Shujian smiled and said mockingly. Shu Yuanming came back to his senses and forced himself to calm down. Enough. At this point, Shu Yuanming suppressed the fear and restlessness in his heart and said with a face full of reverence, however, there is one thing that I don't understand. May I ask what level Master Qin's strength has reached? It was a fact that the other party was extremely powerful. However, he was even more anxious to know what level Qin Shujian had reached. This curiosity, Shu Yuanming couldn't help it. 9th level of the basic realm. Qin Shujian softly spat out a few words. What? These words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of Shu Yuanming, Niu Feng, and the others. 9th level of the basic realm, whether it was Shu Yuanming or Niu Feng. They had never thought that Qin Shujian would be an expert of the 9th level of the basic realm. In the basic realm, the 5th level was a threshold. Crossing the 5th level and entering the 6th level was a transformation. And after that, every time he improved, there would be a qualitative change. Among the experts that had been born in the stone forest, almost none of them had reached the 9th stage of the basic realm. Even the strongest chaotic gold mountain. Only experts of the 6th stage of the basic martial realm could exist. Even the 7th stage of the basic martial realm was impossible. An expert of the 9th stage of the basic realm. With his own strength, he could wipe out the Minute-Gari Mountain and the Cloud Stronghold in one fell swoop. This was the terrifying aspect of the strong. Niu Feng only suspected that Qin Shujian was an expert in the 8th stage of the basic realm. He never thought that Qin Shujian was not only in the 8th stage of the basic realm, but also in the 9th stage of the basic realm. In the face of Shu Yuanming and the others' shock, Qin Shujian's expression remained indifferent. He naturally had his own plans for revealing his true cultivation base so easily. First, the strength of a 9th stage basic realm cultivator was invincible in the stone forest. Even if Shu Yuanming and the others knew about it, it would not cause any bad consequences. Instead, it would make them even more fearful and not dare to have any bad thoughts. As for the second, Qin Shujian looked at the source of life that was still pulsating. To him, as long as there was enough source of life, the 9th stage of the basic realm and the 10th stage of the basic realm were normal. It was not impossible to surpass the 10th stage of the basic realm. Right now, the source of life had already reached 500. Qin Shujian believed that it would not take long. He would be able to raise his cultivation base to the limit of the basic realm. At that time, Shu Yuanming and the others thought that he was in the 9th stage of the basic realm. This was a normal person. They could never understand the happiness of a cheater. After learning that Qin Shujian was an expert of the 9th stage of the basic realm, Xu Yuanming completely extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart and bowed deeply. Xu Yuanming greets the chief. After that, the system's information was refreshed. Chuanyun Stronghold has merged with the Cold Mountain Stronghold. Because Xu Yuanming voluntarily surrendered, Chuanyun Stronghold automatically merged with the Cold Mountain Stronghold. Due to the lack of promotion requirements, the Cold Mountain Stronghold is still a first-class force. You received 317 taels of silver. You received 300 points of Source of Life. 85 bandits merged with the Cold Mountain Stronghold and their identities automatically changed to bandit. It was similar to Ming'ai Mountain. Xu Yuanming's surrender also meant that Chuanyun Stronghold automatically merged with the Cold Mountain Stronghold. However, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. After merging with Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun Stronghold, the Cold Mountain Stronghold still remained a first-class force and did not become a second-class force. Compared to a second-class force, the difficulty of becoming a first-class force is much higher. The most important thing should be that Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun Stronghold are not strong enough. Qin Shujian secretly guessed. Back then, there was an NPC of the 8th stage of the basic realm in Novice Village number 10021. If there was a difference in experience points between first-class forces, then Novice Village number 10021 would definitely beat Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun Stronghold. After all, the strongest person in these two bandit groups was only at the 5th stage of the basic realm. However, it was not that there was nothing to be happy about. The 300 taels of silver could be considered the assets of the Chuanyun Stronghold. Qin Shujian only glanced at it and directly moved it away. What he really cared about was the extra 300 points of Source of Life. And 85 bandits. No. It should be called bandits now. Because this trip to the Chuanyun Stronghold was almost effortless, the strength of the Chuanyun Stronghold was almost perfectly preserved. 85 bandits plus the 50 bandits from Ming'ai Mountain. The two added together would be 130 to 40 bandits. Before this, the number of bandits in the entire Cold Mountain Stronghold was about this number. In other words, in this short period of time, the number of bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold doubled again. And with the addition of 2 more experts of the 5th stage of the basic realm and the leaders of the 2 forces, the strength of the Cold Mountain Stronghold increased by more than that. Looking at Xu Yuanming, who bowed deeply, Qin Shujian lifted him up with both hands and said with a smile, "From today onwards, you are the elite leader of the Cold Mountain Stronghold." "Thank you, leader." Xu Yuanming, who had just straightened up, bowed again and thanked him. This time, Qin Shujian did not help him up again. Instead, he calmly accepted it. On the other side, Niu Feng was expressionless. The expected scene of the two sides fighting and Xu Yuanming being beaten to death by the angry Qin Shujian did not happen. He despised Xu Yuanming for being so greedy for life and afraid of death. As one of the forces of the Stone Forest, Niu Feng suddenly felt ashamed to be associated with him. He, Niu Feng, was not afraid of power. For this reason, he paid the price of the lives of dozens of his brothers. In the end, he had no choice but to submit to him in order to preserve the inheritance of Ming'ai Mountain. One had to submit for the sake of the lives of his brothers after resisting. The other did not even dare to fight. He was greedy for life and afraid of death and bowed his head. With such a comparison, Niu Feng looked at Xu Yuanming with a sense of superiority. Chapter 49. Conquering Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun Village was almost done without shedding blood. Although there were some troubles in Ming'ai Mountain, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Qin Shujian deeply realized that this was the benefit of strength. His previous life was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, but there were still restrictions. But here, strength was everything. If he wasn't strong enough, he could sweep through the stone forest. How could bandit leaders like Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming bow their heads to him? After conquering Chuanyun Village, Liangshan Village's strength increased greatly. It was still the same meeting room. But Xu Yuanming, who was supposed to be sitting in the main seat, was now sitting in the lower seat. As for the one sitting in the main seat, it was naturally Master Qin. If Master Qin is planning to attack Liangshan village, I have a lot of information, Xu Yuanming said as soon as he sat down. Since he had already submitted to Liangshan village, he quickly changed his identity. So, when he knew that Qin Shujian wanted to unify the stone forest, he immediately came out to show his strength, so that he could be more important to Qin Shujian in the future. Niu Feng sneered, with Master Qin's strength, what can a mere Liangshan village do? Even if Zheng Hong broke through to the 6th level of the martial arts realm, he will still die. Why would he need any information from you? Xu Yuanming was slightly angry. When he was about to respond, he heard a shout. Enough! Qin Shujian's eyes were slightly cold. When he glanced at them, the two immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a tone that allowed no refusal, Liangshan village is the only place left in the stone forest. Even if Liangshan village also has experts of the 9th level of the martial arts realm, they can't escape from my hands. Chuanyun village, leave some people to guard. Xu Yuanming, take some people and go to Liangshan village with me. Yes, master. Xu Yuanming didn't dare to refuse and nodded. Seeing this, Qin Shujian directly stood up and left the meeting room. On the other side, Xu Yuanming also began to gather people. After making the corresponding arrangements, he took some of the bandits from Chuanyun village and followed Qin Shujian to Liangshan village. But just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they met the bandits of Ming'ai Mountain. Seeing this scene, Xu Yuanming's heart again. He already understood that Qin Shujian had long had the idea of completely destroying Chuanyun village. These bandits guarding the foot of Chuanyun village's mountain were there to prevent the people of Chuanyun village from escaping. They had set up this method of extermination. It was also fortunate that he had submitted early. Or else, after today, Liangshan village would definitely be completely. The bandits of Mount Minute Gari and Chuanyun stockade led the way while Qin Shujian, Niu Feng, and Xu Yuanming walked in the middle. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Shujian also took a look at the attributes of his new elite leader. Name, Xu Yuanming. Identity status, leader affiliation, Liangshan village. Realm level faction level 1 cultivation method, flowing water strength, perfection, cloud piercing sword technique, perfection, falling flower palm technique, advanced, same as Niu Feng. Xu Yuanming had also cultivated his main cultivation technique to the point of perfection. The reason why he was stuck at the 5th level of the martial arts realm was because he couldn't advance any further. There was no way forward. Experts of this level. Qin Shujian believed that as long as there was a follow-up cultivation method, these people would definitely break through to the 6th level of the martial arts realm. This meant that, as long as there was a follow-up cultivation method, Liangshan village would immediately have a few more experts of the 6th level of the martial arts realm. And compared to Niu Feng, Xu Yuanming's panel was a little better. Damn, what is this? Look at those three. Are they boss? A group of players saw the group of bandits from afar. They couldn't help but stare. Especially Qin Shujian and the other two, who were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They directly attracted their attention. The scene in front of them. The players who saw it couldn't help but think of the boss with a group of minions. After the shock, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. A tall and thin player licked his lips and smacked his lips. He said to the person next to him, of those three monsters, at least one is a boss. Maybe all three are boss. If we can kill them, we'll be rich. Hearing this, the player next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not to mention those three boss, just those 60 to 70 monsters are enough to swallow us whole. Kill the boss. How? Kill them with their heads. Just by looking at those monsters, every one of them carrying shiny weapons and looking ferocious, they knew that they weren't easy targets. If they really rushed up, the probability of them being killed by the monsters was 100%. Hearing this, the tall and thin player's face was full of resentment. Indeed. There were so many monsters. Not to mention them, even other top player groups wouldn't be able to kill them all. So the tall and thin player immediately dismissed the idea in his heart. He only stood in the distance and watched the bandits pass by. However, they discovered the bandit group. Qin Shujian, who was in the middle of the group, naturally also discovered their existence. Players. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. It wasn't rare to encounter players in the wild. However, who asked him to be a big boss in the eyes of the players now? If a boss turned a blind eye to the players, it wouldn't be right. Send people to kill all the players you meet on the way. Qin Shujian's faint voice rang in Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming's ears. Hearing this, Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming were stunned at first. But they quickly reacted. Looking at the players retreating along the way, cold murderous intent burst out from their eyes. Subsequently, they saw that the bandit group suddenly split up and killed the other players. Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming, in order to show off, even personally attacked. Damn, the players who were originally hiding in the distance and watching could not help but swear when they saw this. Were the monsters nowadays so arrogant? They hadn't even thought of killing the other party, and the other party dared to attack them. With the bad temper of the players, this kind of situation was definitely unbearable. But just as the other players were about to retaliate, bang! Niu Feng directly killed a player who was at the second level of the martial arts level with one slash. Then, the blade viciously slapped another player's face, directly tilting his head. His entire body directly turned into white light and dissipated. This scene. It directly made the other players' hearts tremble. They originally wanted to attack, but they forced themselves to stop. When they saw the bandits charging towards them and Niu Feng's intimidating aura, as well as his terrifying gaze, these players were even more terrified. There was no way to fight. The boss's damage was too strong and there were so many small monsters assisting from the side. With these scattered players, they were no match at all. Therefore, these players finally chose to retreat when they knew that it was impossible. Chapter 50. When Niu Feng and the others returned to the team, Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. This wave. Another small amount of life force entered his account. Although it was only a small amount, it was still meat. He understood the principle of many little things making a mickle. And as time passed, his life force continued to jump. Originally, after conquering Chuanyun village, his life force had increased by 300 points. Adding to the original foundation and the subsequent increases, his life force was now close to 1,000 points. Close to 1,000 points of life force. Other than the body forging scripture and black tiger saber technique that couldn't be improved. The other techniques all had a plus sign behind them. However, Qin Shujian only glanced at it briefly before skipping over it. It was different from last time. This time, his life force had reached this value. He had a premonition. That was, he wasn't far from gathering enough life force to improve his body forging scripture again. Body forging scripture level 10. It corresponded to the martial arts level 10. And when he reached the martial arts level 10, it meant that he would truly reach the peak of the basic martial arts level. When that time came, his strength would probably undergo another transformation. Soon. Looking at the jumping life force, Qin Shujian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Immediately after, the bandit team continued to move towards the mountain of chaos. But it was different from the beginning. Every player they met along the way was attacked by the bandits. With a large number of bandits and the two bosses, Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming, who were at the martial arts level 5, there weren't many players who could escape the misfortune. For a time, the number of players who died skyrocketed. Novice Village 23012. The white light of resurrection flashed from time to time. Many players showed a dark and angry face after they resurrected. I've been playing games for so long and this is the first time I've been chased by small monsters. I'll remember this. Damn it, go back and call our brothers. Let's wipe out those damn bandits. Some players shouted angrily. There were also players who looked at the system information with a strange expression. The ones who killed me seemed to be bandits from a place called Liangshan village. Me too. I was also killed by those damn bandits from Liangshan village. As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted a lot of responses. I was just passing by from afar and accidentally bumped into them. They immediately chased after me and hacked at me. The boss in the middle is definitely the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, an ordinary-looking player said indignantly. However, when he finished speaking, the scene strangely calmed down. That sentence echoed in everyone's mind. The master of the Cold Mountain Stronghold? Mount Liang, Fort Master. F***CK. The players who came to their senses immediately jumped up. That's the Cold Mountain Fort's Fort Master's Cold Mountain Fort, the one that destroyed 10021 Beginner Village. Is this damned boss targeting our Beginner Village 23012? Hiss. Liang Mountain Fort Master. Many players sucked in a breath of cold air. Which boss was the most famous in the game? If that was the case, then it would definitely be the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold. The Langshan Village's camp master might not be the strongest boss that players had ever encountered, but he was definitely the most famous and the most savage boss. The tens of thousands of players in the Beginner Village 10021 were unable to do anything in front of this boss. They could only look on helplessly as the boss devoured the entire Beginner Village. When this video was circulated, other players mocked the incompetence of the players from the Beginner Village 10021. However, deep in their hearts, they also labeled the Langshan Village's camp master as a boss that could not be defeated. If they were the players from the Beginner Village 10021, when they encountered this boss, it would be very difficult for them to do anything. However, the Langshan Village's camp master had caused quite a stir. However, in the game, things were happening all the time. No one would deliberately remember the boss of a beginner village, even if this boss had once destroyed an entire beginner village. Therefore, when they encountered the bandits, no one immediately connected it to the Langshan Village's camp master. However, after being reminded by others, they finally recalled their dusty memories. After a simple commotion, these players quickly calmed down. They could not deny the strength of the Langshan Village's camp master. However, the growth of players was very fast. The strength of the current players was several levels higher than before. Most of the players had reached the first stage of the basic martial realm. There were even quite a few of them who had reached the second and third stage of the basic martial realm. There were even some players who had reached a higher stage. When these players thought of this, they felt relieved. I did not expect that the Langshan Village's camp master would wander around so quickly after destroying the beginner village 10021. If his target was not our beginner village, then so be it. If it was our beginner village, then we can kill him in one go. That way, we will become famous. That's right. No matter how powerful the boss of a beginner village is, it is only at the level of a beginner village. With the strength of the current players, what can a mere boss do? If we can kill him, what kind of treasure will he drop? In an instant, the players began to discuss intensely. Everyone was in high spirits. Their faces were filled with excitement. Among the crowd, a portion of the players had already turned around and left. Most of these people belonged to a certain team or a certain power. They needed to quickly return and report the appearance of the Langshan Village's camp master. After all, if someone else beat them to it and killed the boss first, then their losses would be huge. As the first boss to destroy a beginner village. As long as they killed him, it did not matter if he would drop treasures or not. But at least, the players who participated in this battle would become famous in the game. In life, most people only cared about fame and fortune. In front of these two things, very few people could remain indifferent. At the same time, Liu Qinghong and the others also received the news immediately. Now that everyone knows about the Langshan Village's camp master, things are a little troublesome. In the room, Liu Qinghong's expression did not look good. He originally wanted to increase the strength of his team in a short period of time, then kill the boss in one go. After that, he would release the video. But now, the situation had clearly exceeded his expectations. Liu Qinghong did not expect. Why would a boss wander around aimlessly instead of staying in his own territory? It was one thing for him to wander around, but he was also so brazen. Now, all the players knew that the Langshan village's campmaster had appeared in the area. That way, it would definitely attract the attention of the other players, and his plan would be ruined. Zhongquan said in a deep voice, "Brother Liu, now that the matter of the Langshan village's campmaster can no longer be hidden, should we be one step ahead of the others and kill that boss?" "No." Liu Qinghong shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Our strength is still lacking if we want to kill that boss alone. Moreover, the other players will not give us the chance. Now, there is only one way." "Brother Liu, what do you mean?" Zhongquan asked tentatively. The others also looked at Liu Qinghong, waiting for him to continue. "Let's work together with Fu Moyan and the others." Chapter 51. Along the way, they killed all the players they encountered. Looking at the increasing number of players, Xu Yuanming and Niu Feng finally felt the pressure. These Inhumans. The more they killed, the more there were. "Master, these Inhumans seem to want to attack us. What should we do?" Xu Yuanming looked at the increasing number of players not far away. His expression became serious. Although Inhumans were not strong, but if they were surrounded by an endless number of Inhumans, even he could only temporarily avoid the danger. This was also the reason why several forces wanted to cooperate. "Don't worry about it. If there are Inhumans gathering, just send people to kill them." Qin Shujian naturally saw the changes in the players. But as the saying goes, the skilled are bold. With his current strength, before the players developed, it was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to him. On the contrary, he was more willing to let these players act like moths to a flame. After all, every time he revived, he would drop a level. This was also a disguised way to weaken the players. When the Cold Mountain stronghold truly attacked the players in Stone Forest in the future, it would reduce some resistance. On the other side, after the news of the Cold Mountain stronghold master spread, many players had already found the traces of the bandit team. It could not be helped. With such a large team, they were too big of a target. In addition, there were so many players that almost covered the entire Stone Forest. It was not easy to hide from the eyes and ears of these people. In addition, Qin Shujian did not even think about hiding. Instead, he swaggered out and slaughtered the players without restraint. His target was even more obvious. "That's the Cold Mountain stronghold master." A player stood in the distance and looked at the bandit team that was moving forward. Qin Shujian walked in the team like a dragon and tiger. He immediately recognized the other party's identity. After all, the video of the Novice Village 10021 was posted on the forum. The appearance of the Cold Mountain stronghold master was not a secret. It was just that no one remembered it. But now that the Cold Mountain stronghold master had appeared, many people went to the forum to watch the video. They now had a deep understanding of this boss. However, other than Qin Shujian, who attracted the most attention, Xu Yuanming and Niu Feng, who stood beside Qin Shujian, also attracted a lot of attention. This looks like the Mountain Mingai's bandit boss, right?" A player said uncertainly. "That seems to be the case. Isn't that the mountain bandit boss of Sichuan Cloud Stockade? It's him. I've seen him once." Hiss. Could it be that this Liang Mountain stronghold master has even subdued Chuanyun stronghold and Minute Gari Mountain? Many players sucked in a breath of cold air. As one of the major bandit forces in the Stone Forest, Mount Minute Gari and Chuanyun village were the dungeons that these players wanted to clear. However, not only were the bosses in these places powerful, but they also had a lot of underlings. With the current strength of the players, it would be very difficult for a single party to conquer such a dungeon. However, many of them had fought Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming before, so they were very familiar with these two bandit bosses. The Cold Mountain stronghold master was already troublesome enough. Now, there were two more bandit bosses. This made the players feel even more troublesome. "I heard that Liu Qinghong and the other top teams have already joined forces and are preparing to ambush the Liang Mountain stronghold master. With their strength, if they really joined forces, these bosses might not be a match for them. The leader of a small team shook his head and muttered to himself. These top teams were basically made up of players in the third stage of the basic martial realm. There were even players in the fourth and fifth stages of the basic martial realm. When combined, they numbered in the hundreds and thousands. This was because the player forces did not trust each other, so they were unable to truly unite. Or else, the bosses in the stone forest had already been wiped out. Now, because of the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master's name, these forces had truly joined forces for the first time. The players who had gathered along the way, they were not here to ambush the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master. Instead, they had heard that these top teams had joined forces and wanted to fish in troubled waters. They wanted to see if they could find an opportunity to obtain some benefits. However, not all players were able to watch. While these players were idly following the bandits, Qin Shujian also gave the order for Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming to lead the bandits in a charge. As for him, from start to finish, he remained in the middle of the army and did not move. The speed of the bandits' advance did not slow down in the slightest. With two bosses in the fifth stage of the basic martial realm leading the charge, there was almost no one who could contend against them. Either they retreated in time, or they all died under the blades of the bandits. The level of the players in the stone forest was generally higher than the players in the Liang Mountain area. Because of this, as they continuously slaughtered the players, many bandits broke through their original realm and reached a whole new level. The only regret was, because of the shackles of the cultivation method, Xu Yuanming and Niu Feng had killed many players. There were even quite a few who were in the third stage of the basic martial realm. However, they were still unable to break through their limits and reach the sixth stage of the basic martial realm. For this, Qin Shujian also had no other choice. Because the cultivation methods they cultivated were different. He mainly cultivated the body tempering scripture, but Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming did not. Currently, the only two cultivation methods that could break through their shackles were the body tempering scripture and the eternal spring art. Among them, the body tempering scripture was the most perfect. Unfortunately, if he wanted to teach the two of them the body tempering scripture, but the two cultivation methods were different, it would take a certain amount of time to change the cultivation methods. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian did not take this opportunity to teach them the cultivation methods after the fifth stage of the body tempering scripture to help them reach the sixth stage of the basic martial realm. Even Zheng Fang, after obtaining the first 8 stages of the body tempering scripture, he was still in the transformation stage. However, as an expert of the fifth stage of the basic martial realm, it was not too difficult to cultivate another cultivation method to the same level as one's own cultivation method. Even so, however, when bandits advanced, there were also bandits who died. Compared to the bandits who died, there were obviously more bandits who advanced. Thus, the strength of the group did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Training the troops. This was a sudden thought that came to Qin Shujian. Compared to the local bandits of the Liang Mountain Stronghold, the new bandits of the Minghai Mountain and Chuanyun Stronghold were obviously not strong enough. Most of them were only around the first stage of the basic martial realm. If they wanted to advance to the same level as the bandits of the Liang Mountain Stronghold, there was still a certain distance to go. And with the special effect of a first-class faction, the death of bandits below the third stage of the basic martial realm would not cause their cultivation to drop. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian ordered Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming to lead the bandits to kill the players along the way. If he did this, not only would he be able to harvest the source of life, he would also be able to raise the cultivation methods of a portion of the bandits. This was a win-win situation. Qin Shujian naturally had no reason to refuse. Chapter 52. 1200 points. Looking at the pulsating life force, Qin Shujian sighed. He had more and more people under him. The life force provided to him was getting faster and faster. When he took over Chuanyun village, he only had about 900 points of life force. Now, in half a day, it had become 1200 points. What made Qin Shujian feel regretful was that 1200 points of life force was still not enough to deduce the 10th level of the body forging scripture. But he was not in a hurry. At this speed, in half a day, he should be able to gather enough life force to deduce the 10th level of the body forging scripture. As the bandits killed more and more people, it gradually aroused the anger of the other players. It was mainly because there were too many players gathered. After having a certain advantage in numbers, even the most cowardly people would have a certain amount of confidence. When the players had confidence, naturally, there would be resistance. Bang! A huge sound was heard. A 9-ringed broadsword cleaved the two players to death, and the remaining force did not stop as it landed on a large boulder, directly shattering it. But the two players died. Then, more than a dozen players swarmed forward. Kill. Niu Feng stood with his broadsword, his powerful aura was like a rainbow. The next moment, the mountain-splitting broadsword technique was fully displayed. The 5th level of the basic realm, together with the mountain-splitting broadsword technique, which was known for its ferocity, allowed Niu Feng to display 120% of his strength. First, there were hundreds of players. Then, there were hundreds and thousands of players. The number of players increased, and the speed of the team became as slow as a turtle. All the bandits were fighting with the players. But no matter how fierce the battle was, no player was able to get past the bandits and reach Qin Shujian. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Qin Shujian slightly tilted his head, and an arrow flew past the corner of his eye. Then, as if he had moved later, he caught the arrow with his palm, and the speed of the team suddenly slowed down. In the distance, a player holding a big bow with an arrow on his back showed regret in his eyes. Then, Qin Shujian's palm swung hard, and the arrow was immediately released from the grip of his palm and reflected back the way it came. His speed was even faster than when he came. The bow-wielding player only saw the darkness in his eyes gradually expand. He didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his throat. He turned into white light and dissipated. A large bow fell to the ground. As expected of the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold. His strength is astonishing. When Liu Qinghong saw this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. It was that archer player. He was an expert in the 4th stage of the basic realm, close to the 5th stage of the basic realm. Her archery had reached a godly level. Under a sneak attack, she could easily kill an expert of the 5th level of the martial realm. But now, not only did his sneak attack fail to injure Mount Liang's camp master, but he was also killed by the enemy's arrow. Such a difference in strength would cause ordinary players to feel despair. It's true that Mount Liang's fort master is strong. However, no matter how strong a boss is, it's still just a target for us players to loot. This time, it's time for our novice village number 23012 to become famous. A young woman with short hair that reached her ears, dressed in a tight suit, and looking valiant and formidable, stepped forward. Looking at the boss in the distance, her eyes were burning with passion. Behind them, a large group of players appeared one after another. Among them was Fu Moyan. "Yang Yu, don't be careless." Fu Moyan timely reminded her. It's just a boss. This time, with so many of us here, he's dead for sure." Before the short-haired woman, Yang Yu, could say anything, another calm voice sounded. Fu Moyan looked toward the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a square face. He couldn't help but frown. Li Zhongwen. He was one of the top 3 experts in novice village number 23012. He had also formed a powerful team himself. The archer who was instantly killed by Mount Liang's camp master was a capable member of the opposing team. At this moment, Li Zhongwen's square face faintly contained anger. After all, his men had died as soon as they appeared. At the same time, he felt a sense of loss and pain. Every time he died, he would drop by 1 stage. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation level. At this moment, in Li Zhongwen's eyes, Qin Shujian was already a target that must be killed. Even before this, they had already prepared to kill him. Looking at the large group of players gathered in front of him, Qin Shujian roughly glanced at them. There were at least a few hundred people. Among these people, he saw a few familiar faces. These people. They were the ones he had met on Mount Minutgari. Ambush. This phrase appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. He immediately shook his head and laughed. He couldn't deny that these players were getting stronger and stronger. But if they thought that they could surround and kill him with their numbers, they would be underestimating him too much. These people should be the top players in the stone forest. If I kill all of them, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, the strength of the players will be at a low point. It's good that they're all gathered together. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Qin Shujian's eyes gradually turned cold. He clasped his hands behind his back and faced the players in front of him. At the same time, he also glanced at his source of life. 1,613 points. More than 1,600 points of life. There was finally a plus sign behind the body forging scripture that could be deduced. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian directly clicked on the plus sign. In an instant, his source of life sharply decreased by 1,400 points. The 9th level of the body forging scripture changed and finally transformed into the 10th level of the body forging scripture. Buzz. Qin Shujian took a step forward. A heavy aura was emitted along with it. His body seemed to be undergoing an inexplicable transformation. The 2nd step. His blood and qi were boiling. The 3rd step. His flesh and blood were trembling. The 4th step, the 5th step, until the final 9th step. Qin Shujian's whole person seemed to have completely completed a transformation. The aura that was exerted to the extreme. However, it suddenly retracted and disappeared as if it had never appeared. At this time, Qin Shujian was less than 2 feet away from the players' camp. I know you want to kill me. Now I'm standing in front of you. If you want to do it, just do it. If you miss this time, you won't have the next chance. The calm words contained an inexplicable pressure. Liu Qinghong and the others looked at the boss in front of them. Suddenly, they felt a huge pressure from the other party. It was their first time directly facing a boss face to face. It was also their first time. There was a boss standing in front of them so openly. After a short period of shock, there was a surge of anger in their hearts. Contempt. This was contempt that didn't put them in his eyes at all. No matter how extraordinary the boss in front of him was, Li Zongwen couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He directly waved his hand and shouted, close combat, attack, close combat, and long-range attackers, pay attention to your position. Everyone, go. Chapter 53. Following Li Zongwen's decision, Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, and the others did not object. They immediately commanded their respective teams to attack. The players who practiced the parallel training technique were basically the people that these teams had trained with all their strength. After all, if they wanted to fight the boss, they had to be able to withstand the boss's attacks. If they could not even pass this stage, then there was no need to talk about anything else. This time, in order to deal with the Liang Mountain Fort Master, each team had brought their top parallel training players. Every one of them. They were at least experts of the 4th stage of the martial arts realm. There were even 2 players of the 5th stage of the martial arts realm. These 2 were the leaders of their respective teams. They were also the top 10 experts in Novice Village 23012. Suddenly, more than 10 players stepped out of the crowd and directly attacked Qin Shujian. At the same time, whoosh, 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 the sound of air being pierced could be heard. Arrows as fast as meteors passed through the gaps in the crowd. Their target was Qin Shujian, who was standing in the same place. At the same time, the other players spread out and attacked Qin Shujian from the back. In just a moment, these players had set up a killing trap. Boom! Qin Shujian's motionless body suddenly exploded, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. A silent aura surged out in an instant, as if a terrifying beast had awakened. One punch. The air was bombarded with a loud explosion. A powerful gale swept forward in an arc with his fist as the starting point. Under the impact of the strong wind, The arrows that pierced through the air were instantly swept away and fell to the ground. The parallel training players who faced this punch felt that they could not breathe properly. They wanted to dodge this terrifying punch, but they found that they were already blocked by the wind. There was no way to advance or retreat. Ah! Xingjiao roared angrily. The strength of the fifth stage of the martial arts realm was fully released. He held a pure iron shield with both hands and slammed it forward. It landed heavily on the ground. Ever since he entered the game, Xingjiao had completed a hidden mission and obtained a powerful endurance training technique. It was also because of this parallel training technique that he was able to lead the team to defeat the boss successfully. He directly rose to the top 10 of Novice Village 23012. Ever since he started practicing this parallel training technique, only two people, or rather, two bosses, made Xingjiao feel a great threat. One was the boss of the mountain Ming'ai Mountain. At that time, he had not cultivated that technique to perfection. So in front of Niu Feng's mountain-splitting blade technique, he could only be defeated. But this time, Xingjiao, on the other hand, had already cultivated the physique training technique to the perfection stage. He was confident that he could definitely block the fatal attack of the boss of the mountain Ming'ai Mountain. Like now, the iron shield in his hand. He was confident that he could block the punch which was a great threat to him. Bronze wall and iron shield. Immovable as a mountain. Boom. A bronze-colored fist directly imprinted on the iron shield. The terrifying break the shield too. Xingjiao raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back uncontrollably. At Chen, he finally to be confused, to be seen, to be seen, to be confused to. The white light dissipated, leaving only fragments of the iron shield on the ground. What? This scene made the hearts of Liu Qinghong and the others tremble. They even paused their attack. He was killed instantly. Xingjiao, a top 10 expert who specialized in parallel training technique and was known for his unparalleled defense, was killed instantly by the opponent. One had to know. Xingjiao, who was in the 5th stage of the basic martial realm, together with the iron shield. Based on their estimations, even a 7th stage of the basic martial realm might be able to block it, let alone a 6th stage of the basic martial realm. But he was killed instantly in one move. Liu Qinghong and the others could guarantee that even a boss in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm would not be able to do that. Liang Mountain Fort Master. In their information, he was only in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm. However, Xingjiao had indeed been killed by a single punch from his opponent. This meant that the opponent was definitely not in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm. 9th stage of the basic martial realm. He might even be in the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Thinking of this possibility, Liu Qinghong and the others' faces turned even uglier. Towards the end, the difference between each level was huge. According to their estimations, it should not be a problem to deal with the Liang Mountain Fort Master, who was in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm. But if he was in the 9th stage of the basic martial realm, or even the 10th stage of the basic martial realm, it would be a problem. However, Liu Qinghong and the others were stunned. But this did not mean that Qin Shujian would stand there and wait for them. After killing Xingjiao with one punch, his hand was already holding the hilt of the saber on his back. Clang! The tiger head saber was unsheathed. In the next instant, roar! A tiger roar shook the heavens and the earth, instantly shaking the area within 100 miles. The parallel training players were shocked by the tiger roar and immediately fell into a daze. The cold saber light tore through the layers of air resistance and landed on their bodies. In an instant, a white light flashed. More than 10 players were killed by this saber and returned to the resurrection point. Kill. Qin Shujian's killing intent rose crazily. After killing more than 10 players with one saber, he raised his saber and charged into the crowd of players, starting a bloody massacre. The 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Together with the Black Tiger saber technique of union of heaven and man. At this moment, Qin Shujian was like a ferocious beast in human form, wantonly slaughtering many players. It did not matter if they were in the 4th or 5th stage of the basic martial realm. In front of the current Qin Shujian, they were pitifully weak. They were all trash that could be killed with one saber strike. The sudden change caused Liu Qinghong and the others' expressions to change greatly. Quick, spread out and retreat. Melee players, move around and pin down the boss. Long-range players, shoot with all your might. Don't worry about running out of arrows. In an instant, the dense crowd of players immediately scattered and retreated. The bow-wielding players chose their positions and narked their arrows as they shot at Qin Shujian. Swish, swish. A dense rain of arrows poured down. Those players who were moving around to pin down the boss seemed to have received some kind of signal. They immediately chose to retreat and get out of the range of the rain of arrows. Roar. The shadow of a black tiger appeared in the air. The terrifying tiger's roar was like a mighty sound wave. A subtle aura instantly spread out from Qin Shujian's body. When the dense rain of arrows came within one zhong of his body, it seemed as if they had encountered an insurmountable barrier, and all of them fell to the ground. However, this barrier did not last long and was directly broken through by the rain of arrows. Those sharp arrows bombarded Qin Shujian's body, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Accompanied by a little bit of sparks, it did not break his skin at all. Immediately after, they saw Qin Shujian ignore the rain of arrows and burst out a biting cold saber light, rushing toward the retreating melee players. No one expected Qin Shujian's strength to be so strong that he could even directly ignore the arrows that were enough to kill the 5th stage of the basic martial realm and directly launch a fierce attack against the rain of arrows. When they finally reacted, the biting cold saber light was already close at hand. Chapter 54. It was as if Qin Shujian was in a no-man's land. He wantonly shuttled through the players and killed them one by one. No matter how many players there were. However, in front of him, it was completely useless. When Qin Shujian's gaze landed on a certain spot, Liu Qinghong's hair stood on end. The next moment, he frantically retreated without hesitation. Retreat. This was the first reaction in Liu Qinghong's mind. Even Xing Jiao couldn't take a punch from this boss. Among the many players, no one could take a hit from him. Even though Liu Qinghong knew that he wasn't weak, he still didn't have the confidence to face Qin Shujian directly. But he escaped very quickly. The blade slashed down even faster. In less than 3 seconds, Liu Qinghong didn't manage to pull away from Qin Shujian. Instead, the tiger head blade kept getting bigger and bigger in his vision. Until the end. The blade swept past. The white light dissipated. A small dagger fell to the ground. Liu Qinghong immediately went back to revive. First, it was Xing Jiao, then Liu Qinghong. The players in the novice village were all ranked at the top, but they couldn't even last one round against Qin Shujian. Such a huge gap finally made Fu Moyan and the others want to retreat. Killing a boss wasn't an easy task. It was normal for the process to be bumpy. But no matter how bumpy and difficult the process was, at least there was hope for success. But now, Fu Moyan and the others didn't see any hope of killing the boss in front of them. Invulnerable. No matter how close the arrows were, they couldn't even break through his skin. Even when the melee players occasionally attacked, they couldn't even break through his defense. What was more terrifying was unparalleled attack. Regardless of whether it was a physique training player or a stage 5 basic martial arts player. In front of this boss, they were all weak and pitiful. They were all killed in one hit. On one side, they couldn't even break through his defense. On the other side, a player would die with a touch. The two sides weren't on the same level at all. If they continued fighting, they would only be asking for trouble. Retreat. Fu Moyan endured the pain in his heart and made a decision. The players who were originally in his team immediately left the battle after receiving the order. Fu Moyan. Li Zongwen was exasperated. It was already difficult enough to deal with Mount Liang's fort master. At a time like this, Fu Moyan was still retreating. As a result, the strength of the players fighting against the Cold Mountain Fort's fort master was greatly reduced. More importantly, Fu Moyan's retreat had shaken the hearts of the people who were already shaken. After all, every time he died, he would drop by one realm. It would take a lot of time to level up in this game. Especially now that it was the early stages of the game, the gap between each level could become bigger and bigger, so no player could face such a loss directly. Just as Fu Moyan was about to lead his team to retreat, finally, some of the other players began to waver and began to leave the battle, wanting to retreat. There was some struggle in Yang Yu's eyes, but she quickly became determined. She bit her thin lips and immediately shouted, "Let's go too." After saying this, "Retreat! Let's retreat!" The leaders of the other teams also gave similar orders. Looking at the teams that were originally formed to encircle Mount Liang's fort master, one by one, they began to retreat. Li Zhongwen's anger surged wildly, but when he saw Qin Shujian's wanton killing posture, it was like a basin of cold water that finally extinguished his anger. "Let's go too." In the end, Li Zhongwen also did not want to fight to the death with Qin Shujian. The main thing was, he did not have the ability to do so. Suddenly, the players that were originally encircling Qin Shujian scattered like birds and beasts, instantly scattering. This kind of situation. At first, Qin Shujian was stunned, and his killing intent was slightly stagnant. However, he soon realized what was going on. The stagnant killing intent instantly surged, and his entire body was like a terrifying beast, directly charging towards the retreating players. "Today, no one can leave, all of you stay here." Boom! The tiger-head blade was infused with terrifying power, and a cold light seemed to overflow from the pure white blade. A biting cold wind directly tore through the air resistance, enveloping the retreating players. The tiger-head blade slashed down. It easily sent all the players who were caught in the attack to their deaths. The remaining force of the wind even left a mark on the ground. Kill. After that, Qin Shujian's figure did not stop, and he chased after the other players. In his eyes, these players were all walking sources of life. It was not easy for so many players to gather here, so naturally, he wanted to kill to his heart's content. Moreover, Qin Shujian had reason to believe that these players were definitely the strongest group of people in the stone forest. If he killed all these players once, then, even if they did not go back 20 years as a whole, it should not be a problem to go back 2 or 3 days. Although 2 or 3 days was not long. But one thing to know was that from the players' arrival until now, a total of about half a month had passed. "That boss is chasing us, run quickly. Damn it, run quickly." Those retreating players turned back, just in time to see Qin Shujian chasing after them like a killing god, killing all the retreating players one by one. Instantly, their faces turned green. This boss was too ferocious. They had already given up the idea of killing the other party, but he was still unwilling to let them go, and wanted to catch up and kill them again. Immediately, these players fled even faster. Originally, they could still barely maintain their formation and retreat, but now it had evolved into a situation of who ran faster than who. There were hundreds of players participating in the battle. Even if Qin Shujian killed many of them, there were still hundreds of players fleeing. These people fled in all directions, and there were players in almost every direction. Qin Shujian also knew that it was unrealistic to want to kill all of them here. So, after killing all the retreating players, he immediately locked onto a tall figure and immediately chased after him. Feeling the wind coming from afar behind him, Li Zhongwen could not help but turn back to look, just in time to see Qin Shujian's figure constantly approaching, and his heart suddenly turned cold. When encircling and suppressing the Liangshan stockade master, he was the one who shouted the most fiercely. But when he was targeted by the Liangshan stockade master, Li Zhongwen could not help but feel terrified. He did not have time to think about why so many people were fleeing, but the other party was targeting him. Right now, there was only one thought in Li Zhongwen's mind. It was to escape. He was now in the 5th stage of the martial arts realm, and he had already reached a critical point. If he were to die, then he would directly drop to the 4th stage of the martial arts realm. This way, dying once was equivalent to dropping 2 stages. Li Zhongwen could not bear this loss. So, He immediately turned around and ran. However, he ran quickly, but Qin Shujian chased even faster. In less than 10 seconds, the distance between the two sides had been reduced to less than 1 zhong. Even if Li Zongwen did not turn back to look, he could feel a huge threat assaulting his mind. In the next second, he only felt his body turn cold, and immediately after the feeling of pain rose, he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 55. After dealing with Li Zongwen, Qin Shujian immediately shifted his target to another person. He couldn't see through the player's attributes. But the power contained in the player's body couldn't be hidden. The higher the level, the stronger the vitality. The players who were at level 4 and 5 of the basic martial arts were like bright lights in the dark night in Qin Shujian's eyes. So, while the players were running away, he immediately set his sights on these high-tier players. He reached level 10 of the basic martial arts. Qin Shujian's body had reached a terrifying level. Along with it was a powerful movement ability that made people despair. Swish. Qin Shujian's figure was moving at high speed. The tiger head blade was like the blade of the Grim Reaper, constantly killing the targeted players. Any player who was targeted, no matter how strong they were, had no chance of escaping. Damn it! Fu Moyan cursed angrily as he looked at the blade that had locked onto him. But then, he was drowned by the blade light. This was the second time he had died at the hands of Qin Shujian. Dropping 2 levels in a row was enough to make Fu Moyan's heart ache so much that he couldn't breathe. The killing continued for more than half an hour. When Qin Shujian killed the last player with his bare hands, he finally stopped moving. At this moment, there were no longer any players in the vicinity. The ground was a mess. The items dropped by the players after they died were scattered everywhere. Leader Niu Feng came in front of him and said in awe. The scene of Qin Shujian killing in all directions had been deeply engraved in his mind. Facing so many mutants, Niu Feng asked himself if he was a match for them. Even if the entire Ming'ai Mountain was involved, it would be difficult to match them. But such a powerful opponent was actually defeated and fled by one person. Qin Shujian looked around. Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming were both injured. The bandits had also suffered heavy losses. There were only 23 of them left. But the weakest of the 23 bandits was at level 2 of the basic martial arts. 5 of them were at level 3 of the basic martial arts. In other words, now, their overall strength was even stronger than a complete bandit team. But from this, it could be seen how many players these bandits had killed. Take everything on the ground that can be used. We're going to Mountain of Chaos. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming immediately responded respectfully. Then, he ordered the remaining bandits to pick up the weapons and all sorts of strange items that the players had dropped after they died. Then, after a simple identification of what could be used and what could not be used, he directly threw away a portion and took the rest with him. Wait, Qin Shujian suddenly said. Puzzled, Niu Feng asked, Master, let me have a look at that thing. Qin Shujian pointed at a bronze-colored token that had fallen on the ground not far away. The bronze token was mixed with the grass. If not for his amazing eyesight, he might not have discovered it. Hearing this, Niu Feng immediately picked up the token and handed it to Qin Shujian. The bronze token was only the size of a palm, and it felt cold to the touch. You've obtained a token to an unknown cave. With the guidance of the token, you can find the location of the unknown cave. Note, any unknown cave abode will contain unknown dangers and opportunities. If you want to explore it, you must be careful. Unknown cave? Qin Shujian was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the bronze token in his hand and was also surprised. If not for the fact that this thing was in the shape of a token and was very similar to his Cold Mountain Master's token, he might have overlooked it. After knowing that absorbing the tokens of other forces could raise the level of Cold Mountain Village, he was especially sensitive to objects of this shape. But what Qin Shujian did not expect was that this bronze token could not be absorbed by Cold Mountain Village, but it was a token to an unknown cave. Although the word unknown was used. But based on what he had seen and heard in his previous life, he could roughly guess that this should be the key to a cave left behind by some strong people. When he focused his mind on the bronze token, Qin Shujian also vaguely found that a coordinate position appeared in his mind, telling him where this unknown cave was. But after just looking at it, he directly cut off this connection. Now the main thing to do was to solve the problem of the mountain of chaos first. As for exploring the cave, he could temporarily put it on hold. And according to the system's prompt, this unknown cave was not a good place. He should wait until he was well prepared before going to see what was going on. Seeing Qin Shujian standing there in a daze, Niu Feng could not help but ask, "Village master, is there something wrong with this thing?" "Nothing." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and put away the bronze token. "Let's go." After that, Niu Feng and Shu Yuanming gathered the remaining bandits and continued to head towards the Mountain of Chaos. At the same time, Qin Shujian took advantage of the free time to check his own attributes. Name: Qin Shujian. Identity: Cold Mountain Village Master. Affiliation: Cold Mountain Village. Realm: Martial Arts LV10, inside the territory of Cold Mountain Village, Realm +2, Force Level, First Class Force Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture 10th Level, Fusion, Mortal Rank High Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Unity of Heaven and Man, Mortal Rank Middle Grade, Changchun Gong 7th Level, Eternal Vitality, Life Extension Level 2, Mortal Rank Middle Grade, 7-Leaf Flower. Piercing Palm, plus, Mortal Rank Low Grade, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, plus, Greater Heights, Mortal Rank Low Grade, Source of Life, 369. The Body Forging Scripture had become the 10th level. The original special attributes attached to it had all disappeared and were replaced by a brand new special attribute, Mixed Elements as 1. Regarding this, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, understood what this trait meant. If before the 10th level of the martial arts LV10 was to dig out the potential of the body, then after reaching the 10th level of the martial arts LV10, it meant that the body had reached a level where it could not be improved. In this case, it meant that the body had reached a compatible level. Flesh, bones, bone marrow, and even the internal organs nourished by qi and blood were all tightly connected. In this way, the body could be said to be flawless. The 10th level of the martial arts LV10, Fusion. This should be the limit that ordinary people can reach. If I go one step further, I should be able to reach the transcendent level. Qin Shujian felt the seemingly endless power in his body and began to estimate his own strength. The 9th level of the martial arts LV10, the body was still flawed. The 10th level of the martial arts LV10, the body was flawless. The 4 words Mixed Elements as 1 seemed simple, but in fact, it encompassed everything. This was the real 10th level of the martial arts LV10. It was completely different from the fake 10th level of the martial arts LV10. Chapter 56. He had truly reached the 10th level of the martial realm. Qin Shujian understood. How big was the gap between the fake 10th level of the martial realm and the real 10th level of the martial realm? If the fake 10th level of the martial realm could beat 3 people of the 9th level of the martial realm, then the real 10th level of the martial realm. He had the confidence to shout, "I want to beat 10 of you." This was the gap. Apart from Qin Shujian himself, Niu Feng and the others didn't know that their fort master had unknowingly reached the peak of the basic realm. The stone forest wasn't small. It was about 3 times the size of Mount Liang. But no matter how big it was, there was always an end. After more than half an hour, the Mountain of Chaos was already in sight. Shu Yuanming looked at the mountain in the distance and said as he walked, it was said that the Mountain of Chaos was a gold mine. Later, all the gold was dug out and it became an abandoned mountain. After that, a group of bandits occupied it, and that's how the Mountain of Chaos got its name. Gold mine? Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Mountain of Chaos to be an abandoned gold mine. But after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, if there really was a gold mine, it would be impossible for a single bandit force to occupy it. They arrived at the foot of the Mountain of Chaos. The group of bandits stopped for a while. Xu Yuanming asked, "Chief, should we surround the Mountain of Chaos first or do we need to do something else?" "No, let's go up," Qin Shujian said directly. After saying that, he stepped onto the Mountain of Chaos first. Seeing this, Niu Feng and the others immediately followed. A quarter of an hour later, the bandits of the Mountain of Chaos had already appeared in their sight. "Stop!" Before the bandit could finish speaking, Qin Shujian signaled Niu Feng with his eyes and Niu Feng attacked. On one side was a small bandit of the first level of the basic realm. On the other side was a big boss of the fifth level of the basic realm. The gap between the two was obvious. "Someone is invading. Go and report to the chief." A small leader of the chaotic Gold Mountain happened to see this scene and immediately shouted out. In an instant, the peaceful Mountain of Chaos was in chaos. In response, Qin Shujian did not say anything. He had no intention of stopping them. All the bandits who had heard the commotion and were about to intercept them were killed. They were all killed by Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming. It was only a short walk. The number of bandits who died at their hands was no less than 20 to 30. "Looks like there are quite a lot of people in chaotic Gold Mountain," Qin Shujian sighed. In just a short while, so many bandits had appeared. Xu Yuanming nodded and said, "There are hundreds of bandits in Mountain Chaos Han, much more than in Chuanyun Village and Mingai Mountain." "Hundreds of bandits." "There are indeed quite a number of them." Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. The total number of bandits in Mingai Mountain and Chuanyun Village was less than 200. Since Xu Yuanming could use hundreds to describe chaotic Gold Mountain, then the number would definitely not be less than 200. The more people there were, this meant that the more powerful the chaotic Gold Mountain was, the stronger it was. To a certain extent, the more powerful a force was, the harder its bones were. However, Qin Shujian expressed that he wasn't afraid of stubborn people. With his current strength, no matter how hard a person's bones were, he could crush them bit by bit. They went up the mountain and killed all the bandits they encountered. More than 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the gate of chaotic Gold Mountain. There was a black mass of heads. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 to 300 bandits. Obviously, the news of an invasion had already been reported. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd in front of him. He was almost certain that most of chaotic Gold Mountain's strength should be here. In front of the bandits stood a tall and burly middle-aged man with a machete in his hand. He looked strong and powerful. Just standing there without moving, he gave off a strong sense of oppression. "That's Zheng Hong," Niu Feng explained. "Millimeter." Qin Shujian responded with a soft grunt, and his gaze also fell on that person. When he felt the surging qi and blood, his eyes flickered. Qi and blood at the peak. 6th level of the martial arts realm? Qin Shujian did not expect that Zheng Hong, the leader of chaotic Gold Mountain, had reached the 6th level of the martial arts realm. He had completely left Mingai Mountain and Chuanyun Village in the dust. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between them. Since Zheng Hong had broken through, it meant that the other party had broken through the shackles. While Qin Shujian was sizing up Zheng Hong was also sizing him up. However, after sizing them up for a short while, his gaze landed on Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming. His eyes were cold as he said, "Chuanyun Village and Minute Gari Mountain have joined forces. It seems like they want to make a move on my chaotic Gold Mountain. But I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to set foot on my chaotic Gold Mountain?" Zheng Hong's aura was strong. Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming's faces changed slightly when they felt the oppression of the other party's aura. 6th level of the martial arts realm? Niu Feng was surprised. Although he had guessed it, when he saw that the other party had reached the 6th level of the martial arts realm, he still had mixed feelings. On the other side, Xu Yuanming also had the same feeling. Zheng Hong smiled proudly at first, then his face turned cold. "That's right. I've broken through the shackles and reached the 6th level of the martial arts realm. Now in my chaotic Gold Mountain, Even if a 7th level martial artist comes, I won't be afraid. I didn't plan to attack Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun village so soon. I didn't expect that you would send yourselves to me. Unifying the chaotic stone forest had always been his wish. Especially after reaching the 6th level of the martial arts realm, this thought became even stronger. However, Zheng Hong had not made a move because of the problem of the experts. Of course, there was another reason. He was afraid of the strength of the two sects. Although he was at the 6th level of the martial arts realm, he was only at the 6th level of the martial arts realm when he left the chaotic Gold Mountain. On the contrary, if he entered Ming'ai Mountain and Chuanyun village, the strength of these two opponents would be comparable to the 6th level of the pseudo-martial arts realm. In this way, it would not be so easy to swallow them. However, Zheng Hong never expected that Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming would send themselves to his door. This made him angry, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. In the chaotic Gold Mountain, he was comparable to a 7th level of the martial arts realm expert. Facing two 5th level martial artists was not difficult. Not to mention, there were hundreds of bandits here. Zheng Hong, do you really think that you can defeat us just because you've reached the 6th level of the martial arts realm? Niu Feng sneered after the shock. Hearing this, Zheng Hong said mockingly, so what? I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to come here? Did he give it to you? As he spoke, his gaze once again fell on Qin Shujian, who was in the middle. Qin Shujian did not move and a faint smile appeared on his face. Their confidence was indeed given by me. Chapter 57. Calm and collected. Yet, it made people involuntarily believe in him. Zheng Hong's expression turned serious as he coldly said, "Who are you? I'm afraid there's no one like you in the stone forest. I'm the master of Mount Liang." Master of Mount Liang? Zheng Hong repeated these 4 words. Soon, his eyes shone with a sharp light. It's you. Clearly, Zheng Hong had also remembered who the Langshan stronghold master was. I've heard that in the Liang mountain region, which is separated from the stone forest, there's a Lulin village called Liangshan village. The letter I received yesterday was sent by you, right? At this point, Zheng Hong coldly looked at Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming. I didn't think that Mount Minute Gari and Mount Chuanyun would be so spineless as to side with an outsider. You've brought shame to my stone forest. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xu Yuanming stood to the side. He wasn't angry at Zheng Hong's ridicule at all. Hearing this, Zheng Hong coldly snorted. He stabbed the machete in his hand into the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. He proudly said, "Since you're here today, don't even think about running away. Wait until I crush this master of Mount Liang to death. What kind of expression will you have?" Clap clap. A round of applause sounded. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "I also want to see how you'll crush me to death." However, at this point, his face suddenly turned cold. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now that Mount Chaotic has submitted to my Mount Liang, there's still room for negotiation. Otherwise, things won't end well. Arrogant. Zheng Hong was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and picked up the machete on the ground with a backhand motion. Then, he chopped down with a strong wind. This chop, he didn't hold back at all. Zheng Hong could clearly feel that the vigorous qi and blood in his body were boiling. His strength far surpassed the 5th stage of the martial realm. It gave him an invincible confidence. The master of Mount Liang was able to make Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming submit to him. Although Zheng Hong didn't know what method he used, he didn't feel much threat from him. In his opinion, he should only be at the 5th stage of the martial realm. Even if this strike couldn't kill the other party, it could still severely injure him. As Zheng Hong made his move, behind him, the bandits of Mount Chaotic Gold also charged forward. Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming immediately commanded the bandits to counterattack. The broad and thick machete itself weighed nearly 100 kilograms. In addition, with the full strength of a fake 7th stage expert, the weight instantly reached the standard of several thousand kilograms. Coupled with his lightning-like speed, its power was even more earth-shattering. Looking at the machete coming at him, Qin Shujian stretched out his right hand and pinched the tip of the machete accurately with his 2 fingers. Immediately, that ferocious blade seemed to have encountered an irresistible resistance. Its momentum suddenly stagnated, and it stopped in mid-air. What? Seng Hong's expression changed drastically. Looking at the 2 fingers that borrowed his full strength, it was as if they were not as simple as 2 fingers, but more like 2 indestructible divine weapons. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not advance even an inch. In the next moment, Qin Shujian suddenly took a step forward. His 2 fingers slid along the blade until they reached the middle of the blade. He suddenly squeezed hard. 2 fingers squeezed hard. 1 squeeze. 1 mistake. Bang! The machete that was comparable to a 9th-grade refined weapon was directly broken in the middle. Then, Qin Shujian's figure changed. His feet stepped on the 5 elements 8 trigrams, and a 7 leaves piercing flower palm was directly pressed out. The sudden change left Seng Hong no time to think. That swift palm made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only throw away the broken machete in his hand and meet it with a palm of his own. Boom! The 2 palms met, and a strong wind swept out. Seng Hong only felt an unparalleled force from his opponent's palm. It directly shook his arm and caused a sharp pain. His boiling qi and blood kept rolling over and over, and his body also uncontrollably moved back. He took a step back. Qin Shujian pressed forward. His attack was like a shadow, and it stuck to Seng Hong. Bang! Seng Hong used all his strength to block 3 palm strikes. In the end, his entire body flew out, and he coughed up blood when he landed. His right arm drooped down powerlessly as if it was broken. His face was also frighteningly pale. When Seng Hong looked at Qin Shujian, there was only shock left in his eyes. He had never thought that the person in front of him would be so strong. Even with his fake 7th stage of the martial initiation realm, he was completely no match for him. Seng Hong had a premonition. His opponent might not have used all his strength. Otherwise, he might not have had a chance to struggle. Those 4 extremely powerful palm strikes had directly shaken his qi and blood to the brink of dispersing. Surrender or die. Qin Shujian looked down at Seng Hong, who was lying on the ground. He put his hands behind his back, and a frightening pressure was emitted. Cough, cough. Seng Hong coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Finally, he struggled to stand up from the ground. Looking at the bandits of Chaotic Gold Mountain who were still fighting with Mingai Mountain and Chuanyun Village, he directly gave an order. Stop. After receiving the order, the bandits of Chaotic Gold Mountain immediately retreated. Seeing this, Niu Feng and Shu Yuanming did not attack again. Instead, they led their men to the side. At the same time, everyone's gaze fell on Seng Hong. Looking at the battered and exhausted Seng Hong, although Niu Feng and Shu Yuanming were expressionless, they were very happy in their hearts. Neither of them had really fought with Qin Shujian. After the other party revealed his might, they all consciously submitted to him. It could be said that Seng Hong was the first person to resist. However, the outcome was obvious. He was almost beaten to death. To this, Niu Feng and Shu Yuanming expressed that they had been unhappy with Chaotic Gold Mountain for a long time. Previously, although the 3 of them were the strongest in Chaotic Stone Forest, Chaotic Gold Mountain firmly suppressed the 2 of them. They were often forced to make concessions. However, considering the strength of Chaotic Gold Mountain, the 2 of them could only swallow their anger. Now that Qin Shujian had severely injured Seng Hong, they felt that they had vented their anger. Naturally, they were very happy. Of course. This was just a feeling in their hearts. The 2 of them did not show it on their faces. On the other side, facing Qin Shujian's pressure, Seng Hong was still unwilling in his heart. At the same time, many doubts arose in his heart. With your strength, you should be considered the top in the ordinary realm. Why are you interested in a small place like Chaotic Gold Mountain? Ordinary realm? Hearing this, Qin Shujian heard an unfamiliar word from the other party's mouth. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he did not immediately ask. Looking at Zheng Hong's puzzled expression, he said coldly, I naturally have my own plans. Whether Chaotic Gold Mountain submits or perishes, it's up to you. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 3 breaths of time. In the blink of an eye. Even though Zheng Hong was unwilling in his heart, under the suppression of absolute strength, he still lowered his proud head. Chaotic Gold Mountain is willing to submit. Everyone was afraid of death. He was no exception. Chapter 58. Chaotic Gold Mountain has merged with Liangshan Village. Due to Zheng Hong's voluntary submission, Chuanyun Village has automatically merged with Liangshan Village. Due to the lack of promotion requirements, Liangshan Village is still a first-class faction. You received 897 taels of silver. You received 300 points of life force. 173 bandits have merged with Liangshan Village. Their identities have automatically changed to bandit. You've subdued all the Class 0 factions in Chaotic Stone Forest. Chaotic Stone Forest has officially merged with Liangshan Village. A series of system messages appeared in a timely manner. When he saw the last message, Qin Shujian was also surprised. Shortly after. Then, he checked his own attributes. Sure enough, behind the realm column, he had an additional realm +2 attribute bonus from his realm. However, his realm was already at the 10th stage of the martial realm. No matter how high his realm was, he couldn't break through this limit. Therefore, his realm remained at the 10th stage of the martial realm. Soon after, Qin Shujian looked at Zheng Hong, who had bowed his head in submission. He didn't favor one over the other and gave him the status of an elite leader. Immediately after, he checked his realm. Name, Zheng Hong. Status, Elite Leader Faction, Liangshan Village Realm, 6th stage of the Martial Realm Faction Level, Level 1 Cultivation Method, 6th stage of the Tiger Subduing Body Forging Technique, 100 Saber Technique, Perfection. His realm was similar to Niu Feng and Shu Yuanming. The only difference was that was the 6th stage of the Martial Realm. Apart from gaining an expert of the 6th stage of the Basic Realm, what made Qin Shujian truly happy was the 170 bandits from the Chaotic Gold Mountain. No matter the time, population was the #1 productivity. The more people there were, the more powerful they were. Including the 170 bandits in Chaotic Gold Mountain and the previous ones, Qin Shujian roughly calculated that Liangshan Village had nearly 500 bandits. This number was many times more than what they had at the beginning. After subduing Chaotic Stone Forest, Qin Shujian immediately called back all the bandits who had entered Chaotic Stone Forest. Liangshan Village. Zhongyi Hall. Qin Shujian sat in the main seat. Below him were Zheng Fang and the others. However, unlike before, Zheng Hong, Niu Feng, Shu Yuanming, and the other leaders of the original bandit forces were also sitting here. Now that Mingai Mountain, Chuanyun Village, and Chaotic Gold Mountain have all merged into Cold Mountain Village, these forces will cease to exist in the future. Qin Shujian looked down at the few of them and saw the subtle expressions on their faces. He then continued. On top of that, Cold Mountain Stronghold's forces are getting stronger and stronger. Just Cold Mountain alone can't accommodate so many people. Therefore, I've decided that Cold Mountain Stronghold will have 5 branches. They are the Loyalty Hall, Wuwei Hall, Chuanyun Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Information Hall. In addition, there will be a new Hall Master above the elite leaders. Zheng Hong is at the 6th stage of the Basic Realm. He should be the Wuwei Hall's Hall Master. After that, Zheng Hong immediately stood up and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Master. Congratulations, Hall Master Zheng. Congratulations. The others also congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Subsequently, Qin Shujian continued, Wang Taizhu is the Hall Master of the Loyalty Hall. Niu Feng is the Chuanyun Hall's Hall Master. Zheng Fang is the Martial Arts Hall's Hall Master. Shu Yuanming is the Vice Hall Master. Zhong Tianyu is the Hall Master of the Information Hall. After the announcement, Qin Shujian briefly explained the duties of each hall. Loyalty Hall. As the name suggests, loyalty and righteousness are the most important. The loyalty hall's main function is to monitor each hall and prevent any possibility of betrayal. As for the loyalty hall's people, they are the original mountain bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold. It can be said that the loyalty hall will be the most advantageous weapon for Qin Shujian to control Cold Mountain Stronghold. Apart from that, Wu Wei Hall is the main force of Cold Mountain Stronghold to face the enemy. Therefore, Zheng Hong, who is the strongest, is qualified to be the hall master. The Chuanyun Hall's function is similar to that of Wu Wei Hall. The only difference is that one is the main force and the other is the auxiliary force. As for the martial arts hall, Qin Shujian's main purpose is because the number of people in Cold Mountain Stronghold is increasing day by day. The cultivation methods of each mountain bandit are uneven, which is unfavorable for future cultivation. The martial arts hall's main function is to teach cultivation methods. Therefore, Zheng Fang, who has experience as a martial arts hall master, is the most suitable person for this position. As for the information hall, it is the eyes and ears of Cold Mountain Stronghold. This position is also the most important. Qin Shujian doesn't trust anyone for the time being, so he gives this position to Zhong Tianyu. After dividing Cold Mountain Stronghold into halls, Qin Shujian promoted many leaders, as well as the big leaders. However, only the elite leader position is temporarily vacant. After all, Cold Mountain Stronghold is now a first-class power. The minimum strength of a mountain bandit is at the 3rd stage of the martial arts realm. A big leader is already the limit for a 4th stage of the martial arts realm expert. As for the 5th stage of the martial arts realm, other than the original few elite leaders who had been promoted, there was no one else who was left. Although the stone forest has fallen into our hands, there are still mutants wreaking havoc inside. I hope that the Wu Wei Hall will be stationed there. The other halls will assist from the side and suppress the mutants in one fell swoop. This subordinate obeys. Zheng Hong and the others all respectfully replied. After that, Zheng Hong cupped his hands and said, "Stronghold Master, these mutants are undying. They rely on the mutant village to continuously revive. If we want to exterminate them, I'm afraid we will have to start from the mutant village. However, I have sent people to probe the mutant village before. The strength inside is not weak. I suspect that there might be experts beyond the 7th stage of the martial arts realm." The appearance of the novice village. As one of the main powers in the stone forest, Zheng Hong and the others must have some understanding of it. Especially the players' havoc. It's not that they haven't thought of exterminating the players in one fell swoop. However, the players are not only numerous, they are also undying. Their respawn speed is also fast. It's simply an unsolvable problem. In this situation, Zheng Hong naturally blamed the novice village for the hidden danger. Unfortunately, he once sent people to probe the novice village's situation. In the end, he got a result that made him feel troubled. That is, there might be experts beyond the 6th stage of the martial arts realm in the novice village. This is also the reason why, after Zheng Hong broke through the 6th stage of the martial arts realm, he didn't make a move on the novice village to eliminate the players' crisis. It's not that he didn't want to. It's because he had misgivings. However, Qin Shujian's appearance made him see the hope of destroying the mutant village. After all, to be able to heavily injure him in one fell swoop, his strength was definitely not as simple as the 7th stage of the martial arts realm. Through his indirect questioning with Niu Feng and Xu Yuanming, he vaguely got a terrifying answer. That is, his Lord Stronghold Master. He is an expert of the 9th stage of the martial arts realm. The 9th stage of the martial arts realm. That's almost the peak of the ordinary realm. In the vast ordinary realm, there aren't many experts that can contend with him. Because of this, Zheng Hong completely extinguished the thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. When Qin Shujian was about to make a move on the mutants, he told him the information he received. Chapter 59. I'll personally take care of the expert village. Qin Shujian said indifferently. It was normal for beginner villages to have experts above the 7th stage of the martial realm. Beginner Village 10021 had an NPC of the 8th stage of the martial realm. The beginner village in the stone forest couldn't be that weak. After that, Qin Shujian then looked at Seng Hong and said in a deep voice, "I've heard you mention the ordinary realm before. Where is this ordinary realm? Master doesn't know about the ordinary realm?" Zheng Hong's face showed surprise. He thought that Qin Shujian would know about it. But looking at his expression, it was clear that he had never heard of it. When he asked this question, Zheng Hong also realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly stopped talking. Then he changed the topic and said, "I believe that Master knows that the Great Zhao country is divided into 13 prefectures. The territory of each prefecture is extremely vast. However, in these vast territories, there was a division of ranks. Among them, our Liang Mountain region, the chaotic stone forest, and the lion-tiger plain all belong to the ordinary realm." Zheng Hong's words weren't loud, but it attracted the attention of others. Including Zheng Fang, it was the first time that they had heard about the ordinary realm. "I'm not very clear about how the ordinary realm was formed. I only know that the strongest person in the ordinary realm is the 10th stage of the martial realm. Any expert above the 10th stage of the martial realm will be forced to enter the ordinary realm. And if people in the ordinary realm want to break through the 10th stage of the martial realm, they will also be stopped. So, most of the experts in the ordinary realm who have reached the 10th stage of the martial realm will leave the ordinary realm and go to a wider world to pursue the realms after the 10th stage of the martial realm. Because of this, after the 10th stage of the martial realm leaves, the 9th stage of the martial realm becomes the top expert in the ordinary realm. Master's current strength is enough to be one of the top experts in the ordinary realm." In the Zhongyi Hall, after Zheng Hong's words, the hall fell into a short silence. Zheng Fang stroked his short white beard, a look of surprise on his face as he said, when this old man was still in the sect, he had never heard of the ordinary realm. "Hall Master Zheng is truly knowledgeable. I only heard about the ordinary realm from a wandering daoist. Speaking of which, it was thanks to that daoist that I was able to break through the shackles of the 5th stage of the basic realm." Seng Hong shook his head. That daoist only gave him a few pointers and he was able to touch the threshold of the 6th stage of the basic realm. He had a guess in his heart. The other party might be at the peak of the ordinary realm, or an expert who had surpassed the shackles of the basic realm. It was a pity. The wandering daoist only stayed for a short while before leaving. Seng Hong searched for him many times but to no avail. On the other side, Niu Feng sneered and said, "Hall Master Zheng's words are a little funny. I've never heard of the ordinary realm, and I've never heard of suppressing one's cultivation base. If there really is an expert who has reached the 10th stage of the basic realm, then what's the difference between breaking through here and breaking through outside? Believe it or not." Seng Hong coldly snorted and ignored Niu Feng. Instead, he cupped his hands towards Qin Shujian and said, "Fort Master, that wandering daoist once said, it's not that it's impossible to break through the shackles of the 10th stage of the basic realm in the ordinary realm, but that if one breaks through the shackles of the 10th stage of the basic realm in the ordinary realm, they will encounter great dangers. The ordinary realm doesn't allow such an expert to exist. Anyone who wants to break through the shackles of the ordinary realm will encounter unforeseen calamities. Fort Master is now an expert of the 9th stage of the basic realm, so it's only a matter of time before you reach the 10th stage of the basic realm. It's better to believe in the words of the ordinary realm." After saying this, Seng Hong closed his mouth. On the other side, Qin Shujian went through Seng Hong's words in his mind. The ordinary realm, the shackles of the 10th stage of the basic realm, when these things were linked together, it made him somewhat believe what Seng Hong said. There was no reason. There was no exact reason. Because after he broke through to the 10th stage of the basic realm, he faintly felt that there was some kind of restriction around him. It wasn't directed at him. It was more like it was directed at everything. At that time, Qin Shujian thought that it was because he had just broken through and was too sensitive to his surroundings, causing him to have a wrong perception. Now he was already at the 10th stage of the basic realm. After that, he would have to surpass the basic realm. If it was really as Seng Hong said, then he should also face the shackles of the ordinary realm, as well as the great dangers that Seng Hong mentioned. However, Qin Shujian looked at his source of life. With his current source of life, if he wanted to directly deduce the next stage of the ordinary realm, there was still a long way to go. Apart from that, Qin Shujian wanted to take a look. He didn't take the normal path of breaking through, directly relying on his source of life. Would he also encounter dangers and obstructions? In the end, the most important thing now was to harvest enough source of life. The higher the stage of the person, the more source of life they could provide. With the current stage of the players, it wouldn't take too long to harvest enough source of life to advance. Let's talk about the ordinary realm later. With the Wu Wei Hall as the leader, immediately attack the player forces in the Stone Forest. As for the Information Hall, I need information on the Lion-Tiger Plains, the Undying Plains, and even the Shining Rebel Army. After temporarily suppressing the idea of going to the ordinary realm, Qin Shujian immediately gave the order. After that, Seng Hong and the others accepted the order and left. There were too many players. If he wanted to harvest, he would need to rely on the other mountain bandits. As for the player base in the Stone Forest, which was the novice village, Qin Shujian was already prepared to personally take action. After all, the novice village in the Stone Forest was very likely to be the same as the one in Liang Mountain, having experts of the 8th stage of the basic realm. Facing such an expert, apart from himself, including Seng Hong, anyone else would just be sending themselves to death. The higher the stage, the harder it was to make up for the difference between stages. A 6th stage of the basic realm was not enough to deal with an 8th stage of the basic realm with the help of a 5th stage of the basic realm. With a difference of 2 stages, the number of people needed to be at least 10 times more to have a chance. Soon, the Liang Mountain stronghold once again moved out. The Stone Forest's original strongholds in Mingai Mountain, Chuanyun Stronghold, and Mountain of Chaos were still intact. Therefore, after receiving Qin Shujian's order, Seng Hong and the others led their subordinates and set up camp in these 3 places. Only then did they begin to prepare to deal with the players. On the other side, the news of 23,012 players besieging the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master and ultimately being defeated spread out. On the forum, a video was pinned at the top of the forum. The figure of Qin Shujian slaughtering in all directions made many players exclaim, "Liang Mountain Stronghold Master. It seems that this boss wants to make a move on the other novice villages. Moreover, it seems that his strength has become even stronger." Casually closing the forum, Cao Hong's face flashed with a trace of gloominess. The words Liang Mountain Stronghold Master were an eternal pain in his heart. Now that he saw this boss getting stronger and stronger, he felt that revenge was getting further and further away from him. Chapter 60. At the Resurrection Point. The first thing Fu Moyan did was check his bag. When he took a look, his face instantly darkened. It's gone. How could it be gone? Fu Moyan looked at the bag several times seriously. In the end, his gaze stopped at the empty spot. He was actually a little absent-minded. He had put in a lot of effort. He had spent a lot of manpower and money. In the end, he had completed a hidden mission and obtained the bronze token. It was that simple. It was gone. Hiss. Pain. Fu Moyan suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He almost couldn't breathe. That bronze token was related to a hidden dungeon. It was very likely that there was a great opportunity hidden in it. He still wanted to increase his realm a little more. Then, he would lead the team there and clear the hidden dungeon. But what he didn't expect was that, before he could use the bronze token, it had been dropped first. After coming to his senses, Fu Moyan immediately rushed out of the resurrection point and ran toward the place where he had been dropped. It was true that the item had been dropped. But if others couldn't see it, they might have stayed where they were. What he needed to do now was to pick up the bronze token before everyone else. As for whether the item would be picked up by the Langshan Stockade Master, Fu Moyan wasn't worried about this at all. The other party was just a boss. There was no such thing as picking up a player's item. The reason why he was so confident? It was because it wasn't the first time Fu Moyan had been dropped by a boss. He had already experienced this. But when Fu Moyan searched the wilderness more than 10 times and found nothing in the end, his face finally darkened completely. It's gone. How could it be gone? Could it be that a player picked it up before me? He racked his brains and could only think of this possibility. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan's heart sank again. According to his speculation, there were definitely a lot of treasures in the bronze token. Now that it had fallen into the hands of another player, it was like he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Wait, these were bandits. Before Fu Moyan could get angry, he saw figures appearing one after another in the distance. That familiar outfit. He wouldn't forget it until he died. The bandits of Langshan Stockade are here again. What does the Langshan Stockade master want to do? Fu Moyan frowned. Looking at the increasing number of bandits, he only hesitated for a moment and chose to retreat. It wasn't that he wanted to leave. There was really no other way. Previously, he was an expert in the 5th stage of the basic martial realm. However, he died at Mingai Mountain and his cultivation dropped to the 4th stage of the basic martial realm. Before he could recover from this loss, he was killed again when he ambushed Qin Shujian in the wilderness. In a short period of time, he died twice in a row. His cultivation had dropped from the 5th stage of the basic realm to the 3rd stage of the basic realm. Fu Moyan could tell at a glance that these bandits were stronger than the bandits he knew. With the strength of a 3rd stage of the basic realm, Fu Moyan did not have the confidence to face them. Fu Moyan retreated. The other players in the wilderness also noticed the appearance of the bandits. In the end, they all chose to retreat at the same time. However, they had discovered the bandits, and the bandits had discovered them. One side ran for their lives, while the other chased with all their might. As a result, many players who could not escape in time died under the blades of the bandits. At the beginner village's resurrection point, white lights flashed one after another. One by one, the players came out of the white light. What's going on? Are those bandits crazy? I'm just killing some wild monsters, and they're coming after me. It's the Liang Mountain bandits again. F***ck them. At the resurrection point, a large number of players cursed and swore. No matter who was killed, they would not be in a good mood. Soon, the news of the Liang Mountain stronghold's bandits massacring players spread out once again. The players in the 23012 beginner village all knew that outside the beginner village, a large number of Liang Mountain bandits were roaming around and killing all the players they encountered. These roaming bandits. The weakest of them was at the 2nd stage of the basic realm. They had even encountered elite monsters at the 3rd and 4th stage of the basic realm, as well as bosses at the 5th stage of the basic realm. There were even rumors that they had encountered a bandit boss at the 6th stage of the basic realm. In a short period of one day, the news of the Liang Mountain bandits overshadowed all the other news, causing all the players to pay attention to it. The situation is already very clear. The Liang Mountain Stronghold Master wants to use the method he used on the 10021 beginner village to deal with us. This is only the beginning. It won't be long before the bandits launch a large-scale attack. In a luxurious room, Liu Qinghong said with a heavy expression, "You've all seen the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master's strength. If the bandits launch a large-scale attack, even if we have the help of the NPCs in the beginner village, we might not be their match." In the room, Fu Moyan, Li Zhongwen, Yang Yu, and the other top 10 experts, as well as the leaders of the various factions, were all gathered here. This time, the ambush on the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master had failed, causing all parties to suffer heavy losses. At this time, they should be licking their wounds in secret. But now, the Liang Mountain bandits were wantonly massacring players, increasing the danger level of the wilderness by several levels. In addition, the bandits were clearly targeting the beginner village. This forced them to come out and think of a countermeasure. Currently, the strongest of us players should only be at the 5th stage of the basic realm. As for the strength of a 5th stage of the basic realm in front of the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, you've all seen it. If the bandits launch a large-scale attack, we can only rely on the NPCs in the beginner village. Li Zhongwen's expression was solemn as he lightly tapped his finger on the table. According to our observations, the dojo master should be at the 6th or 7th stage of the basic realm. As for the village chief, he should be even stronger. However, compared to the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, he might not even be a match for him. If these NPCs can't stop the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, we might follow in the footsteps of the 10021 beginner village. Enough. Everyone here knows how dangerous the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master is. There's no need for you to repeat yourself. Right now, what we need to do is figure out how to solve this problem. Yang Yu directly interrupted Li Zhongwen's words and straightforwardly said. Seeing this, Li Zhongwen didn't get angry. Xing Jiao frowned and said, if we want to deal with the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, we can only ask for outside help. With the strength of our beginner village, there's a 90% chance of failure. This probability is too high. We can't afford to gamble. Outside help. From what I know, there's only one beginner village in each world. Our 23012 beginner village is the only beginner village in the Stone Forest. However, outside of the Stone Forest, there are other players. If we ask them for help, they might be able to solve the crisis in front of us. Liu Qinghong shook his head and said, the price to ask for help from other beginner villages is not small. They might not be willing to take this risk. We're all players. It's enough as long as it benefits us. It just depends on whether or not you're willing to do so. Xing Jiao didn't agree with Liu Qinghong's words and directly refuted. Soon after, everyone in the room began to have an intense discussion. Only Fu Moyan sat there without saying a word. His eyes vaguely scanned the other players. Chapter 61. No matter who he looked at now, it was as if they had picked up his bronze token. As for the problem of Mount Liang's chief, in Fu Moyan's heart, it was not as important as his bronze token. As long as he could get the items in the hidden dungeon. So what if the novice village was gone? He still had the chance to be one step ahead of the other players with the items inside. The others were still discussing intensely. In the end, Liu Qinghong looked at Fu Moyan, who had been silent the whole time, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Fu, do you have any thoughts? What thoughts can I have? You guys can decide. I will cooperate fully. Fu Moyan casually replied. While they were talking, his eyes vaguely lingered on Liu Qinghong and Li Zhongwen for a short while. In Fu Moyan's opinion, the team that could pick up his bronze token had the highest probability. There was no basis. It was just a feeling in his heart. To put it simply, Fu Moyan looked like a bad guy now. On the other side, Liu Qinghong looked at Fu Moyan with a strange gaze. Fu Moyan was not like this in the past. The feeling he gave him today was a little unusual. However, this thought only flashed through Liu Qinghong's mind, but it quickly disappeared. He was not very familiar with Fu Moyan. Since the other party did not want to express any opinions, he was too lazy to ask. Willing to cooperate. That was enough. As for what the other party was thinking, it had nothing to do with him. I know someone from Novice Village 51169. I can contact him offline, but you have to be mentally prepared for this price. In the end, Xing Jiao made the final decision. The Novice Village 51169 he mentioned was located in the Lion-Tiger Plain. This was also the reason why he advocated asking for foreign aid. I also know an NPC with unfathomable strength. He might be able to deal with Mount Liang's chief. Liu Qinghong also revealed his trump card. It's just that the price to invite him is not small. There's no reason for me to bear this loss alone. Hearing this, Yang Yu sneered, if it's really useful, we can share it. Regarding Liu Qinghong's words, she only believed half of it. The other party might really be able to invite a hidden NPC, but the price would not be small. This sentence was a matter of opinion. But she had no way to expose the other party. At this time, Since the other party was willing to reveal his trump card, it was not unacceptable to give him some benefits. Very soon, after everyone had made their decision, Xing Jiao immediately went offline and went to contact the people in Novice Village 51169. As for the others, they all went back to make their own preparations. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shujian's order, the bandits formed by Wu Wei Hall and several other halls were sweeping through the stone forest. They were the targets of their sweep. It wasn't those scattered wild monsters, nor was it other wild monster tribes. It was the players. Any player wandering in the stone forest would be hunted down as long as they encountered them. The bandits on Mount Jiao didn't move alone. They moved in small groups of 10. Almost every small group was led by a leader of the third or fourth stage of the new martial realm. As a result, there were even more casualties among the players. For the players at this stage of the game, bandits at the third or fourth stage of the martial initiation realm would find it difficult to defend against them. However, not all players would be killed by the bandits. Some large groups of players didn't run away when they encountered the bandits. Instead, they went up to them and killed them. But compared to the number of players who died in the hands of the bandits, the number of bandits that were killed by the players was only a small number. Kill. Shouts of killing filled the air. Hundreds of players and two small groups of bandits encountered each other. Both sides immediately engaged in a bloody battle. These players were generally weaker than the bandits. But there were too many of them. So both sides were in a stalemate. Boom. Not long after, a violent figure came from afar and landed heavily in the midst of the players. Then, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, it reaped the lives of the players. In just a few seconds, 6 or 7 players were killed. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the players. There's a boss coming. Players, go and restrain it. Concentrate your firepower and kill this boss first. Suddenly, some of the players who were fighting the bandits turned their guns and concentrated their firepower on the boss. You want to kill me? Go to hell. A cruel smile appeared on Seng Hong's face. The machete in his hand was like a bloody butcher's knife as he attacked the surrounding players. He didn't know what the other party meant by boss. But he knew. These people's goal was to kill him. And his goal was to kill all these players. So, from the beginning, both sides were destined to fight to the death. Boom. The 100 saber technique was fully performed. The machete contained thousands of pounds of force. Any player who touched it would end up with broken bones. It was just that there were too many players. No matter how tight Seng Hong's attack was, it couldn't be flawless. Suddenly, swords and sabers fell on his body, causing blood to splatter. Not only did the pain not make Seng Hong retreat, but it also aroused his inner ferocity. His attacks suddenly became more ruthless. 100 saber technique. It was powerful and heavy. This was a technique that was specially developed for combat. The more the battle, the more terrifying the power of this saber technique could be. So in the eyes of these players, this boss seemed to have gone mad after being injured. His attacks became more terrifying. Even the tough-trained players couldn't block it. But they had to block it even if they couldn't. If they let this boss kill, together with the bandits, at least half of the hundreds of players would die here. And although the boss in front of them was terrifying, it wasn't to the point of despair. Compared to the infamous Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, this boss was much weaker. But no matter how weak the boss was, it was still a boss. If they could kill it, not only could they weaken the strength of Cold Mountain Stronghold, but they could also get a lot of good things. Of course, these players didn't have a reason to give up. As time went by, the battle also became more and more tragic. Many players died. More than half of the bandits died. Seng Hong, who was in the middle of the encirclement, was covered in blood. His machete was still as sharp as ever. So far, the number of players who died under his machete was more than 20 to 30. All of a sudden, the momentum of Seng Hong's attack paused slightly. His eyes seemed to emit a cold light. The originally tragic aura on his body also changed. When the commander saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he anxiously shouted, "Be careful, he's going to use a big move. 100 saber technique, total annihilation." But just as he finished speaking, he saw Seng Hong's body suddenly explode with a ball of terrifying saber light. In an instant, the saber light swept out. The saber light was so fast that it was impossible for anyone to react. In an instant, all the players within a 2-meter radius around Seng Hong were wiped out. Chapter 62. In one move. Dozens of players died. The other players who had been besieging them were also shocked by this sudden attack. But soon, someone was the first to react. Looking at Seng Hong, who was weakened after the sudden attack, the commanding player immediately shouted, "The boss is weakened after using his big move. Quick, take this chance to kill him." After saying that, the other players immediately rushed forward. Long knives, short swords, soft whips, halberds, they all attacked Seng Hong. While he's weak, take his life. As a player, he had a deep understanding of these principles. Huff, huff, huff. Seng Hong panted heavily. The move he just used made his blood run dry. His strength inevitably decreased. But if he didn't do this, it would be hard for him to escape from this predicament. Looking at the players attacking from all directions, Seng Hong panicked. The 6th stage of martial arts was strong, but he was still made of flesh and blood. If he was made of flesh and blood, then he would be injured. As long as he was injured, even if 1 slash couldn't kill you, 10 slashes, 100 slashes would eventually kill you. As time went by, Seng Hong's injuries became more and more serious, but the casualties of the players also increased. Of the hundreds of players, only 20 or so were left. On the bandit side, there were only 2 or 3 people left. Both sides. They were at the end of their rope. Now, everyone was in a killing frenzy. No one had any plans to stop. This boss won't last much longer. Focus fire, quick. Liang Mountain Stronghold's Bandit King has reached the 3rd stage of martial arts after killing too many players. Liang Mountain Stronghold's Bandit Ju Baijun has reached the 4th stage of martial arts after killing too many players. Liang Mountain Stronghold's Bandit Chen Ergu has died. Liang Mountain Stronghold's Bandit Huang Bing has reached the 3rd stage of martial arts after killing too many players. Liang Mountain Stronghold's Bandit Qin Shujian stood at the peak of Liang Mountain. The system's messages kept refreshing. Ever since he sent out all of Liang Mountain Stronghold's forces, it was equivalent to declaring war on the players of Stone Forest. Some bandits took the opportunity to level up. Some bandits couldn't win and died. However, Qin Shujian only glanced at these messages. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. After all, there were more and more bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold. He didn't have the time to pay attention to them one by one. Unless there was some particularly interesting information that would attract his attention, he would basically ignore it. She was the one that Qin Shujian really cared about. Most likely, it could only be due to an ever-increasing source of life. Liangshan Stronghold's Wu Wei clan leader, Zheng Hong, is dead. The sudden message made Qin Shujian's relaxed expression turn grave. Zheng Hong was dead. It should be known that in Cold Mountain Stronghold, other than him, who was in the 10th stage of the basic realm, Zheng Hong, who was in the 6th stage of the basic realm, was the strongest. With Seng Hong's strength, even without the support of the chaotic Gold Mountain, he had steadily reached the 6th stage of the basic realm. Not only was he one of the top experts in the chaotic Stone Forest, but he was also a big boss in the eyes of other players. But even so, Zheng Hong was still dead. Could it be that he didn't listen to my orders and attacked the beginner's village without permission? Or was he killed by the players? Qin Shujian was lost in thought. This wasn't a small matter. It should be known that Zheng Hong wasn't just one person. Now that he was the Wu Wei Hall master, he had many people under his command. Moreover, he didn't believe that Zheng Hong would act alone. However, the result was still the same. Qin Shujian's expression was melancholy. Zheng Hong's death made him feel a bit of pressure. The players are growing too fast. Now they have the ability to kill a boss in the 6th stage of the basic realm. If this continues, even I, who is in the 10th stage of the basic realm, won't be able to hold on. It seems that I need to increase my strength and destroy the beginner's village in the chaotic stone forest. Zheng Hong's death. It also indirectly proved one thing. The player's strength was improving every moment. If he stayed stagnant, sooner or later he would become the boss that was killed. How big was this world? Qin Shujian didn't know. He didn't know how many beginners' villages there were and how many players had entered here. What he could do now was to do his best to suppress the player's growth and indirectly grow himself into a frightening existence. That was the only way. In the future, when the players all grew up, they would still have the power to frighten people. Qin Shujian had never thought about it. He would be willing to be a player's experience bag and treasure chest. However, Zheng Hong's death shocked him. But as a price, his life source also grew at an extremely fast rate every minute and every second. From the time he gave the order until now, only a day and a half had passed. His life source had already reached the 2000 mark. When his life source reached 2000, Qin Shujian finally saw a plus sign after the 10th stage of the body tempering scripture. The 10th stage of the basic realm is the peak of the ordinary realm that Zheng Hong mentioned. After that, it would surpass the limit of the basic realm and reach a whole new level. In the ordinary realm, the strongest is only at the 10th stage of the basic realm. If I can break this shackle, then destroying the beginner's village in the chaotic stone forest would be as easy as turning my hand. Qin Shujian stared at the life source with a burning gaze. His mind suddenly became lively. Zheng Hong had said that no one above the 10th stage of the basic realm could appear in the ordinary realm. But he himself was not a person who walked the normal path. Under normal circumstances, he could not appear. If he relied on the life source to increase his cultivation, it might not be impossible for him to break this shackle. When he thought of this, Qin Shujian's mind immediately fell on the body tempering scripture. But when he wanted to touch it, Shua, Qin Shujian's face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. In that moment just now, he vaguely felt a fatal danger. His calm mind couldn't help but crazily beat. It was as if he were to upgrade the body tempering scripture, he would definitely encounter unimaginable danger. Huff, huff, this is what Zheng Hong said. Once one breaks through the 10th stage of the basic realm in the ordinary realm, one would encounter a terrifying great danger. Qin Shujian gasped for breath. In the end, he did not dare to upgrade the body tempering scripture. Because of that moment of illusion, he suddenly understood something. That was, he would die. Facing this unknown danger, even if he broke through the shackles of the 10th stage of the basic realm, he would still die. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shujian's face to darken after he recovered from his shock. Could it be that I will be trapped in the 10th stage of the basic realm forever? Or as Zheng Hong said, I will have to leave the ordinary realm to break this limit. No matter which option it was not the choice he wanted. To stay in the 10th stage of the basic realm forever. Qin Shujian naturally could not accept it. As for leaving the ordinary realm, it was even more undesirable. He did not forget. After becoming the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, the system gave him a notification. If he stepped into the territory of another power and was discovered, the other party would definitely not let him go. If the enemy was not strong, then it would be fine. But if the enemy was too strong, then the danger would increase exponentially. Qin Shujian was not naive enough to think that he was strong enough to run amok in the world. Even if he attacked the stone forest, he had only dared to step into it after many investigations and ascertained that there was no threat. Chapter 63. Leaving the ordinary realm is not realistic. But if I don't leave the ordinary realm and directly break through to the 10th level of the martial realm here, it is also a dead end. Am I really going to be trapped in the 10th level of the martial realm? Qin Shujian's mind was spinning rapidly. He had always used the source of life to deduce cultivation methods to improve his realm. He had never thought that he would encounter such a problem. In his original opinion, as long as he collected enough source of life, he could continuously deduce his realm. But now, reality had given him a heavy blow. No. A thought suddenly flashed across Qin Shujian's mind. The so-called shackles have always been because one is not strong enough, so it becomes a shackle. If one is strong enough, then the shackles are not unbreakable. The 10th level of the body forging scripture deduced my realm to the 10th level of the martial realm. But in fact, this is not the only path I can take. Maybe I should start from other places. Everything about himself flashed through his mind. Finally, Qin Shujian's eyes locked on the eternal spring art. Without any hesitation, he directly tapped on the plus sign behind the eternal spring art. In an instant, the source of life sharply decreased by 500 points. The eternal spring art was deduced from the 7th level directly to the 8th level. At this time, there were still more than 1,200 points of life left. Soon, Qin Shujian tapped on the plus sign behind the eternal spring art again. Buzz! A warm current rose from his dantian and swam in his body like a spirit snake, causing his already strong body to become even stronger at this moment. The 9th level of the eternal spring art, mortal high grade, the 4th level of life extension, the 1st level of vital energy. The eternal spring art was deduced to the 9th level. It was directly upgraded from the mortal medium grade to the mortal high grade. The life extension also went from the 2nd level to the 4th level. But what really attracted Qin Shujian's attention was that the original eternal spring effect had disappeared and was replaced by the 1st level of vital energy. 1st level of vital energy? Qin Shujian closed his eyes and felt the warm current surging in his body. Then, under the control of his mind, it finally condensed in the palm of his hand. When he opened his eyes, just then, he saw a faint trace of zhenqi emanating from his palm. Then, he abruptly struck a rock that was as tall as a man beside him. Subsequently, his palm slightly caved in. When he moved away, he saw a clear palm print on the rock. This is the power of true qi. Qin Shujian's pupils shrank. He was surprised by the effect of true qi. That palm strike just now, he didn't use much strength. To be able to create such an effect, he relied entirely on the weak ball of true qi in his palm. To leave a mark on the stone without destroying the stone itself. The requirement for strength was very high. At the very least, Qin Shujian knew that he would not be able to do so before he broke through to the 10th stage of the basic realm. More importantly, forcefully leaving behind a palm print with brute force would inevitably cause damage to the surroundings of the palm print. This was inevitable. However, using zhenqi to achieve this, he was able to leave behind only a clear palm print without causing any damage to the surroundings. Between the two, there was a difference. It seems that there is a division between cultivation techniques. The body forging scripture leans towards directly tempering the body, while the eternal spring art leans towards nurturing zhenqi and nourishing the body. If the eternal spring art does not reach the level of true qi, then his strength will definitely not be comparable to someone of the same level who has tempered the body. However, if one cultivates to the level of true qi, then it is not certain who is stronger and who is weaker. Qin Shujian gained a lot more insight into cultivation techniques. In the past, the eternal spring art did not show much of an effect, so he did not pay too much attention to improving it. He only focused on improving the body forging scripture. Now that he could not improve the body forging scripture, he turned around to deduce the eternal spring art. However, the result was unexpected. If the eternal spring art could not produce true qi, then apart from the effect of prolonging life, it would not be able to increase Qin Shujian's strength by much. At most, it would be an increase of about 20% on the original basis. Of course, this 20%. It was 20% of his current strength of the 10th stage of the basic realm. This increase was actually not small. But now that he had cultivated true qi, Qin Shujian roughly estimated that his strength had definitely increased by more than 50% with the help of the 1st level of true qi. This was only the 9th stage of the eternal spring art. If he could deduce it to the 10th stage, he was confident that his strength would double. Hiss. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In this way, he would have twice the strength of the 10th stage of the basic realm. One had to know. When twice the strength was concentrated in one person, it was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was completely 1 plus 1 greater than 2. Soon, Qin Shujian's thoughts changed again. If he could deduce the eternal spring art to the 10th stage, then his strength would be twice that of the 10th stage of the basic realm. Then, if there was a third, fourth, and even more cultivation techniques. Then, if he could deduce all these cultivation techniques to the limit of the ordinary realm, then what would it be like? I'm afraid that at that time, if I want to break through the shackles of the 10th stage of the basic realm, then I won't have to leave the ordinary realm. Qin Shujian's face revealed a carefree smile. However, after a while, his smile disappeared. Because he found something that made his heart tired. That was source of life. A large amount of source of life. Qin Shujian did a rough calculation. To deduce a cultivation technique from the first stage to the 10th stage, he would need at least 5,000 to 6,000 source of life. This was a very large expense. Even if the Cold Mountain village had increased its manpower and the speed of harvesting source of life had increased, it would still take a certain amount of time to gather 5,000 to 6,000 source of life. For Qin Shujian. Right now, what he lacked the most, other than source of life, was time. If he stayed at the 10th stage of the basic realm for too long. If a player's cultivation level increased. Even if he had the strength of the 10th stage of the basic realm, if he was surrounded by dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of players of the same cultivation level, only death would await him. Alas, I originally thought that I would be well off, but I didn't expect that I would still be poor. Looking at the source of life that had already decreased to 2 digits, Qin Shujian sighed deeply. After sighing with emotion, Qin Shujian directly jumped down from the peak of the mountain, madly running down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Every step he took left a pit on the ground that was neither big nor small. And he used the force of the recoil to fly like a light bird, crossing a distance. From beginning to end, only a dozen seconds had passed. Qin Shujian had completely disappeared from the cold mountain. Only the birds that were startled by the tremors were still circling in the sky. Chapter 64. In Novice Village 23012. As the Cold Mountain Stronghold's actions became bigger and bigger, the players in the Novice Village were all in danger. However, these players also discovered a problem. As the bandits became more and more rampant, the NPCs in the Novice Village started giving out quests more frequently. Moreover, the quests were all targeted at the bandits. It seemed like these NPCs were also aware of the impending crisis. Now, the most interesting topic was also the matter of the mountain bandits. This was also unavoidable. After all, the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's name was very famous among the players. As the first NPC force to annihilate the Novice Village, it was difficult for them not to attract attention now that they were aiming their blades at them. Now, the bandits in Novice Village 23012 were causing trouble. It was no longer as simple as implicating Novice Village 23012. On the forums. Regarding this matter, many people had already pinned it to the top of the forums. Many players were constantly paying attention to the development of this matter. They also wanted to see if the legendary Cold Mountain Stronghold Master was really that powerful to be able to destroy one Novice Village after another. This was not the time when the game had just started. After such a long period of development, there were already players who had reached Martial Arts Stage 6 and even Martial Arts Stage 7. In the video of Qin Shujian destroying Novice Village 10021, that monstrous power had already diminished in the hearts of these players. Have you heard? Today, someone organized hundreds of players to surround and kill the boss of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. TSK, that scene was quite heroic. In the Novice Village, there were always players talking. For the players of other Novice Villages, they might not be able to personally experience how powerful the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master was. However, as a player of Novice Village 23012, they could directly experience that unrivaled power. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. He had already been labeled as invincible by the players of Stone Forest. As a result, the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold had also become an existence that the players feared. Now that the boss of the Cold Mountain Stronghold had been killed by players, for the current situation, it was undoubtedly something that could boost the morale of the players. Therefore, when a player brought up this matter, other players immediately followed up on the topic. I know that boss. It was originally the boss of the mountain bandits of Chaotic Gold Mountain. However, it was subdued by the Cold Mountain Gang's master and became the Wu-Wei Hall master. Apparently, over 100 players had died trying to kill this boss. Cold Mountain Stronghold's strength was truly frightening. They had sacrificed so many players just to deal with a single boss. It's hard to imagine how many players it would take to kill Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. I heard that someone has already contacted Novice Village 51169. When the time comes, we won't have to fight alone. Hiss, if the two Novice Villages work together, they might really be able to destroy Cold Mountain Village. It was a good time for players to discuss. More players. Instead, they went to the corresponding NPC to accept the quest. Although the danger level in the wilderness had skyrocketed and the strength of the bandits was also very strong, the rewards for missions had also become very generous. The reward for completing a single mission was much higher than the reward for completing 2 or 3 missions in the past. In this way, more players wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to increase their strength as much as possible. Recently, the bandits outside the village have been wreaking havoc. Young hero, are you willing to contribute to the village? The Novice Village's guard captain looked at the player in front of him with a sincere expression. The player was powerless to complain in his heart, but on the surface, he still replied righteously, as a member of the village, I am naturally willing to help. Very good. The guard captain beamed with joy. He took out a cyan steel long sword from somewhere and directly handed it over. I'll lend you this long sword. As long as you kill 10 bandits, this sword will be your reward. In addition, I have an additional reward here. When the player received the cyan steel longsword, his face suddenly revealed an ecstatic expression. A Tier 9 refined weapon. When he checked the attributes, he discovered that the guard captain had given him a Tier 9 refined weapon. Now, the division of equipment grades was no longer a secret. Weapons were divided into 9 grades from low to high. Tier 9 was the lowest and Tier 1 was the highest. Currently, the most famous weapon in the game was a Tier 6 refined weapon in the hands of a player. But no matter what, as long as it was a graded weapon, its value would skyrocket. Currently, in Novice Village number 23012, there weren't many players who could own a Tier 9 refined weapon. Most of them were the top few. Not to mention, in addition to the Tier 9 refined weapon, there were additional rewards for this mission. So, as soon as the guard captain finished speaking, the player accepted the mission. After the player left, the guard captain looked at another player with a pleasant expression and said the same words as before. So it's young hero Liu. Now that the bandits are wreaking havoc, I wonder if young hero is willing to do his part for the village. If possible, I have something to ask of you. The captain of the guards looked at the person in front of him, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Obviously, compared to other players, this kind of player who had completed many missions this time and whose level was quite high was more worthy of his attention. Liu Qinghong's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, please speak frankly. I will do my best to complete it. Right now, Minghai Mountain, Chuanyun Village, and Mountain Chaos have all turned to Liangshan Village, causing the strength of Liangshan Village to increase greatly. As a result, the villagers have no way to make a living. The main problem with the current bandit disaster lies with the bandit leader of Liangshan Village. If young hero Liu can kill the bandit leader, I will give you a generous reward. As the guard captain finished speaking, Liu Qinghong also received the system's message. The bandit disaster has caused the villagers to panic. The novice village guard captain hopes that you can kill the bandit leader of Liangshan village. Mission: Operation Decapitation. Requirements: Liangshan village leader 01, Wuwei Hall leader 01, Practice Hall leader 01, Cloud Hall leader 01, Loyalty Hall leader 01, Intelligence Hall leader 01. There is no punishment for failing the mission. Do you accept? Note: killing any bandit leader can submit the mission. The more bandit leaders you kill, the higher the mission completion rate, and the more generous the reward. Note: this mission can be shared with no more than 20 people. Accept. Looking at the system's message, Liu Qinghong chose to accept without hesitation. Although this mission seemed to be very difficult, especially the requirement to kill Liangshan village's village leader, it was almost impossible to complete. However, one thing to note was that there was no punishment for failing the mission. In other words, this mission should be completed as much as possible. Even if he couldn't complete it, there was no loss. This was the reason why Liu Qinghong dared to accept this mission. Otherwise, just the requirement to kill Liangshan village's village leader was enough to make him shrink back. Seeing Liu Qinghong accept the mission, the guard captain smiled and said, "Then I will wait for young hero Liu's good news." Chapter 65. After receiving the quest, Liu Qinghong didn't immediately complete the quest. Instead, he turned around to find Fu Moyan and the others. "I'll share the quest, but if I can choose the reward, I want priority." "Sure, but the items dropped by the boss will depend on luck." Xing Jiao didn't refuse. Instead, he made a request. As for why Liu Qinghong had come looking for them, he knew in his heart why. According to this quest, they didn't just have to deal with these bosses. They also had to deal with a large number of bandits. Not to mention, none of these bosses were easy to deal with. Especially the Liang Mountain Fort Master. He was almost invincible at this stage. With Liu Qinghong's strength alone, even if he emptied his family's resources, he couldn't increase the completion rate of the quest too high. It was still unknown whether they could complete this quest. As for Xing Jiao's request, Liu Qinghong agreed without hesitation. What we need to know now is where the bosses of Liang Mountain Fort are. If they all gather together, no matter how many people we have, we won't be able to complete the quest. Yang Yu frowned and said seriously, there was no guidance for this quest. In other words, as for where the boss was, it was up to them to find it themselves. This way, the difficulty of the quest would be increased by several times. Liu Qinghong said, "We'll have to rely on everyone. Send people to find the bosses and defeat them one by one. As for the Liang Mountain Fort Master, we'll leave him alone for now." "Okay." The others nodded. Liang Mountain Fort's martial arts hall master, Zheng Fang, has reached the 6th level of martial arts after killing too many mutant. Walking in the wilderness, a message made Qin Shujian stop in his tracks. Zheng Fang, 6th level of martial arts. At first, he was startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. It could be said that Zheng Fang's advancement had more or less made up for Zheng Hong's death. However, since Zheng Fang is advancing now, he must have encountered a large number of players. "It seems that I have to go and take a look." Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Then, he turned around and rushed to another location. Zheng Hong was besieged and killed by players. He couldn't let Zheng Fang suffer the same fate. Nowadays, the players were getting stronger and stronger. Although the strength of a person at the 6th level of the martial realm was powerful, once they were surrounded, there was still the risk of them exploding. He didn't want to have an expert at the 6th level of the martial realm immediately return to their original state. As for Zheng Fang's whereabouts, Qin Shujian had a rough idea. This was because he didn't send the 5 halls to slaughter the players in Stone Forest randomly. Every hall had its own area of activity. The 5 halls connected to each other to form a huge encirclement, further compressing the movement space of the players and slowing down their growth. Therefore, it was not too difficult to find Zheng Fang's whereabouts. In the wilderness. With Zheng Fang as the leader, The dozens of mountain bandits from the martial arts hall fought against the numerous players. As for the players' side, the leaders were Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, and the others. The 5 elements 8 trigrams under Zheng Fang's feet could be seen moving around the encirclement of the players like a butterfly. His withered palms contained terrifying strength. Every time his palms landed on a player, the opponent's tendons and bones would be broken. He relied on his movement technique to move around. Most of the players' attacks missed and didn't cause any real damage to him. This boss's speed is really fast. If this continues, we might fail miserably. Xing Jiao looked at the ghostly figure's footsteps and his face didn't look good. As a player who practiced the physique training technique, speed, it had always been his weakness. He preferred the kind of boss that was direct and powerful. Of course, the boss of Mount Liang was an exception. Xing Jiao was most annoyed by this kind of speed or dodging boss. He couldn't even catch up. Then what was the point of fighting? Surround him and reduce the boss's movement space. Restrict his speed. Xing Jiao immediately made the most correct decision. After receiving the command, the players who were fighting with Zheng Fang immediately formed an iron formation, wanting to surround him. Zheng Fang obviously knew what the players were planning. So, he immediately ordered the bandits from the martial arts hall to attack the players' formation. This way, Xing Jiao's plan fell through. After all, the bandits weren't weak. Generally, they were at least 1 level higher than the players. The attack of dozens of bandits was no less threatening than a 6th stage martial arts stage boss. However, the players' actions weren't completely ineffective. Under the attack of the bandits, although the formation didn't succeed, it still limited part of Zheng Fang's movement range. Long-range players, shoot. Quick, the physique training players, don't let the boss out of the range. Melee players, attack with all your strength. First, get rid of the normal bandit. Under the command, after a short period of chaos, the players immediately formed an orderly formation. Seeing this, Zheng Fang immediately shouted, "Attack with all your strength and stop the Inhuman's arrow formation." If it wasn't a 7th stage martial arts stage bronze skin. After all, the defense wasn't strong enough to ignore the arrows. After giving the order, Zheng Fang immediately exploded with powerful qi and blood. As his palms whistled, the fierce wind from his palms suddenly blew, killing 2 players who couldn't dodge in time. At the same time, a few bandits at the level of a leader suddenly went berserk. They took the opportunity to break through the players' defense line and kill the long-range players. Elite monsters. Fu Moyan's eyes focused. He immediately broke away from the battle circle. The green steel sword suddenly exploded with fierce wind and attacked one of the bandit leaders. An elite monster. The weakest one was at the 4th stage of the martial arts stage. With such strength, he was much stronger than most of the players present. If they were allowed to attack the long-range players, it would definitely be a situation of heavy casualties. So, the moment Fu Moyan attacked to stop them, he immediately shouted, "Stop them." In fact, he didn't need to say it. When the bandit leaders went berserk, some players broke away from the battle circle and shifted the attack to them. Swoosh! Arrows were shot into the sky and then fell towards the bandits. Although the players and the bandits were tangled together, the bandits were still the majority. Every round of arrow rain had 40 to 50 arrows. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, almost half of the bandits were injured, and a quarter of them were killed. However, after 3 rounds of arrow rain, the players stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, but that they had used up all their arrows. The cost of making arrows was very high, and the speed was very slow. Even if Liu Qinghong and the others tried their best to collect arrows, the number of arrows they obtained in the end was not a lot. Not to mention, before killing this boss, they had wasted a lot of arrows on the Langshan Fort Master. However, to be able to achieve this result with 3 rounds of arrows, they were already very satisfied. Chapter 66. Bang! A burly figure, like a big bird, came from afar and landed behind the long-range players. In an instant, the weeds on the ground suddenly caved in. A strong vibration could be felt, causing many players standing at the back to lose their balance and fall to the ground. This sudden turn of events. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Master Zheng Fang, who was covered in blood and fighting, couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. As for Liu Qinghong and the others, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Master of Liang Mountain Master. Instinctively, when they saw Qin Shujian's face, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Their hands, which were holding their weapons, faintly trembled. No one had expected this. At this time, the master of Liang Mountain Master, who was like a nightmare, would suddenly appear. One had to know. Before these players decided to ambush and kill Zheng Fang, they had already done a detailed investigation to ensure that there wouldn't be any unexpected changes. That was why they dared to act so brazenly. However, Qin Shujian's appearance was completely out of his expectations. Retreat. Liu Qinghong and the others didn't need to discuss anything. They all made the same decision. Originally, after 3 rounds of arrow rain, the victory of the battle was already in their favor. However, they had no choice but to give up such a great opportunity. The other players. At this time, they also abandoned their opponents and wanted to take the opportunity to retreat. Naive. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face as he slightly shook his head. Immediately, his expression suddenly changed. The tiger head blade was suddenly unsheathed, as if a black tiger was shaking the heavens and the earth. Kill. Leave no one alive. Before he finished speaking, he had already made the first move. Roar. The black tiger's roar shook 100 miles. The true chi of the eternal spring art surged from his body and attached to the tiger head blade, causing the sharp blade light to become even more terrifying. Rip. The air was torn apart. The blade cut through everything. Xingjiao only felt a fatal aura coming from behind him. Without thinking, he stopped and turned around. The 9th grade iron shield that he had just obtained not long ago was placed in front of him. However, the 9th grade iron shield was nothing in front of the tiger-headed saber. A faint green glow appeared on the blade, and it cut through Xingjiao's body with ease. The white light dissipated. The iron shield broke into 2 and fell to the ground. After killing Xingjiao in one move, Qin Shujian's expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had just killed an insignificant ant. In the next second, he charged towards the other players. At this moment, Zheng Fang and the others also reacted. When Qin Shujian went on a killing spree, he chased after the fleeing players. Originally, the situation was declining. The tables were turned in an instant. Qin Shujian, who was in the 10th stage of the basic martial realm, was already so powerful that it made others despair. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the eternal spring arts, he had the special attribute of a 1st-grade true chi. Combining the two, his strength had become even more terrifying. However, the strength of the players this time was much weaker than the last time they besieged Qin Shujian. As one side wavered, the other grew. The players were no match for him. In just a moment, all the players, including Liu Qinghong and the others, who couldn't escape in time, were slaughtered. This time, with the help of the bandits from the martial arts hall, there weren't many players who could escape. Probably. Only about 1/10 of them escaped. Master, all the players have been killed. Zheng Fang, whose body was covered in blood and whose qi and blood were still boiling, came to Qin Shujian's side and reported respectfully. Well done. Looking at Zheng Fang and the other bandits from the martial arts hall, Qin Shujian's expression became much gentler. Although more than half of the bandits from the martial arts hall were dead or injured, there were less than 20 people who were still standing here. This number was only 1/4 of the huge martial arts hall. However, these less than 20 bandits had at least reached the 3rd stage of the basic martial realm. Among them, 7 or 8 had reached the 4th stage of the basic martial realm. For the current Liangshan stronghold, the 4th stage of the basic martial realm was considered the level of a small leader. In other words, in the eyes of the players, this could be considered an elite monster. The other dead bandits would respawn 3 days later, so it was inevitable that their realm would drop by 1 stage. But compared to the overall situation, The martial arts hall's strength didn't drop, but rose instead. Contact the other halls. Gather all our forces and launch an all-out attack on the players. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. Taking advantage of the fact that some players had just respawned and their strength was weakened. Newbie Village, respawn point. As the white light dissipated, Liu Qinghong and the other players had already reappeared here. This time, no one said anything. Regardless of whether it was Liu Qinghong, Fu Moyan, Xing Jiao and the others, their expressions were extremely calm. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to see the raging flames of fury in their eyes. Cold. Mountain. Stronghold. Master. Liu Qinghong's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. He didn't even notice that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. His calm expression gradually became distorted. The anger in his eyes was already showing signs of erupting. How many times? 3 times? 4 times? In just a few days, he had successively fallen into the hands of the other party. This made Liu Qinghong feel as if he wasn't playing a game. It was more like the game was playing him. He really wanted to use all the strength of his family to kill the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. But this thought, he could only think about it. Not to mention the distance between the newbie villages. Just the terrifying strength of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master was enough to make people shrink back. Fight. Obviously, he couldn't win. Don't fight. The other party was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Wherever he went, that damned figure would appear there. It was like a nightmare that possessed him, tightly entangling him and not letting go. Thinking about him, Liu Qinghong, one of the top experts in Newbie Village 23012. Now, he was pushed to the first level of the basic realm by a boss. She had almost been whitewashed. Thinking about this, Liu Qinghong was burning with anger. But the reality was so cruel. He could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. Then, he shifted his gaze. When his gaze fell on the others, the anger in his heart couldn't help but subside a little. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one who suffered heavy losses. People like Fu Moyan and Xing Jiao also fell to the second or third level of the basic realm. This was human nature. If he was the only unlucky one, he would blame the heavens for being unfair. But if everyone was unlucky, he would feel comforted. Of course, Liu Qinghong wasn't stupid enough to directly show his inner thoughts on his face. On the contrary, his face was heavy. His lips moved a little, but he still broke the silent atmosphere. Now, should we go and kill the other bosses of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, or should we temporarily forget about it? Does anyone have any suggestions? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.